I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. It is week 9. It is day 2, the last day of the regular split, and no one knows where the teams are going to end up in the standings. My name is Alexandre Maya. I'm your host for the day, and if you think I can do this by myself, I cannot. I need help. I need the duo, the amazing Trouble and Nymera. Welcome.
Konnichiwa.
Hello there. Did we do the same at the same time?
I mean, I'm very excited about Kenobi, so I was hoping for a "you are a bold one," but that's okay.
And I also brought all my waifus to help us through the day. So.
It's going to be an exciting day. That is going to be, yes, it is. So, do you want to know the voices that are going to be following this show, the game, and telling us all the excitement? It is Initialize and Goldberg. Welcome back to the studio, boys.
I thought I was just watching the game. I'm just going to stand here and have a good time being spectating. I have popcorn and stuff ready. What do you mean I've got a cast?
I mean, honestly, and you know, I wonder what cartoon is George's shirt from? I wonder.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like a cartoon. Is that manga?
Oh, what's that?
Who knows? She looks very
I love Avatar.
Okay. Thankfully, we have a lot of anime fans in the studio, by the way. All of us, most of us. And if you're going to go through this day to understand what week 9, day 2 means, we need to look into the previous day because we got a little bit of some surprises in terms of games. But to start it off, it was Eminem versus JDXL.
And what I will say is that...
Surprise?
I mean, as I said, I was here yesterday. This shouldn't surprise me. But either way, this day of League of Legends is probably one of the best we've had in the NLC this split. It was really, really entertaining. Obviously,
fun.
Yeah, it was incredibly fun. Of course, we did see JDXL go towards something a bit more meta for them. It seems like they got some of the crazy out of their system, and it was a pretty routine victory for them, actually, after an early game stomp.
I'm just glad they actually did that, and JDXL is starting to take the competition a little bit more serious because they are fighting still for the top 2 spot. Now, another team that's fighting for the top 2 spot is going to be Bifrost, and they absolutely dismantled Noriki. I think Odi on that Zeri ended up in 0 deaths as well by the end of the game. And even though Noriki put down a valiant fight, I don't necessarily think they played the fight to their maximum. They couldn't necessarily reach the Zeri. They didn't have the members that they needed there to reach the Zeri. And when they were picking up fights that they were not meant for them to win,
This though.
Okay, no. This is the big one thing because this game was just incredible. This was Vanir getting to a hyper late game state and playing the smoke and mirrors in a way we've seen very few times.
thought for Vanir.
Because the very first game we had of the NLC, this split, was Vanir playing the smoke and mirrors. They really came to play, and in the late game, they really managed to pull out a shocking victory.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is down to Vanir fashion, right? They have a really strong early game. They know exactly how to play their draft, especially since they draft a lot for these late game fights. They know very well how to play them. They had already opened the nexus previously, tried to end the game. So this bot lane was always their segue through to victory. And the second they got the ace, they actually put the nail in the coffin as well.
This is one of those games where X7 are now looking back, okay, we may lose the first seed because of this. Following it up, it is Singularity versus Dusty.
And Dusty continue their rise towards the top of the standings in their own right. Now, Singularity have had some recent form. They found some times to find some angles, but Dusty made this again look a little bit more routine.
I just want to say here that I think that Amal fight, if he was a Pantheon, I think it would have really fit the competition. I'm not going to lie here, but I'm going to move on to the last one. It was Riddle versus Astralis. It was a huge back and forth game where it was literally anyone's
They had to
game
hero
up
play
to the
again.
very end. And I think I said on Monday, CRISPR giveth, CRISPR taketh, because obviously he's playing the FLOs. He's the main hyper carry for his team. Every time Riddle were able to catch him off guard, they would win the fight.
And it's a surprise and the present, by the way, to reach the end of the regular split and have this, because we know the teams are going to be at playoffs, but we don't know the order. X7 are still in first place for now. Bifrost and JDXL are just in the shadow, looking for the throne. And X7 might lose this one if they slip today again. Dusty and Vanir, fourth place. Both teams could take it today. This is amazing. And then following it up by Riddle, obviously Astralis, Noriki, M&M, and then Team Singularity. They're just playing for spoilers today, but everything can happen.
It is, and the fact that it has come down to the final games is so exciting for us because, of course, we're coming into those playoffs. All of these teams will be wanting to set themselves up confidently to go into the best of fives, but the seeding in playoffs means a lot too.
Especially if you are towards the top of the standings, number 1 and number 2 spots. I mean, of course, X7 have very comfortably locked themselves in on that top 2 spot, whether they end first or second. They can't get third.
Yeah, due to head-to-heads and stuff.
Exactly, due to head-to-heads. So X7 very comfortable. If they do get a win on the first best of in playoffs, they lock in instantly in a U Masters ticket.
My appetite is big today, so I want to see the menu. And
wow, it's NLC.
Yeah, it's the menu. NLC is the best one. Okay, Dusty versus M&M. Dusty needs
I ordered mine without mayonnaise. Yeah, I don't want fries and mayonnaise in my.
But Singularity is there, so you're gonna have to deal with it.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. Dusty and M&M. Dusty are required to win this one.
Come on, that cheese,
want
if
to
anything.
fight for the 4th place. Bifrost versus Team Singularity. There's no Pantheon, I know, but Bifrost may look for the 1st place if they take this one. Riddle versus JDXL is going to be the match of the week. We'll talk about that later. And Vanir versus Noriki. Vanir are still looking for the 4th place after what they did in the previous day. And then to wrap it up, Astralis Talent versus X7. If Astralis wins this one and prove to us that they're a team consistent in the official games, X7 might lose the 1st place. Tell me, Jordan. I know you want to talk. I know you want to
looking
talk.
at this and I'm really excited because here's what's happening, guys. Bifrost and XL are tied in the standings. X7 are 1 win right above them. What does that mean? It means that if Bifrost and XL tie up, then Bifrost is 1 up on them because they have won the most games on the latter part of
Second half of the split.
Exactly. Now, X7, if they tie with any of them, they lose to Bifrost because Bifrost has 2 owed X7. So for all of these teams, for Bifrost, XL, and X7, it's so important to win. Funnily enough for them, Bifrost and X7, who are the top 2 teams that we have right now, are playing on paper 2 of the weakest teams that we have in the league, whilst XL has to go through the hurdle of Riddle.
This is why it's the match of the week. Tell me.
It is, but I mean, like, we could have made it a little less obvious on the scripting to make things interesting down to the very final game, but you know, we had to do it.
It's a crucial day on NLC. Okay, if you want to understand what is the bracket onto the playoffs, what is going to mean, there we go. Okay, oh, I thought we were going to have like, okay, this is going to be, I'll move closer, I don't know if the light is good, but I don't care. It's going to be the 3rd seed picking one of the 5th and the 6th one for the 1st game. Then the 4th seed will have the other team, the 5th of the 2nd one that didn't got picked.
X7 is already here though. X7.
They are.
Yes.
They are for now, but someone has to join. XL or Bifrost. In what order, we don't know, but it doesn't matter because this is the semi-finals. And whoever loses from this match will go downwards and still have a fair shot to go into the finals, to get the throne of the NLC, and to represent us in EU Masters, where we're going to win, by the way.
I don't get why this is so complicated. The LGL's used this for 2 years. You know, it's a modern format. It's the best playoffs format. I love it.
I think it's the top of the standing teams a lot more non-excused, fun and happy games because locking that top 2, man, you're one best off away from EU Masters. And if you don't, even if it happens you lose to the other top 2 team, you still get a second chance through the lower bracket.
An extra life.
From third spot down, you lose one best off, you're out.
And the other thing with it is actually making a lower bracket run up towards that finals, historically really difficult. Again, kind of speaking for some regions which have had this playoffs format before, lower bracket runs almost never happen. So you've got to
get a lot of exercise.
Get a lot of exercise, but trying to get that many best of 5s tied in back to back, very, very hard to do.
You need a lot of experience to actually get that mental prowess that's going on. But now, we need to talk about the match of the week. It is going to be Riddle versus JDXL. I'll tell you why in a few seconds. Take a look.
Riddle is on the upper bracket of the teams that are tied at 7 wins. Like, somebody, yes, absolutely pops off.
But my biggest worry for them is one individual in the mid lane on JDXL.
A little bit close to yet another kill for M&S. He's, I think Avinail's playing with fire here. He gets
he's
hit.
dead. Surely he's gone. Another
Another solo kill for M&S.
But the weeping as M&S is still playing Haunter. No! Not again! It's 3 solo kills.
This? You can't keep doing this.
He is a solo kill machine. It's the solo kill machine M&S. My God, there's blood everywhere.
Look at the teleport behind. Fatachan needs to be afraid. That's Alif coming in, but it's not a Mega Gnar. And that means Viking in a dangerous position. But the baby cage is good. It prevents Slowkey from getting a bit further in. In goes MC, gets a massive chunk onto backland. And look at Kex running down the rest. It's a triple onto Fatachan, who survived everything else and somehow, some way. Also, they are 500 goals shy of that.
Oh, you want this?
We'll get a call the forward. It's a 3v1. Kryze might be in trouble here. Does get knocked up and about to turn it around. Azator. Oh, no!
What?
Do not get a kill in a 1v4 like that, Kryze.
He just did.
Match of the week, Riddle versus JDXL. Why is this so exciting? What are the stakes in this game? By the way, I love the casting and the editing. It was...
Cornered Lion.
Yeah, they're
I love it.
smurfing.
Honestly, props to the editing team. The Fatty-chan specifically edited part, but it was like boom, boom.
Like that's some actual montage moments right there. I like
You
that.
can feel it, you can feel it. So why is this such a good game? And why does it mean so much?
Because they're both montage teams. We just had a montage. Legit, we got to spell it out for you here. Like, these teams hero play their way into victories a lot of the time. Now, JDXL are a team which has been more controlled. They've had a very dominant early game for most of this split. They've had to occasionally bridge that gap with some crazy outplays. Riddle, though, it seems like they have been only crazy outplays. Expect big moments for this.
And I think I'm going to catch the last part that you said and sort of explain what Namera means, that they've only had like this pop-off moments, because it feels every time Riddle wins, it's like,
They
we
have
cannot-
to.
We cannot tell what they're doing correct to win, because there's always one member, whether it comes from top, mid, support, like anyone can pop off. But that's the thing, they will always have the pop-off factor in one of their lanes. You don't necessarily see us like praising them for their huge macro big brain plays as a team. But when it comes to somebody popping off and putting the entire team in the bag, whoever wakes up on the right side of the pillow that day is going to carry the team. And this is something that JDXL have a little bit more consistently, because we do see the same members popping off back to back.
So, okay, from now on, if Riddle do well, it's a cold pillow day, and if it's a warm pillow, if it's not good.
No, you said
No,
it's a good day if it's a cold pillow day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because you turn it around.
Warm
yeah.
pillows are horrible.
Yeah, true. That's true. Okay.
What about that life?
This game is so important due to the fact that if Riddle takes this one versus JDXL, not only JDXL will go to third place, this could actually be the first game of playoffs. JDXL versus Riddle on the best of 5.
And this is where it gets like really difficult to mind game this, because if Riddle win, we had been kind of putting them up to be the weakest of the playoffs teams, kind of, right? They're not one of the top 3 in the ones that are contesting for the top spots, so they're probably likely going to be picked by the 3rd seed coming into it. But if JDXL lose and Bifrost win, then they're going to be 3rd anyway. So do they want to pick the team that they just lost against? It really throws things for a loop.
Thing is, I'm going to make it even more special for you.
Oh yeah? Do it.
XL doesn't have to win necessarily to have to play Riddle, because if Bifrost tie them in the standings, XL drops down to 3rd anyway, and they could very well pick
No, they have the
Riddle.
2-0 over Bifrost. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Okay,
it's
thanks,
really
Professor.
Yeah.
So if they do lose, you can say that this is their official scrim or potentially playing in playoffs, you know? Because a lot of the players are like, oh yeah, we're like destroying this team in scrims. We're destroying this team in scrims. And when it comes to officials, we don't know what's actually happening. Now they have the chance for an official scrim on screen.
And we know
Almost
that
hard to say for somebody who's not native. Just
best
saying.
of 5 is way different than the best of 1.
Oh, 100%.
And I was talking with Nias about JDXL draft and the way they played, and he was telling me JDXL is not that hard to deal with in a best of 5. So this could be it for Riddle. Can you imagine a world where JDXL end up the split in 3rd and lose in the first game of playoffs?
I know that we kind of talked about this the last game day, right, in terms of like, you have to expect the unexpected, but you know that they're not necessarily going to play like full-on meta, except they did last time that they played. So maybe the unexpected thing about JDXL is they're actually going to play something more meta. They're going to pick out that Rise first pick or anything like that. But for me, if they ended 3rd, I can't personally imagine telling myself that at the first half of the split. They were 7-1 after the first 8 games. It was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're really used to unexpected things over here in the NLC. You know, back-to-back finals in the EU Masters, don't win any of them.
Well, that's not
Fine, man.
unexpected. That's not unexpected. That's par for the course.
So get ready for the game of the week. But before we do that, we
Oh,
should
pretty.
meet more teams for playoffs. We did this last Monday for JDXL and X7 to actually know the strength sides, the areas of improvement. I love the way that we put it. And we're going to do it today again. And we'll start off with Dusty. We're going to look at the teams that are on 4th place. And why is this team so good so far? Look at the positives. Look at the areas of improvement.
I put the first
me
one
about
here,
it.
and I don't
Yeah.
think Wok knew anything about it. But it's all about win lane, win game here, baby. Because what Dusty does really well is choke you down in lane. And I think this definitely comes from their bot lane. FGG and Venza. FGG falls down, what, 1-2 levels? And then he roams the rest of the map. He gets advantages, and in whichever lane he gets the advantage in, whether it's jungle, mid, or top, that lane can very easily snowball the game for them.
And then you look at the lanes which are ahead at that point, and you look at someone like Aleph as well. So that comes on to the second point. Multi-dimensional threat is not actually just an MCU thing. It's actually, yeah, you know, we're working on 3D here, although the terrain is very strange in League of Legends. But you have bot lane that can carry. Start of the split was actually mid-jungle. Later on, it's actually become about Aleph on the Gragas, stuff like that too. We already did a piece on him and a number of other Gragas players which have had huge impact in the NLC. This team, if you give a lead to any of their players, kind of similar to the Riddle factor that we were talking about before, have a very strong performance in the skirmishes and team fights.
And I also really like the development of Dusty that we saw. I love how you mentioned that at the very start of the split, it was all about Viking. It was about Viking picking the carry junglers, bringing in the Rexa that is his bread and butter, carrying throughout the entire game, having Buckland, you know, back him up on every single play. And we're like, okay, sure, we found the strongest point on Dusty, but it's only 1 point. And it's just so easy if you have only 1 point that's strong in your team to shut it down. And that is not the case anymore. I feel like their bot lane has been winning most of their 2v2s. I feel like FTG has been fantastic in finding
Funny you
openings.
mention him.
in finding openings and opportunities in the rest of the map. Buckland has been unlocked, playing more of the aggressive style. We saw the Akali, we've seen him on the LeBlanc, and also if we go towards the top side of the map, Aleph with his Aatrox performance, his
True,
Gragas performance. Every single one of them now has carry potential, so it becomes much more difficult to shut down a team like Dusty.
There's a cute statistic that I brought in, which was if they're ahead at 15 minutes, they win 91% of the games. And
Win lane, win game?
Exactly. This is just to cement what you were talking about. But now looking into the area of improvement.
You know what?
What do you say about that, though?
That's great because I have a bit of an ongoing battle with stats in League of Legends, and a lot of them don't mean very much. If you have the eye test and you have a stat to back it up, it makes it just that much more sweet because it means something. So I'm very happy with you doing that. But going on to...
Oh, you didn't know he was bringing that in?
No, I didn't. That's the first time I'd heard that. Very impressed. So looking at the areas of improvement, though, I mean, as much as they can carry from any lane, that doesn't mean that, again, all of them will. For a while, we were seeing that actually down towards that bot lane, they would be dying quite a lot, actually, and they couldn't quite do that. Now, it's something that they fixed as the split has gone on, but it's not solved in by all means. We've also seen Backland on very high agency champions like the Zoe, and not really actually do that much with it in some of those games. Not necessarily losing them game, but having so much responsibility given to him and kind of having to shoulder that to someone else at points. So it's not quite solved yet for this team, even though they're looking very strong.
And I think Viking summed it up as well in one of his interviews at the very beginning of the split. He's like, if we actually wake up on a really good day, we are a top three
cold pillow day.
Pillow, yeah.
I'm like, yeah, again, which side did your pillow land on this time and which side of the pillow did you wake up on? Because you can't just say, if we're on a good day, we can beat X7, Bifrost, and XL. You need to be on a good day every single time to get yourself in the standings in a pretty comfortable position where you cannot be thrown out. Because again, you've locked in the lower part of the brackets, which means one best off mistake, one best off loss, and you're
one bad take on a best of 5 against a team that you're prepping for, and you're actually out at that
wake-up
point.
day.
There you go. That's it.
One hot pillow day, exactly. That's the way you put it. One hot pillow day for this team. And this is a team that if you look into the results from the second part of the split, it's mostly victories. They only lost versus JDXL versus X7. So they only lost against the top dogs, let's call it this way. So far, they're improving.
They didn't wake up well that day.
Yeah. A hot pillow day. Now, the other team that I want you to meet is specifically the team that is sharing the 4th place with Dusty, which is Vanir. After the stellar performance from X7, like versus X7, we have a lot to talk about these guys.
Me. I'm the biggest Vanir fan. Me.
Literally since week 1. Legit.
So tell me, Treble, the stage is yours.
So I found Vanir to be a very unique team from the get-go. I found them to be, because they're a newly formed team, a new organization coming into the league, you never know what to expect. Yes, we know a bunch of the names, Ahira returning back into the NLC as well. We know a bunch of the names and what they're bringing to the table. But when it comes to seeing the teamwork, how the team gels together and what type of game they want to play in a particularly new meta as well right now, it's just always a question mark. For Vanir, it wasn't. Every time they went into their game, they had a plan. No matter what their draft looked like, they always had an early game plan that they actually executed on. And I think the man, the legend, Noodle in the jungle is the one that was putting it into the activation. Every single time he would find first bloods. I think, if anything, he's one of the highest first blood participants that we have in the league.
We fell prey to that in a couple of game segments.
He's constantly looking for the openings. He's constantly putting his team ahead whilst not falling behind. And honestly, when you have a jungler that shines on a team that is not necessarily on the top 3, it means a lot for him.
We're talking about a jungler that invested the flash just to invade the enemy.
Baron Pit to go to blue buff.
I appreciate
That is aggressiveness, that is prowess in the jungler as well. But
Saves
it's
time,
not only
man.
about the jungler.
Get spotted.
I like the idea, but then you don't have that escape tool, but he doesn't need that. He's secure of himself.
He knows it.
Yeah, but obviously we're talking a lot about Noodle here. Now, I know we do have a video clip of a very special moment that happened in the last game, though, and that's not necessarily about Noodle. I mean, it's actually about
Give it to us,
Quicksilver.
DJ. Thank you.
So, this was Renata's ult in the game-winning play against X7, a team which has been so incredibly strong. He hides the Renata ult in the destruction of the tower, the explosion overlaps, takes away half of a second of that reaction time, hits both of the 2 squishy backliners in terms of the AD carry and then the top laner, and then the Jinx 2 taps Jace. This team has such a magical way to go about their late game team fights, using the enemy's Elder buff against them in that fight too. It's this team. We talk about clean late game fights. Sometimes they have to be in a situation where they have to pull off the late game fights, but that was a really good play.
Okay, that was a really good play, but Vanir were underneath their Nexus towers. That's just an Elder buffed team ready to lose the game, and had it not
And they can still win that fight.
Had it not been for that fantastic Renata ultimate, it could have very well been over. Had it not been for Nata being the first one to get caught in this fight, it could have been over. And this one comes to the areas of improvement. I find a lot of the times that their drafts are really hard to execute, meaning that a lot of times they pick for peeling compositions that scale really well into the game, meaning that when their opponents engage them, they're really good at just kiting backwards, sustaining the damage, and then re-engaging with all the scaling that they have accumulated with their items as well. Now, why this is problematic, and this is where their mid game is very shaky from, is that not having an engage tool, not having a go button in your team, all these mid-game objectives that other teams will go towards, you cannot necessarily always contest, and this is where the shaky mid-game comes from. It comes from the harder to execute drafts due to the lack of engage most of the times, and that was one in that game as well. It had to be them falling back to their Nexus towers so they can actually re-engage on a bad engage.
Caveat of that game is that you are against probably the best team in the league, and you can still do that.
Probably.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we'll see what happens after. We'll see what happens after today. We might have. Okay, yes, they're our best team in the league, even though they might not end up being first. Of course, that's still in contention. That's why you should totally watch all of our games today. But then you look at this team that can still pull a win off of that, and it speaks volumes to the level they can reach.
Just wanted to give that moment to Travel, and I know we have a lot of memes for a few teams. One of them is like Dusty with if I wake up on a cold pillow day.
Yes.
And for Vanir, it's about the V. It's about, okay, good early game. There we go on the mid game.
Good early game,
and then
losing
the late
everything
game.
mid,
But
we
I gotta
fight
say,
late.
the memes are kind of falling through because Dusty are improving a lot and they're still on 4th place. And who knows what's going to happen at the end of the day. But Vanir, to me, the down drop of the V is not so down
Not as
anymore.
pronounced anymore.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean,
It's almost like a line.
Yeah, and I think part of it is, you were kind of talking about the draft, part of it folds into that as well, in terms of it's not just, oh, Noodle's got a Jin Zhao and he's just got to go in at some point, we'll see what happens. They've seemed to be playing more coherently. I think that Quicksilver has really stepped up. We saw that in the Renato play on his Engaged Champions too, when he's played stuff like Leona, he's had some very good games. It's, again, it's kind of finding out who needs the Engage buttons, the Go buttons, to really make sure the mid-game does have options.
I mean, we're not going to see Viego flashing through the Baron Pit level 2 just to invade Blue Bar?
Okay, that's not mid-game though.
It's big.
These are two mutually exclusive circles on the Venn diagram.
I love how we're highlighting also Dusty and Vanir because I feel like this is going to be a pairing for our playoffs as well, for our best of. Because if you think about it, if you're the third team in the league, whether that's Bifrost or XL, you're going to be picking most likely Riddle, which is the last one in the standings that entered the playoffs and the most inconsistent in terms of what they have shown us so far. So I think that Dusty and Vanir could also be in for a treat on our first best of for the playoffs.
Every single game counts today, so don't skip a beat on any of them. And to show you what we believe is going to happen today, we have talent predictions. So far,
Wow.
Hip Rain going mad,
okay.
but okay, there we go.
There's a glitch in the Matrix. It's like deja vu. It's Eminem vote
Wait,
again.
is this Hip Rain or is it again our social media manager trolling Hip Rain?
Is it Goldberg doing it again?
Where's Astralis? It's not.
We were this close to greatness.
Yeah.
We were this close.
And Hip Rain had to go and, yeah.
So far, aside from that, everybody believes in the same. I wanted to drop a Singularity vote. I've been doing it lately, but they did me dirty. They over the Pantheon. They didn't pick the Pantheon, so I couldn't follow.
I do think there is a chance. I mean, I don't think that it's going to be particularly even in a lot of our games today. But if we're looking for an upset, I would probably go with Riddle on a really. Oh, I don't know. JDXL have looked maybe a little inconsistent recently.
I think this is why it's
Riddle.
the match of the week, because I feel like it's the closest matchup we're going to get today, and especially if Bifrost lose, XL really need that win.
Yeah.
So it's a 50-50. I would say it's going to be I won't say a coin flip, but it's going to be an exciting one. That's why it's the match of the week.
Exciting coin flip.
There you go. I don't know how to say that, but there we go. An exciting coin flip.
Sure, new term.
That is going to be the third game of the day. So before that, we need to look into the first one. And in order to do that, we need to go to the desk.
Oh.
And to do that travel, we have to have the light show.
Hit teleport.
Welcome back to the show, to the desk. We're sitting down. Everyone at the same height, by the way. Good job, everybody.
Love how we're beatboxing like Namer does, like.
Yep. You should hear the harmonies we have during the
notes and I'm being like the
Anyway,
higher.
now that is now on cooldown for another 6 minutes. We'll wait until that summoner spell comes back up.
Nobody knows what's happened and,
Wait, what's
in the light show, guys. Believe me, it is something to behold. Something to behold. But something to behold as well, it is Eminem versus Dusty. I say this is a game straight up for Dusty's side due to the fact that we've noticed that Eminem are not on the most...
They're not on the best trajectory right now. No, and
I would say that way.
So if anyone did miss any of the interviews yesterday, obviously they were quite emotive in terms of the struggles the players are going through and maybe their prospects heading through into the next split. So we know this team is probably not firing on all cylinders. That doesn't mean that they can't find some of that regain, that lost form, because we've seen what happens when M&M are on form. They can be one of our top teams in the league. Now, they're not going to be in playoffs. They don't sadly get to show that in the post-split for us, but still, maybe they can dip into that form one last time this split.
So this is most likely like one of the games that doesn't necessarily have any implications because technically Vanir cannot reach third spot, so they're able to choose who they're going to play.
Well, I'm not third, but I mean, you can still have Dusty lose, Vanir wins. They kind of like change position. For,
Dusty goes to fifth one.
You can avoid getting picked for third. That's the big thing.
That's true. I have it in my head that like anyone who's third is going to pick Riddle anyway, so I'm like,
that's
there's not much implications there.
Oh, actually, you know what? That's very true. Fair play. Likely not that.
I have it locked in that on our first play.
I should really just trust Trouble more.
There you go. And looking into this game,
clairvoyant.
where should we focus in terms of Champion Select? Where do you guys believe the focus will be in terms of Champion Select?
I'm leaning towards the Kana versus Noodle.
I was thinking that, yeah.
Because Kana has been, if not the biggest game, the whole M&M machine, definitely the one that's moving the most. And that's not due to just him playing Hecarim. I'm just going to say that much. I feel like in terms of jungle pathing, the way they play the game, Kana and Noodle are very similar in the ways they play the game.
Everything starts from them.
Exactly. Noodle is a little bit more successful when it comes to actual execution. I think it's been a lot of times a question mark with Kana in terms of, the build, some pathing he's taking towards ganking sides where there's no priorities and such. This is where I'm giving the edge to Noodle a little bit more because he knows how to work with even no prior at all in his jungle without losing much.
But I do think that prior is actually going to be really important because we've seen throughout much of this split, actually, these teams have come down to how damn good is your early game? How much of a lead can you get so you can go into harder to execute mid-game drafts? And actually, both these teams have gone towards that. We're seeing M&M continually go towards Vex with a Jarvan, with a Hecarim, with something like that. And that is a difficult combo to pull off. And Dusty on the other side, it's one of the things that we talked about in terms of like LeBlanc in the early split and actually them not quite landing that mid-game. But both these teams' early games, if they're on form, is going to be very, very dangerous to the other team.
So far, it's a focus on the mid lane, as we thought as well. Backland wants to take away that action. Action has been on Royal Cannon and Vista as well, so you have to remove it.
I'm wondering now if they're going to choose to ban away Ziggs from Michigu, because Royal Cannon has been also seen to play a bunch of AD picks in the mid, and they can possibly choose to go with something like this. The TV is like doing games with us. It's like,
So-
who did they ban?
We're seeing like half of the champion select right now is the screen in front of us actually just dying. So can we use your clairvoyance? Can you tell us what the last ban is going to be?
I'm seeing the B1 Jinx. I don't know what the Never mind.
There you go.
There you go. Jinx is the last
I was thinking
ban.
Zeri was going to
So
be the last.
Zeri is available.
I was about to say, I'm thinking that the most common thing that happens these days is that you ban Zeri and you leave Jinx open because
And you
it can be
choose
matched by
one side of
affiliates.
it, yeah.
Exactly.
And you choose one side of that matchup. Most people choose the Jinx because it's just easier to use. But the Zeri, the thing about Zeri is that you cannot lock low CC compositions into a Zeri because you just lose the game. If you don't lock down the Zeri, she just wins. We saw that. We saw that on Monday with Noriki in their loss, and that was versus. Remind me who that was against. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Was that Bifrost? Heck. Anyway, it was the Zeri game.
Bifrost for sure playing the Zeri. And
sure, that was it. Yes, I was trying to remember the exact matchup.
Noriki.
Yes, no, I remember that side of it for some reason. Either way, there was a Riven involved, so we don't have that today right now, but we do have.
Betoshka.
But we were talking about the M&M side of the draft, saying, oh, Counter's been the place where this started, but he's not necessarily been the Xin Zhao player out of these two junglers because actually, I think of someone like.
Was I saying Noodle all this time? I was thinking Vanir the entire time, but it's the same thing with Viking. I was thinking Vanir. I'm sorry.
No, but because these two champions, going back to the jungle matchup and stuff, saying like, okay, actually both of them play a lot of the Jarvan. A lot of them both play a lot of the Hecarim. Obviously, the Hecarim is banned away, but without that, Viking has chosen to take the Volibear into the Xin Zhao. It's a slightly better individual matchup, and you can kind of match parity on your strength at level 3.
Now, if you're going to go with the Nautilus here, my question mark is...
Oh, I thought we escaped that meta. Don't you dare lock in the Corki.
I was about to say, why not go with the Rel? I had a thing last year with NLC. Whenever I was saying Rel, it wasn't a Rel, it was Advien.
Yes.
I wasn't calling the champion, I wasn't calling the actual player that was playing, it was Advien. I think after this split, every Rel that I'm going to be seeing, it's going to be FGG. It's going to be, it's not going to be Rel or anything else.
What I love about this is that both of the supports have themselves Premier Engaged champions. The Karma has now been flexed to a solo lane, you'd imagine. You can play Karma in the bot lane role, but last time we did see it from M&M, it was in the mid lane. And it wasn't great with the comp that they crafted. They played it around a Hecarim that was going very damage focused, so the shield actually kind of meant less because you didn't have those resistances to actually build a proper front line. So with Royal Cannon playing alongside the Xin Zhao, it's going to be very important to use that Karma's early push to get Xin Zhao ahead so you can start rolling over the game.
I do not necessarily want to see that Karma going to mid lane. I don't want to see that.
Would you prefer it top? Where'd you want it at that point?
I would much prefer it top, knowing that probably Aleph is going to go for something like, you know, his Aatrox and things like. Never mind, he's not because it's banned away.
Not going to go towards his Aatrox.
He's not going to go for his Aatrox because it's banned away. Even if he goes mid, I would like to see a little bit more AP damage from the Karma. I think what Dusty tried to do here is they tried to take Karma away from the bot lane. They lock in the Nautilus because they could think that the Ezreal could go right next to Karma. And it's a very oppressing lane, especially into Nautilus in the very early stages of the game. You kind of bully the melee support. So right now they've managed what they wanted. They have taken away the Karma from the bot lane. The Leona is there. Now the question is, who's next to Leona? Because you can go Varus. You have the Aphelios still up on the table. You've got the Caitlyn that hasn't been touched this entire picks and buns.
But what I really like, kind of going back to Dusty's angle on this and taking away high damage top lane okay, so we're going to get that. That's going to be very important. We'll touch on that because you're looking at M&M here and you've got the Karma mid again. You're lacking damage. Now, if you don't get to pick a GP, you don't get to pick a Camille on the top side, you're lacking damage from top side and a lot of your Premier picks there too. Something like a Kai'Sa, if you manage to get on top of the Zeri, blap, that's suddenly that carry down.
Reach the backline.
You can actually get on top of the Zeri and kill them. I think when you're playing front to back with something like a Karma, very hard to shut down that Zeri early enough. The Kai'Sa, it's risky, but I can understand the logic.
So what I really like about the Kai'Sa is you can also choose to go full AD, go towards the Kraken Slayer.
You can do the hybrid thing
But you can do a hybrid thing with something that I personally said, if you have a Karma mid, you're lacking a lot of AP damage, especially if you go with Moonstone. So Kai'Sa can give you back a lot of that AP damage that you're technically lacking. And right here, locking in the Na, you're leaving a little bit of a segue open for something like an Aurelia if Bobista wants to go towards that route.
But that's yes, then the Silas is coming as well. Now, Silas knows that you know you're likely against the Karma, I think. I don't know if you want to flex the Karma top against the Gnar. I think that Mini Gnar is going to do pretty okay with that. Right. But either way, you've got a Solar Flare to steal, you've got the Xin Zhao ult to steal, which means you've got a lot of utility in how you want to play the fight in terms of if they're coming into you, you steal that Xin Zhao ult, you become that really annoying front line. On the other side, you have a way to go forward yourself, but you now have a slight way to play side lanes with the setup from the Wukong with the Kai'Sa flying in. I like M&M's comp if they get to play around side lanes. Just wondering if they're going to get a bit bullied out by that Silas eventually.
Okay, screw the side lanes right here, because what I'm seeing is that if that Leona ultimate somehow lands on Zeri, you're going to have Kai'Sa flying in, Wukong flying in, Xin Zhao getting in, and then you're going to have the shields to support the entire dive onto the Zeri. I find this a really good way to try and reach the champion, and now I understand the takeaway on the Nautilus right here, because Nautilus was a big problem from the side of Noriki versus Bifrost when they were playing Zeri. You put down the ultimate, you can very easily follow through, especially if you have a Kai'Sa on your team. So now I do understand the Nautilus, and it makes much more sense to me. But I do really like what M&M is bringing to the table. Now the question mark has always been with M&M: can they actually execute on an all-in draft? Because so far they've played the Hecarim's Vexes pretty effectively towards the start of the split, but it hasn't necessarily worked towards the end.
And it's versus Dusty. It is a good team, locked in and forth. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? And they're hungry to take this victory, to put themselves in a better spot in the standings for the playoffs. So without further ado, for the first time in the day, is for the Caster's Desk with Initialize alongside with Goldberg.
First time, first game of the last day of the regular split here in the NLC for spring. I'm joined, of course, by Goldberg. We've got ourselves a very interesting little matchup here. Not a draft either of us were necessarily expecting coming into this game.
I mean, it's the same with the ERL level every time. Like, there's so many champions that will have a lot of prio in,
higher quality leaks at times. Like, for example, Rise goes completely unnoticed this time around, something that's not really contested. Aphelios not really a pick here either, going for the Kaiser. But for M&M as well, this will be the last game we'll be seeing from them. They cannot qualify for playoffs, and it's just kind of a last chance to just go down with a last dance. We don't know if it's going to be the same roster next split, so it's just all about seeing what the players can do before the season really finishes.
Absolutely. And a reminder, if M&M plays spoiler here, they can really upset Dusty's playoff seeding a little bit, because if they win here, they've locked in 4th. Because if Vanir win their game and tie with them at 11 wins, Dusty will come out ahead due to tiebreaker rules. They've got an even head-to-head, but they do have the better record in the second half of the split, which breaks that tiebreaker in their favor. So Dusty want this win to secure 4th. It gives them a slightly easier matchup coming into the... I can do this. Into the... playoffs. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Took me a second.
I don't want you to look at me. I told you before we started. I'm relying on you on this stuff. I'm here for the in-game.
Dear.
You take the implications for the playoffs.
Not even a minute into the game and I can't remember words. It's a bad start, I'm telling you.
It's okay. It's okay. So let me grab it from there
Please,
and then just
take it away.
into the game. So what I'm looking at, and I want to start with the mid lane here, is that we have Royal Cannon playing the Karma once again. Last time around, didn't go all too hard. This time around, I feel like this Mantra Karma Shield will do better in a mid-game scenario. But before we head to that point, I want to talk about the early game. I want to talk about the laning phase, because Royal Cannon should be able to grab up the early phase pretty even, getting a lot of priority into the melee matchup that is the Sylas. And I don't really want to see him just stand in mid lane doing nothing. I want to see him join up with Kana. He's playing a Sensao together with the shield, the slows, and the brawling potential you get of that 2v2 in the mid jungle. There's a lot of ways you can go in and counter jungle, move up towards the top side, maybe down towards the bot side. I just want to see them be proactive in the early game with this skirmishing power. On the opposite side, I feel like Viking and Backlund, they can cheese a little bit in the early game with the amount of CC that they have, but Backlund is definitely going to be playing from the back foot, where it's more on Viking to really facilitate the other lanes, and Babista up in the top side, making a favorable trade out of the Gnar into the Wukong matchup.
A crushing blow alongside that Nimbus strike. Pretty nasty stuff early on. Even if you do lack a little bit of the wave control, you could still trade pretty heavily, of course. Wukong's passive gives him the additional armor, so against an AD matchup, you have got some options. FGG, though, finding a nice little early hook in this bot side, getting a decent trade out. Definitely chunks out Dr. Chaos there as well, but moving back to what you were saying, I'm really glad you called out that Royal Cannon and Canna synergy you want to look for, because when M&M were on better footing, when they were still looking like one of the better teams in the league, honestly, earlier on in this split, it was off the back of fantastic playmaking and proactivity from Canna and Royal Cannon. And Royal Cannon with that Karma, as you said, should have the priority, should be able to help support Canna on an aggressive early pick like the Jin Zhao, to see what he can do with it.
Let's have a look at this, because Viking, he actually dodged out on the vision that was placed around him on the Raptors. Now he can either go in, try to look for a counter gank jungle rather here, or they can try and look for a wave set up while the bot lane is being crashed down towards here. But looks like he's just going to move down towards the bot side to get the Crocs, but he did lay out the aggressive vision. His bot lane gets to have intel now in terms of where Canna is going to be, and that will allow the Dusty bot lane to push forward, collapse the wave, potentially go for roam with FGG or just back with Venter.
Yeah, they've got the priority in that bot lane, which means it's a little harder for Canna to get over something like that Scuttlecrab, and you can see Viking skipped out on his Raptors, skipped out on his Krugs, where it's still that full clear for Canna, who's deciding, yeah, that's going to be happening. I'm going to head, take my wolves, and think about going towards that top side. My days, flash for flash, never mind talking about jungle pathing. Does just about get out alive there.
Babista trying to make the most out of the 1v1 scenario. He knows the jungler is down on the bot side, both junglers really. Because of this, just tries to go in, did not have the E up. If he did, that would have for sure been a first blood. Over to M&M. Canna now, pathing down towards the bot side. And remember, there's no vision on this side of the lane. It all came out in the opponent's jungle, but it'll be interesting to see if he can get into the bush here.
Managed to hold the wave far enough away that the will be no option to spot Canna going into that bush. You've got to imagine he's there now. GG and Venza in a dangerous position. That will be the Zenith play. Michigu hopping forward with the supercharger. It'll be the flash out of FGG, and I think they'll manage to disengage the turnaround now, starting to come through, but don't think you want to go any further than this. It'll be the flash out, but nothing more gained by M&M after that early little lane gank.
Canna decides to stick around, wants to crash the bot side, so the M&M bot lane can go for recall themselves in the mid lane. It's just a matchup we talked about. Karma just gets a lot of priority in the early game, but so far we've not been able to see them move around here. Royal Cannon hasn't really been part of a play yet. It's been all about pushing the mid wave in, and I don't think he's going to do much in this crash either. I think he's just going to be recalling, potentially TPing back himself. So still room to work around with on the side of M&M. But the side of Dusty, they're coming through with their first reset on that jungler too. He is spotted on the wall, so the lanes know what they're working with.
Viking, who of course was spotted as you said, but what he was doing was, because of the play in the bot side, he did get those double scuttle crabs, he did get to steal away the respawn Krugs that will of course be at that higher level, more experience, etc. coming through for Viking, and he's still got a lot of his camps on the bot side to clear up.
And now it's time to move together as M&M, because you know that the Volibear started topside. You know he's going to be pathing down once he's cleared the camps of Gromp and Wolf. And when that happens, I kind of want to see Canna and Royal Cannon, potentially even Dr. Chaos, move in, try and see if they can counter jungle the Raptors on respawn, try to see if they can force a skirmish out of nowhere, or just take away some of the neutral gold that lays open on the map.
Make use of your knowledge of the jungle path, and you know where that jungle is going to be if you're tracking it, and you've got the info to do it. Instead, Canna's thinking about coming down to punish this bot side instead. Gonna see whether they can get onto FGG as Babist is ganked in the top side. Thundering Smash secures first blood. Canna having to flash out, they'll get FGG, but Venter goes forward in a burst fire, secures the jungle. It's now a 1v2 for the Zeri, who I'm not sure is gonna be able to escape. Spark Surge away, stunned under tower, goes down 2 for 1 for M&M in the bot end. And someone else died somewhere else as well. Canna.
2 for 1 special. Wait. Yeah.
Canna died, of course. Sorry, I got a bit confused.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So we get to have a crash in here. We get to see Venter lose to the entirety of this wave. Royal Cannon gets to push in, gets to go for a recall himself now. Nope, actually decided to hover around. But great job of Viking, really, because it's going to be difficult to him to have influence on the bot side. He knows he's had a little bit of a disadvantage.
Ooh, lots
there.
of damage. Kingslayer's coming through, and it's a regicide in the mid lane. Royal Cannon falls down, and the crown goes to Dusty's mid laner.
Let's have a look at the bot side. Lots of action in the early game. Lots of damage taken by Canna as well. No one's really blocking the Seri auto attacks. Remember that, she doesn't really go through champions unless it's amplified by the E, which is why Mishiku can step forward here as well. And I genuinely did not expect Backlund to get that outplay in the mid lane. It was actually incredibly well played from the Swedish mid laner and completely catching Royal Cannon off guard.
He just goes down. That's the early kills going in favor of Dusty.
Is he Norwegian? I can't remember if he's Swedish or Norwegian. I've really screwed up there.
I think he's Swedish.
Okay,
I'll hold on that. Someone's
I know Royal Cannon is. Oh no.
They're the same. So it should be. Oh gosh.
We're all Scandinavians, right?
Yeah, okay. You know, you can say that. I'll get in trouble, so I'm going to stop. Anyway, Canna is back towards the bot side. He's just continuing the pressure on him. They want to get Michigu's Kai'Sa rolling. Currently standing at this will be his 4th professional game of Kai'Sa across his career, as far as I can tell from stats. Never mind that. Aleph about to go Mega. Can try and get onto Babista, who has got the Warrior Trickster to get himself out of dodge. And Viking at level 6 with the Stormbringer can start playing old school Ohnrecker on the turret. So yes, you've got Cyclone, but I don't think you win the War of Inclement Weather with the ultimates being popped.
Yeah, and Cannon will have to path up towards the top side. If he doesn't, well, his top laner is not going to be able to farm up the waves. You can see the rest of them, they're moving up there now. And with that, just normal resets again. But I think Viking is just going to be allowed to walk down towards its boss side, clear up his camps, and no one's really going to be in a position to attack. So M&M, they're playing quite standard. I'm worried, though, because of this lack of productivity, that they're not going to get much done once we come hit that mid game. But remember, they still have an incredible dive composition. You can dive in with Leona, you dive in with the Kai'Sa, Canna, Babista. Royal Cannon's really the only one stepping backwards, just being able to facilitate the fights with the shielding.
They can see the aggression, because yes, the proactivity from the mid-jungle hasn't necessarily been there from M&M, but Canna has been down towards the bot side quite a lot. That's where they've just hard-focused the attention they have. It's come at a cost, don't get me wrong. Big lead for Volibear, interestingly, in the jungle in terms of the CS, which is unusual for a champion like that, but instead we're going to see some attempted play towards the mid lane. Canna's around, so this would be a 2v2, rooted in place with the renewal. The Crescent Guard comes out. It'll force a flash away from Backlund as Babista's around Cyclone and Mishigu and Dr. Chaos. The whole of M&M actually here debating going for a little bit more, but the collapse won't come to anything more. Dusty get out with only the flash being popped from Backlund.
No, but that's again what you can see from M&M. Like, imagine if you do this if you want to invade jungle camps. Imagine if you do this if you move this priority up to Rift Tower. Like, I feel like they have so many tools in the early game that they're not actually utilizing. So Dusty, they get to chill a little bit. Viking, he gets to clear his bot side camps, gets to go for a return gank, and all of a sudden, Canna, he's going to have to play Bandage, or Royal Cannon might just die here. Yeah, you have to flash.
He does, and that's unfortunate. But Viking, again, proving why he's become one of the most consistent junglers in the NLC here in Division 1. He and FGG have been so good for Dusty when it comes to making plays around the map, as we're going to see the reset from Babista towards the top side. He's doing just fine, and M&M are okay in this game. You know, it's a relatively even game, about 1,000 gold down. So yes, Dusty have managed to get the early advantage. They're going to get this early Herald and trade for the Drake, but it's still playable. They've still got options, but I am aware that Dusty has been cleaner in the mid game, bluntly.
Yeah, potentially. Now they are moving up towards the Herald. They don't have the move advantage in terms of men. Dr. Chaos is up here. Ven's is still down towards the bot side. No Mega Gnar available. They'll have half just timed out.
That's a good hook. Can they get anything more out of it? Solar Flare coming down as well. Rolkan at the back end trying to get as much out of this as he can. One down in terms of Canna right now for MNM. The Ignite will not quite kill a backland. Make it two as Aleph keeps stepping forward. They will get the kill as Mishigu comes in. FGG having to flash away, but the Void Seeker hits. Void, the Assault coming through the Killer Instinct. I apologize for Mishigu. Will allow him to secure another double for Mishigu now at 3-0-1. Will he have the Supercharger into range? He will. The Acathian Rain comes down, but a shield from FGG will eye a little bit more time. One final Plasma Stack would do it! Gets another Rampage for Mishigu.
Unfortunate hook there, the last one from FGG, but still, they get to have plates down towards the bot side. They pick up the Rift Herald from the side of Dusty, and they force out the TP from Babista.
Comes
Yes,
at the price,
will
though.
come through from the others as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised that Ament decided to put the Kaiser down towards bot side again, because they had the initial first move. He could have been able to join the fight beforehand and force Dusty into a very tricky situation where they would have started the fight in a 4 versus 3 situation from the get-go. Because he joins the fight out late, Dusty is able to trade out so many kills. And from the side of Dusty, it's a good initial play, but MNM, they just have the man advantage to facilitate the winning team fight afterwards.
Well, Kaiser rocking the KDA skin certainly wants some more in this game. 4-0-1 right now, full kill participation for the bot laner. You index into making Kaiser your main source of damage, getting her to a first item alongside the Dirk, getting her to early kills is a massive deal if you want to be able to blow up people like Venza, like Backland, which will be critical for MNM if they want to take this win. Still a gold lead to Dusty right now. Of course, they've got the Herald gold, so they can still look to expand it. But MNM do have a win condition who's at least managed to pick up some early gold.
And that's what feels great, but you need to keep that carry safe, because one depth charge and Mishigu might just be knocked off. Kana down towards the bot side again. I like this from him. He's very tricky about the vision control, never really coming from the river, and Dusty has built up a slow push for themselves. They'll need to face check this, and great presence of mind for Venza, spotting out Cancer with a W.
They're becoming wise to the lane ganking attempts from Kana. Still, it will force FGG and Venz to back off a little bit. Ultra Shock Laser coming out, which will slow the Xin Zhao down a touch. He will lose some plates, lose some tower pressure areas. Actually, with that Void Seeker hitting, maybe you could think about going a little bit, but the Killer Instinct not pulled, and they will just move back to taking a few more plates. Top side, though, turret did go down.
Yeah, and they need to commit to a play, because second charge is going to come through on the top side as well. Viking can just stay around here if he wanted to. He actually recalled. But I feel like with the low positioning from Dusty, they could have forced on it. They now engage.
Rain gonna come straight through. Shield comes out, they just get the kill. Great dive. Depth charge won't quite get them locked on the tower. But here comes Viking on the reset. Slow will come down with the chilling smite. He'll get the shut down as well. With the 5 kills down, that's a fair amount of gold going over to the volley bear. He'll storm, bring her over the wall. And lightning will strike twice here, surely for a double kill for Viking.
And just like that, Viking came through with the early recall, knew the bot dive was going to come through. Because of that, is able to pick up the kills for himself afterwards, and therefore they get a top turret for themselves. All plates, first turret before 14 minutes. And down towards the bot side, well, the MNM doesn't really get through what they wanted.
A little bit of prescience there. He doesn't stay to go for the second charge at top side. Instead, he recalls to stop the pressure and bot. Viking, great game sense there, playing very well in this early game with the proactivity he has. We'll see the replay here, because kind of a fun little dive attempt.
Yeah, Venza got very, very aggressive there, dashing forward while FGG's on the other side of the wall. And yeah, I actually think he could have taken the 2v2, but they were just a little bit uncoordinated. Viking comes through with the chem tank, smite, movement speed, good enough with the E to come through with the slow. And FGG, I mean, the hooks is not his friends today. The walls are really screwing him up. Look at this.
Oh, shit, like he's doing just fine. And
Yeah.
again, it's not quite the real performance, and it's still like he's still not doing too much.
Listen, those hook. Sometimes the hitbox favors you in terms of just bending it out of range. Sometimes it shoots you in the foot by hitting a wall like that.
Absolutely, you're getting dragged down by the anchor there a little bit, but all the same, MNM a little bit frustrated by that, I'm sure, but Mishigu did get the kill at least. He's still pretty strong, but this volley bear off to a very strong early start. You're seeing the gold come over, and while you're seeing some proactivity from MNM, they're not far behind in terms of the kills. The gold lead is going to continue getting larger. Just look at the discrepancy right now, 3,500.
And there's still much more to come. They still have the potential for a second Rift Herald later on as well. With the lead they have in topside, you can push that in fairly deep, but it's not about the topside right now. It is about this Infernal Drake. And currently Dusty, they are contesting the Vision. You can see M&M, they're trying to scatter together, stay in group, but Michigu's actually the one out of position.
A little bit, but on the other side, maybe they can turn
Oh, the
around.
Meganar!
That's a Meganar into a wall! No, M&M, not like this! Crescent Guard comes out, but they've already lost the top lane. There's no Cyclone to come through. They were well aware. They read the Met reports, and instead they'll turn it around. Over the wall goes Venza, surfing his way around, and lightning crackles for another kill for that one as M&M trying to escape. Roll Cannon dodging away desperately, flashing over the wall, playing a bit tricksy, gets the root, but he's still playing into Viking, who's so damn strong, so damn tanky. Not enough damage. It's 2 kills to Dusty. They'll pull away and get the dragon, as well as actually Dr. Chaos fell as well to make that 3 kills. And a big win for Dusty in that fight.
Great Meganar from Aleb that's really showed up, proving that the resources given to him in the early game was paid off. But at the same time, M&M so damn split. You had your carry, your player to play for, stuck on the bot side without being able to join it, and then walking into a chokehold like this against the Mechanar. It's just free for Dusty to win the team fight at this point. The setup is great, the vision control is theirs, and just like that, M&M, they're getting wiped at the Drake.
They get wiped, and it was some good early moves from them. You saw there was some proactivity, but it's been a problem over the last few weeks. They've not been coordinated around these mid-game fights. They've not been consistent in the communications, and it has been a problem, but they're going to turn back to it. It wasn't taken down. Backland's going to come in, but yes, they'll take the dragon, but they're going to lose their lives for it. Stolen, hijacked Crescent Guard will help Backland get another kill, and 2 die for the price of taking the Drake.
Yeah, and Rift Herald is up as well, so with a 6k gold lead, 16 minutes into the game, Dusty, they can look to even exponentially grow their lead further as well. Resets will have to come through, but even down on the bot side, you can see it. Backland, Viking, they're scattered at the Gromp, ready for Bavista to come around. And even if they don't get the kill here, they can still get the turret, but they're looking.
Gonna try and get onto Bavista. Where is the rest of M&N? Just nowhere near. He gets a Cyclone revive, but he just gets chunked to hell, and he goes down in the bot lane. They'll get the tower as well. And M&M falling apart here in the mid game.
I mean, it had to come down to that 2v2 of the mid and jungle, where they had to get stuff done in the early game to really grow that gold lead that they have, especially since they had Michigu to play around. But when it came to the objective setups, 2 times in a row, M&M's just too greedy for this Drake. They don't have the priority around it. It's so easy for Dusty to walk in there. And just like that, yes, you get the Drake, but you lose so much tempo on the map, you lose so much gold, and you're just giving Dusty so much to play around with.
More like 7,000 gold now at 17 minutes.
Hey, objective bounty's alive. Let's get it.
Yeah,
Let's see what you can get, M&M.
Oh, I mean, reminder, M&M have not won a game since the 31st of January. It's getting closer to 2 months than 1 at this point. It is a 10-loss streak. This would make it 11 losses in a row if they fall down here. It has been an unfortunate collapse. This season has gone on.
Look at the gold. I mean, Alep has almost doubled Babista's gold. Like, obviously, we're talking with a few 2,000 blocking it, but I mean, that is completely
It's 3,000 of the
mental
jungle as well. It's a big lead in mid.
And it's also, you know, it's a hope break as well. He's going to be chilling on the side lanes. Doesn't really need his teammates to come around. If a team fight is available, well, yes, he'll go for it, but Dusty right now, they just have so many cannons, so much firepower, really, to attack. And for M&M, it's a difficult situation now, because now they're really relying on finding a pig, create these pockets of vision. We talked about it, they have a dive composition, but who are you diving? Even if you get Seri taken down, she's not your current problem on Dusty. The Nara is, the Volibear is, Backlund on Silas is. I mean, it's a tough situation.
Don't get me wrong, Michigu, his burst damage with this build, super high. But he's not a consistent AD carry. He's not a Jinx, he's not the Felios where you can sort of say, actually, I can 1v5 front to back a team fight. That's not how this works. You want to back to front, effectively. You want to get your backline onto their backline and delete them best you can, but yes, you can blow someone up, as you said, but I just don't know whether they can do anything more with it.
Look at the rotations now.
Yeah.
Elif's coming in from the bot side, Backlund from the top side. They have Rift Herald to play around with. They want to take down this turret. And in a 5 versus 5 scenario, I mean, can M&M even do it? No, they kind of have to forfeit the objective yet again.
2 minutes until the next dragon, which would be a soul point, but Cloud Soul right now with this comp, yeah, you've got a Kai'Sa who probably quite enjoys it. Honestly, you could get some use out of it, but I just don't even know if that's going to be a win condition. I don't even know if you can get to the dragon. It is a thin, small hope at best right now.
It is, it's difficult. I'm trying to find ways to to really put it into a different perspective of what it really is. But M&M, they're not going to be able to find anything on an objective. Bobista,
Well, there's the perspective. You can see it on screen. He has to burn his ultimate. Alif just walks and autos him down to a 3rd HP. There you go. There's your description of the game.
yeah, I mean, it's a sinking ship. There's so many holes right now. Water keeps
They've been
piling
broken
in,
by that
and you
hole.
just don't have enough buckets or any planks to seal up the holes you have currently. Bandage duty is kind of needed on every lane except the AD carry, of course. So it's a rough situation. And going into the soul point of view, I mean, I don't even think Dusty will need a soul as a win condition. But then what we're really waiting for is just for them to feel comfortable knowing they have the items to facilitate a Baron take and then just start it up, make a turn, get the fight, get the Baron, and start closing out the game. And for M&M, I mean, you're literally hoping for a little bit of a miracle because, I mean, you need to find these picks. You need to find a shutdown on some of the members.
Well, Backland might be looking for a different kind of soul. Never mind Dragon Souls. He's got a Magi Soul Stealer in inventory. Picked that up a couple minutes ago. Got 9 stacks on that already. And instead of stacking those dragons, he might just stack the kills, get those numbers rolling up. And you know what kind of game it is when it's a second item. Magi's on your Silas.
It's a great story as well for Dusty in terms of how they started out the split and how they're looking now moving into playoffs, because I don't actually think we've seen the entirety of the roster be as good as they currently are.
Not at all. Yeah, I completely agree. As Alif might be collapsed. And remember, Mishigu can chase him very deep. There's nowhere near a Meganos, so Alif might fall. Of course, he has the hull breaker, but there's Cannon across the wall. The slow comes through, wind becomes lightning, and a shutdown goes into the pocket of Mishigu, continuing to try and stack gold onto the win condition you do have.
That is the great pickup there for M&M. You can see the rest of the members of Dusty was actually on a reset timer getting ready for Drake, and Alif was quite frankly just overstepping. So great pickup from M&M. They don't lose all too much on the other side of the map. Usually if you would have shown with 4 members, you would have been sure to lose the tower, but they did it on a reset timer. Because of that, they only lose to Drake, which inevitably they probably have lost anyway.
And once again, we managed to cast a curse, people. The moment we say it, never seen Dusty playing this cohesively well as a team. Alif overextended Dusty.
I think the main point of it still stands though, because as a roster, we've seen multiple people step up now where it's not just about Venser, which we very much talked about in the beginning, and they're so incohesive as well. Like, they had good early game macros, but they will always manage to throw it once we come to that mid game. This time around though, multiple members are stepping up and they are looking scarier moving into playoffs, which is exactly what you want to see if you are a Dusty fan.
Absolutely. And before I think I continue to wax lyrical a little bit about Dusty with you, I will call out that that is the Nash's Tooth second, alongside of course that Dirk early item for the Kai'Sa. So going for that hybrid build that has become one of the options for the Kai'Sa, who's always had a fair variety of builds, much like something like the Ezreal, but that is the option right now. Dusty, I think for the likes of Backland, of Alif, who were a little inconsistent towards the beginning of split, the fact that we're seeing Backland back towards these kind of brawling assassin type carries is great for this team, because he's looked so much better on them as a fight breaks out in mid lane. Never mind that, FGG taken pretty low. I shouldn't be encouraging them. Bit of a brawl occurring. FGG's gone down. Hook not the best there. Solar Flare coming through. Of course, stolen away. The AP makes a lot of damage. Canna gonna get chunked up, trying his best to stay alive. But now, with the lightning crash available for Venzi, he goes in, but gets chunked out pretty heavily by the Cyclone. It is the Void Seeker tanked up by the Clone. Gonna be a little less available right now. So M&M get away with a 1-for-1, but it's Dusty that feel okay about this. But Alif is gonna potentially get chased down. A lot of speed ups here. Maybe they can keep chasing.
I mean, they might be careful. They need to not overchase this one. The turnaround could come through, but Dusty in that instance, they are just way too aggressive. That was with 3 members, Venser, FGG, Viking, just stepping up 3 versus 5. They had side lanes to collapse. They went for that play way too early, and M&M they punished with a 1-for-1 trade, which when you're behind, you take that.
Absolutely, you do. And literally, I started praising Dusty, and they mess up the play in mid. We say, you
I guess old habits die hard. We literally just said, well, they sometimes just throw it a little bit in the mid game, and we've not seen that all too often from them. Well, I take it back. We're seeing it a little bit again, and they just have to be happy about they're currently seeing that at the huge gold lead they still are.
Just over-forcing a touch. And I know your champions are pretty good with that. You've got the options to brawl, to scrap with things like the Nara and the Volibear and the Silas, but you've got to be careful not to do this too much, because if it allows M&M to stall, and Mishigu keeps getting these kills, and you do get to a couple items on the Wukong and on the Karma to support Mishigu, who's getting very close to 3 items now, just had the Muramana transform as well, suddenly that win condition becomes a touch more viable.
Things are coming through. They're looking for Venser when he's stepping up here, but Still not too much to do about it. And now we're back into the situation where the side lanes are being enabled from Dusty. This time around, though, they don't have to teleport because they were all expended in the former fight. They're going to be crashing around, seeing if they can get some vision control of the Baron area. And essentially, that is the win condition for Dusty as well. It's finding that time where you can bait out M&M and take that all 5 versus 5 fight. It starts from the get-go.
The thing with M&M is they do have a comp that can be opportunistic with picks. Karma speeds up and suddenly you can have a Kai'Sa follow up from 2 screens away. She has got that rank 2 of the killer instinct, so you can follow up from a long way. But Dusty have said enough of these kind of slightly messy plays. We'll start the Baron and call you to us. Burn those teleports, we dare you.
Mechanized out here. Might time out there, get face check for the W there. So now they have the vision. The members are compiling in. Royal Cannon is late. The TP will have to be expanded.
That's now Dusty pulling off. They'll take the trade of TP, but what can M&M do at the end of it? Speed up on Bifrost, not quite enough to get him in range for a Cyclone. The depth charge pops to dissuade and stop his engage. They'll get the teleport though and call that a win.
Yeah, that's a fair play. As you said, they get the teleports, and that's really all they need. Can reset around the mid lane. M&M, they're trying to stick around, trying to see if they can finally pick a turret down. Viking's going to be face checking.
Oh, and that'll be the killer instinct. Takes so much damage from that killer instinct. Has got to pop the ultimate, but won't quite fall. Not quite enough damage. Aleph is rooted in place, but now the turnaround can start coming through. The abscond, the abduct is going down. It's a rampage for Backlund, but what about the rest of the fight? Can they keep killing?
He's going to be Mecha.
One kill. Look at the damage at the back end. Is still going to be Canada going down. In comes the Mega Nard. Crunch onto Dr. Chaos trying to buy space at the top end of your screen. In is Backlund, but it's a shutdown. The Acathian Rain eviscerates him. He's peppered full of holes, and Mishigu at 8-2 and 3 is still a win condition from back of this fight. He's going to retreat out, not give over much more of a kill as Babista has to flash away as best he can. Voidseeker misses. Babista trying to play out. Can he get onto Venter? Can he trade out anything at all here? Surely he falls. And in the end, it's still a 4 for 3. But another close fight, and M&M, they're clawing some of these back.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's still very much Dusty favored, and I can't help but feeling like M&M only got a little bit more of that fight because they tried to be greedy with their ultimate. Aleph definitely saw the 2-man Mechana as well that Backlund dived in for. Unfortunately, he was stunned up, not able to follow. Viking gets a little bit of a face check. He's forced to ult immediately, and you still see the burst damage that you talk about as well, Initialize, but they're still too far ahead, they're still so tanky, so when the fight finally breaks out in a chokehold like this, it's just very difficult for M&M to operate it. There's so much AoE damage as well. Wins is having a field day, and here when the Mechana finally comes out, that's where they start to chase for the backline. You can see Aleph doesn't care about Dr. Chaos. He wants to flash in together with Backlund, but he gets caught by the center blade. Because of this, Michigu's able to take down the shutdown. He's able to get out of there. But still
gold.
Very much a Dusty favored fight.
The Voidseeker to clean up Viking, who thought he got out. The kill with the Acathian Rain onto Backlund, who took that single target Q from Kai'Sa, has got Mishigu to a very scary point. 3.5 items now onto the Kai'Sa, who is honestly a legitimately scary threat. Yes, the gold is strong, but honestly, because M&M got the 2 early Drakes, there's not a soul point they're fighting against. They've managed to stall the Baron, and now at 27 minutes, the gold hasn't changed that much. It's a big lead, but you do still have to be afraid of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, you do, but it's still Dusty, the only thing I feel like they have to be afraid of really here is making mistakes. Because if they just play it out cleanly, there really shouldn't be holds of opportunities for Mishigu to dive in there. Like, it's...
Have they?
No, you're right about that, Sam. You really are. And you know, that probably is my main point as well, that Dusty have not been playing this one clean towards the end game. Like, it could have definitely looked way better, but they're still feeling themselves, and that is the Dusty style. No matter how it looks like, they want to be aggressive. They'd rather go down fighting than just close it out and feel like they can just choke their opponents out.
Gloves are off into the ring, and they've certainly been throwing a few punches, but taking a few back as well. And unfortunately, the person that's been landing them the most is still, of course, that Kai'Sa. I keep bringing it up because that is still M&M's lone hope.
And that's great, but I mean, they'll have to find it around the Baron area.
Yeah.
Dusty, they're looking scary. 3 items on Venser now, and I think they're just going to be fancying a fight. Canna, he spotted out on Vision.
It's a bit. Can they do anything to the Jin Zhao? Flashes away. The Crescent Guard's about to pop, and I think he's just dead. And with the jungler down,
finally, without a trade, they can start roaming over to Baron, where there will be no smite available into the backside. Alif got there, but Mishigu still alive. Golden with the stopwatch. He goes. Dr. Chaos has got a shield, but it's not enough. And Dusty have finally found a fight where they haven't been traded back on. That was what they've been looking for the last 10 minutes. Double kill to Zeri, and that might even be game. They'll just go take the Baron, and this game is all but lights out from that.
Yeah, this is why it's so difficult with Mishigu, because had this been a normal where there's a hyper carry in the background you need to take out, maybe the Kaiser pick can be very good. But into the composition of Dusty, they want you to dive into them. Like, I can pile you up against a wall with Alif, if I can stun you with Volibear, if I get to melee you on the Silas as well, then you're happy. And because of this, Mishigu can never dive in. Yes, he's fed, but he's still not allowed to play the game.
Saw the trades there as well with the Titanic Hydra in infantry for Venza right now. He's trading onto Mishigu through the whole damn wave. Turret goes down. It's a Baron power play, and the Baron doesn't even need to be used to secure that top lane inhibitor turret. And gold, now 12,000 gold, stacked back on the Medjai's. 4 items for Venza's Zeri. There was some moments where you could see some scrappy underdog fights for M&M, but I think it might just be all out there now.
Yeah, now you have the tools, right? You get the Volibear ultimate, you get to take down the turrets, Backlund level 16 as well, can steal away the solar flares, can go for Canna's ultimate if he wants to stay a little more immune to a lot of the damage that could come through from Mishigu. And yeah, we're just looking at the last 2 pushes. Dusty, they're going to be playing down on 2 lanes. Venza stacking on a mid wave. Backlund coming in from the bot side. And it feels like it's just a matter of time before Dusty is going to be able to close this one out.
Now, can they do it cleanly? The mid game was not.
That's a good question.
They finally found the fight they were looking for in the mid game, but I have to say there has been a few slip-ups, and if you keep doing that, things might not end the way you want them to. But now, with the whole of M&M on vision, with the Baron in inventory, they can continue to shove through. 2 inhibitors now exposed, and they'll move in to try and secure the mid lane inhibitor itself.
Mid lane inhibitor will get taken down, but Backlund comes in with the dive now with the bot lane waves. And just like that, the rest of Dusty can collapse on it as well. Should be able to take care of this inhibitor turret. And M&M, time is running out. You need to go for that Hail Mary play sooner. Your Nexus is just going to get taken down. Resets can come through from Dusty now as well. They don't have to look for it now. They can be patient about it.
Fat Lady is warming up her vocal cords, but M&M will be hoping it's Ave Maria. That Hail Mary will need to come through, as you said. They need to look for something. Where? How? You can't go for a straight front to back. We've been over that. You've got to find the wombo combo dive, kill off some very important people. Backlund, Venza need to die, but with the tankiness of this front to back, now that it's all in vision, there's no split up fights, no ways to keep dancing around as much as you have been around in the jungle fights. Solar Flare throws so much damage, not quite enough. That'll still be Dr. Chaos rammed into his own broken inhibitor, but the turnaround starting to come through. It's a DC Cyclone, but Babista trades his whole health bar for it. Into the backline goes Mishigu, but he can't quite get any kills, and he finally falls. He's dead for the first time in forever. A quadra to Venza to end it all out. And Dusty secure 4th in the regular season.
Easy peasy for Dusty. As soon as the mid game got rolling for them, yes, we saw a few mistakes, but once again, the composition of M&M, it's just so hard to play if you don't get ahead of the clock there. You have a dive. And I mean, Alif and Dinar shot down the Wukong beautifully. Backlund finding that solo kill on Royal Cannon, who's just crashing a wave. Brilliant. I mean, only point of attack was really the bot lane for M&M, but even then, Venza with good presence of mind snips out Canna so many times where they don't really fall for too many plays. And M&M, they're just not able to find another agency in the early game.
Alas, that will mean an 11th loss for M&M the last time we see them, but at least we saw some proactivity from them. Dusty, great win to secure themselves 4th in this split. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, Archron will be here to give us some interviews, so don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more games to come.
And welcome back to the NLC after the victory by Dusty versus Eminem. It was a solid and stellar victory. Again, Viking taking the early game, getting the lead to the lanes, and then eventually use that to even destroy the Kai'Sa. That was kind of fed at the beginning of the game. Eminem had some small windows to work with, but it was just not enough versus this team who's trying to lock in the 4th place. Now, without further ado, I'd like to talk with Zen from Dusty to understand a little bit more about this early game and then jump into playoff summary. Okay, welcome back.
Hello, hello.
Hello, I got you back. Okay, so I would like to look into the champion Zeri because she's getting a little bit more breathing room nowadays in Champion Select. How can you manage Zeri? Because a lot of teams tries to focus down the Zeri at the early game. How do you tell the players to deal with that?
Well, Zeri is just broken at the moment. No matter which way you put it, the champion is not balanced. I think that there are certain matchups you can take into it, but honestly, even if you have a good matchup, as soon as the champion hits mid-game, if it's not shut down in the early laning phase, it just takes over the game really, really quickly. You have one bad team fight, one bad skirmish, it picks up 1 or 2 kills, and then honestly, it is very quickly just over. So I think this champion is more or less pick and ban. If you're leaving it open, you have to have a really good strategy prepared, and even then, honestly, you're more likely to lose than not. So yeah.
It showed because at the end of the game, it was Zeri fighting off versus a Kai'Sa who had a lot of kills, but it was just not enough. And Zeri didn't even use the exhaust, so that goes to show what you can do with Zeri in the late game. Now, looking into Dusty, late game. You guys finished the split. You did all you could do for that 4th place. How do you feel about the performance of the team at the end of the split?
Well, it was definitely a bit of a ramp up from the start of the split. I felt like a couple of the games we lost in the early start of the split, we could have won if we played a little bit better. We still have some shaky areas. Our mid game still needs to be just a tiny little bit faster, I think. Once we shore up a couple of those weaknesses, I feel like we have very strong individual players. I feel like these players are very good both on the map and in laning phase when we have a good day, especially then. But even then, I think that we have, so to speak, scaled into late game as the playoffs will progress. Hopefully, we scaled even further, and I do think that best of 5s will be very good for us.
Okay, and that is another question that I have. Usually in scrims, I know you don't play a single game. Usually it's like an entire afternoon or the night with teams and all that. Do you think the team is ready for the best of 5? And most importantly, are you ready as a coach for the best of 5?
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Best of 5s are honestly my favorite part of the game. I think that in best of 5s as well, it's not just, obviously the gameplay itself is the most important part. Draft is really important as well. But on the third aspect, as I said in the last interview, right, the mental aspect is also quite important. And in the best of 5, there's so much strength, right? How players communicate in between games, how they encourage each other. For example, if you're 2-0 up, you can easily throw the third game, right? If you're 0-2 down, you can easily make a comeback. Your opponents might be a little bit overconfident. So some players really shine in those best of 5 series that maybe spectators don't get to see. But behind the scenes, there's all kinds of different players, all kinds of different personalities, and they can all sort of develop a little bit in a best of 5 more so than they can in a best of 1 where you play for 45 minutes and then it's over.
I agree with that so much. The idea that out of a few players that prefer the best of 5 to the best of 1 to show themselves and show the champion pool, the way they can adapt, and when you can read the opponent, especially Viking, in my opinion. That is a player that, in my opinion, will have a lot of fun in best of 5s because he gets to read the enemy jungler and probably take it down. Last question really fast. Can you tell me what would be the team that you would prefer to play first in playoffs?
My personal wish is that we play everyone. Obviously, that will not be possible. But we're all looking forward to eventually facing XL and eventually facing X7. But ultimately, to us, we would be happy to face anyone. But really, we want to aim for the top spot. So the faster we face them, the happier we'll be.
Thank you so much, Zen, for another interview. Good job on the entire split. It seemed like Dusty really skyrocketed in terms of performance, and that obviously has something to do with you as a coach. And thank you so much for this one.
Oh, it's all my players. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there you go. Dusty are ready to go into playoffs. They want to face everybody. Obviously, they want to go versus X7, XL. Those are the two teams that every single team wants to defeat. It's not even about playing and having like the feeling of playing versus X7 or XL. It's mostly about just kicking them. That's exactly what they want to do. They want to face them just to defeat them. Now, looking into the other time, this is Eminem. This is Michigo I have with me for the last interview of the split so far.
I am back.
You're welcome. I got you back, man. I got you back. Okay. I was feeling sad, but I got you. Okay. Looking into this game, tell me, how do you feel playing a Kai'Sa and everybody playing for you when you knew that you had to defeat the Zeri late game?
It was fun. Yeah. Nice change of pace, you know. I got to be played around for once. So it's the last game, you know, and I was like, I want to play Kai'Sa, it's fine, and I got to play Kai'Sa, so yeah.
So that was your pick. That was you deciding playing the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I wanted to play.
Oh, love it. How do you feel the matchup versus the Zeri goes between the Kai'Sa and the Zeri?
Generally, I think it's a lot easier if I have the Nautilus on my side, obviously, but Chaos is kind of tired of playing that champ, so I just have to take the Leona, you know. But I think if you can lock her down, Kai'Sa is one of the few champs that can like instantly follow up and one-shot her. But yeah, I haven't really played the matchup that much since Zeri's permabanned in solo queue, sadly.
Okay.
So I will have to look into it further.
Now, if we can have a summary of the entire split for Eminem and you as a player, can you give me like a feedback or you think what happened and how can you guys move forward? Or if you prefer, how can you move forward and for your future?
Well, yeah, first week, kind of rough. But then we started winning. Everything was happiness, flowers, sunshine, you know. And then something went a bit wrong and we lost 11 games in a row, but at least nobody beat Eminem 12 times in a row, you know. And for anyone wondering, I'm free agent, you know. I played pretty well last few games, you know. Hopefully it goes well for me going into the future, but you never know. It's esports, it's a hard scene, you know, so I will have to go forward and hope for the best.
It has to be for the best. It has to be for the best. This is, just as you told me, you played really well for the last two games, but it's not only about those two games. So it's not only two games. It's way more than that. Yeah. Just to wrap it up really fast for the last interview, I know you wanted to be an astronaut. What happened?
Well, it is easier to play computer games and it's more fun than studying. So it kind of, you know, you start playing solo queue. Where I started playing League when I was like 8. So you know, I just started playing League a lot, and then some priorities came over school, and then I became high elo instead. So
who knows? Yeah. Maybe you can reach the stars inside of the game.
Yeah, that's true.
So who knows? Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much for this entire split.
For
you, everyone at home, I don't care who you are, he's free agent.
Holy, I am.
Talk with him. So thank you so much, Michigo.
Have a good one, bro.
It was a pleasure, man. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
There you go. Last word from Michigo. This split, who knows what's going to happen. He's a free agent now. And reach him out. He's a good player. And now, it's not only about the players, it's about the teams. Today is a really interesting day. So don't go anywhere before the second game of the day. I'll see you soon after this break. Welcome back to the NLC. We have Bifrost versus Singularity. For Singularity, it's about picking Pantheon. For Bifrost, though, it is really important if they want to fight for the first seed into the playoffs.
That's why Pantheon is not going to be picked. I think Singularity have to take this match very seriously.
Yes.
It means a lot for Bifrost.
What are you saying? Are you saying Pantheon is not a city's pick?
They had their chance. Instead of picking Malphite on Monday, they could have picked the Pantheon.
Okay.
It was a fine matchup, but I think right now,
but either way...
Bifrost top 2 on the line, they really need to take this match seriously.
So I mean, for Bifrost, yeah, but I mean, if you're a Singularity player, obviously, you don't really have as much stakes in this match. So for them, of course, remember, we keep running this thing, saying for them it's about development.
It's the competitive integrity.
I mean, but at the end of the day, Singularity, they don't have a horse in that race. So if it happens, I'm not complaining.
I like what you're talking. Okay.
You guys are nuts.
I like the cut of your jib.
Bifrost, though, obviously looking for that first seed. That's something that we were not expecting. Let's be honest, when they have X7, JDXL, and all of a sudden Bifrost appears, wow, and tries to steal that first seed. It's really important for them. They're going to take away the shields out to begin.
How did they do that?
Like, really fast.
Damn,
I
that
got
was
you,
good.
Leon, man.
That was
How
good.
did you do that?
A lot of training. I'm a voice actor.
God. That just reminds me of that one scene from Scott Pilgrim. It's like, how do you do that with your mouth? Caramel macchiato for Pilgrim.
I've seen something very weird, which is a Camille ban in the first rotation, and that could that could mean usually that maybe you're willing to first pick a Na. Now, I don't know how much, of course, Bifrost really value the Na on the tops of the map and how willing they would be to first pick it, especially if this is a Zeri ban right here. Then you've got the Jinx to go towards, then you've got the Volibear, the Hecarim. There's just a bunch of other picks that I find S++ tier. Don't tell Pantheon. Don't tell me Pantheon.
No, I don't.
Depends, Jenna.
So
It's
the
a Pantheon.
so the only thing about that, which is kind of weird, is that actually Pantheon's really good into Yuumi if they were going to play it. So
yeah.
Anyway, what up? That was an old VCS support special. That's what they did all the time. But either way, Singularity choosing to take a lot of the dual champions away. They've taken out 2 of the sports which dual has succeeded the most on. Now the Hecarim's gone as well. So Bifrost are going to is as Goldball keeps calling it, an overloaded draft. And I really like that term. We do have the Zeri coming through. Pick of the litter for the AD carries here.
I'm still a little bit confused, honestly, that Zeri has gone through back-to-back, especially when it's in the hands of Odi. Do you know what Odi did on Monday on Zeri? Do you know? But the fact that Yuumi was actually banned here, it feels like Singularity very happily left the Zeri open, and they're going to take 1 page out of the Noriki notebook, which is Zeri sort of works.
Still be top.
Zeri sort of works like an Ezreal. Locking in the Nautilus, putting down the ultimate means that it's a very easy follow-up to the backline. We saw the Kai'Sa in the previous game as well. Something like a Kai'Sa Nautilus could very easily reach the back where Zeri is. We see this...
Felios.
Never mind.
I mean...
You're getting hard-baited here. You're getting baited by Bifrost!
Bifrost!
So that's the thing. That would be the ultimate flex. See, if you're favored in this matchup, you know, you could... They're going to lock in the other shield, bro. It's Leona.
Okay, tell
me...
me...
Can we have Pantheon? Pantheon at home.
Tell me how it feels.
Bad. It feels bad.
Yes, welcome to the club, man.
sad.
Welcome to the club, man.
Everybody's doing it.
Welcome to the club, man. Everybody.
But it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. If you pick Set, I'm also happy.
Okay.
Also,
glad as
coming
well.
straight after this game, so stay tuned.
Okay,
Poppy is
either
good.
way,
Yeah.
so Singularity, they have locked in a lot of the champions, which, well, I mean, in terms of the bot lane, this is the bot lane they've had the most success on as well. Like, they've had some 2v2 kills with this. When you have the Graviton, you have another way to reach onto that Zarya. You're kind of talking about that with, not the Aphelios, but with the Nautilus. I can't remember which AD carry you're talking about with.
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. Just trying to remember what other AD carries have been played today, rather than like the one of the two. Either way,
What's in the box?
lots of ways to stop Zeri from just going to start freely roaming around these fights, around the edges, and then finding a way to eventually run everyone down. I think that Veigar ban is a very good shout because, again, Singularity, they have a couple of university players on them. A very famous university team in the UK scene used to play Poppy Veigar all the time. They've got half of that combo, not letting them have the other one to lock that in.
Ooh. What about Poppy and Nivea though?
Poppy and Nivea could work.
Oh,
Make walls out of thin air.
I wouldn't ever want to play that into Volibear Leona, who just roam into your lane and kill you, but it'll be very fun.
Ooh, the Gnar has actually been banned away here, so I'm thinking what other choices do you have in the top lane? We've seen a bunch of Aatrox, we've seen a bunch of Gragas, but the thing here is for me, what can reach the Zeri to make her life a hell? The Camille was one, and
Nocturne top. Nocturne top.
The Gangplank can very easily reach due to the ultimate range, of course, because now they've also banned the Gnar for the flanks, and I'm thinking Tatui has played a lot of Wukong this season as well. This could be something that can also forward with a teleport, maybe find a flank.
You can also switch to Poppy top if you want. Got that flex still. You could even afford to blind pick a mid laner here. Someone like Orianna's fine. Victor's still pretty okay because when Zeri runs into a Victor, you just get one shot. So that would be a pretty okay set of champions to blind pick for that, and then you can leave the flex up.
here either necessarily because it creates so much
that's one of the
around the Aphelios as well, right? I think it's the same thing.
Because the thing with the Victor is like Zeri goes into you and you get one shot. He just drops everything onto you, and
it's not even a skill shot. You can just cue her in the face. Yeah, point click, baby.
You still have the flex for the Poppy. You still don't know if this is a top, if this is a jungle. It's still flexed. There you go. The Yari into the mid lane. At least one of us gets the champion to be played in the mid lane.
Yeah, but
don't look at me, man. Don't look at me. I've been the victim number one here. Don't look at me.
You gave up. You gave up.
I gave up. Yeah.
A long time ago.
Okay. Wait. If this does not end up in Fury's hands, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It is
We've
Fury.
seen it before.
I 100% tell you this is Fury. You leaked it to me. He told me which skin he's going to play as well, so I know all about this.
see, the funny thing is, you get that on the other side.
Just saying.
The thing is, when Singularity played the ADRE, they messaged me beforehand to ask, what do you do with this? So we've both got power over the champ. See, one of them works and one of them is an ADRE.
Finally.
Either way.
We've been talking about Fury and how huge he is at playmaking, how huge his Akali was last season and the plays he was able to put down on the map. And right now we get to experience it firsthand right before I jinx it.
They're going through.
This is painful. All three of my champions are being over, and none of them is going to be picked. No, don't do that.
Yeah, that's good.
Insult to injury. There you go. Lesson 101 into how to demoralize your broadcast crew. Look what you're doing. Look what you're doing to the poor guy.
I have feelings.
Not anymore, you don't.
I don't have any anymore. Like my heart has just ripped out my chest.
It's a cutthroat industry, this broadcast one.
Okay, but we get Fury in Akali. This is a good thing. For the first time in the split, finally we get to see him in an assassin, a real assassin, not the Yari. And then on the other side, you have
Not
a way
these
to
fake
deal
ones.
with fake assassin. And then we have to the top side, Tryndamere versus the Graves.
Yeah, I mean, if Tryndamere gets ahead of the Graves, we know how that matchup goes. It is really, really dangerous for Bifrost. But, I mean, you have so much mobility on the side of Bifrost. You do have good CC to lock people down. It's going to be quite hard for Singularity to stand and fight, even though they outrange.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4 members on the side of Bifrost that like to dash. And Singularity, Pop, is holding that one button, that one main ability on his W that can ruin anyone who wants to dash away day. So, Pop, it's all on you, man.
That was the ability they actually took down X7 to begin with, and now Bifrost are looking for the first place if they can take this one and look for the defeat of X7 further down the day. Without further ado, I want to send it to the Summoner's Rift because I'm done with the champion select. Goldberg, initialize, save me.
Sliggums.
Listen here. No, all of you, listen here. You're sitting at this desk, okay? And if you want your champions to be played, have you thought about just picking a meta champ and play that in your games? You're all just playing Katarinas, Pantheons, Ari only just...
That's better. There we go. There we go. I've stopped him. We're over.
Listen,
Wait.
just pick meta, and you'll have your champions.
All right, order on the desk. Get these analysts out of here. You okay, buddy? You calm down.
No, I mean, okay,
Am I gonna have to mute
I
you
get
again?
it. He's heartbroken, but if they can't keep getting disappointed if their champions are bad, okay? Just play good champions, then you'll be happy.
You can't keep being disappointed if your champions are bad. Goldborg 2022.
You know what you're walking into. You know what you're picking. You know what you're trying to make work. Don't come and give me excuses afterwards.
Oh dear. Okay, well, now that that's been established,
Yes.
maybe let's have a quick chat about this game, because I have a statement for
I actually got so weirded out when you muted me. I was like, wait, did production do that? I didn't really interpret that you were right in front of me
There
pressing
is,
my
in
mute
fact, a
button.
mute button so we can cough, and I may have utilized it. Anyway.
No, you used the talkback. I just rendered to production with that instead. I was just
That's even
screaming
better.
my producer
That's even better.
in the ear
Jasper, our
instead.
producer, somewhere is like, what on earth just happened?
Oh, guy, you caused that. I did not do that,
That's my
Jasper.
fault. You know
If you're listening, I don't want a pay cut. It's on initialize.
I see how it is. Look, it was to save the viewers. I sacrificed Jasper for the safety of all of you at home. Bifrost, looking for a little level 1 thing going on there. But before we go too much further, before minions and stuff spawn, I have a statement for you.
Go on.
Are OD and Duel the best bot lane in the NLC?
First off, that's a question, not a
I know,
statement.
it's both, but yes, you're right. Okay, fine, you're right.
I think they've proven to be. I think that we have a lot of good bot lanes you could bring up as an example. I think Sing and Nata would be the closest one. The thing is, every time we watch the matchup of X7's bot lane and of Bifrost bot lane, I mean, Bifrost bot lane has actually come up ahead. I think it'll be difficult though, because I don't think X7 put themselves in a draft that facilitated, but I think for sure we're looking at a top 2 bot lane in our league, and Jewel might just be the best support as well, yes.
Okay, well, with that in mind, this is going to be an interesting draft, considering that's the best bot lane in potentially the league here, because that's a Zeri, who is near permabanned around the world, and if you get a Zeri that gets to free fire, horrible things happen to you.
That's the thing, but usually with Zeri, the rough patch you want to get through is the laning phase. You don't really excel at that, which is why quite often we see it paired up with Enchanters, something that gives you that extra movement speed to play around with, the shielding, the survivability. But now you've paired it up with the Leona, which is quite an aggressor. So for Singularity, they kind of just need to wait around for when the weapons favor them as well on Singularity. Once you have that Gravitum and you have Pulp coming down towards the bot lane, Dragane, who will have the priority in the mid lane because he's playing the range into melee matchup, Odie's going to be under a lot of pressure. And I think that's what we're looking for in Singularity. We want to see them attack this Zeri pick, and on Bifrost, we want to see them get it through properly.
Okay, on paper, doable. In practice, we have got a situation where you have got some nameplates on, but we have potentially got 2 best bot laners in the damn league. We've hauled that out. Goldborg thinks it. I've definitely asked that question. I'm probably there with him as well, so that maybe complicates things a little bit. Stakes here, also incredibly important as C-Boy, looking to see whether he can zone Tui off this tower, will be spotted, and they're going to spin over the wall, just chased away from his tower here at the level 3. C-Boy being a really obnoxious wrestling-themed volley bear.
Yeah, he's got the time to be a nuisance at the moment, but he's sacrificing his own cam respawn timers about this. But I think he's fine without being a facilitator. Just look at him, C-Boy, you madman. Statui just got sewn away for 1.5 wave there. C-Boy can now go back into his own jungle, farm that up. And it kind of stabilizes the matchup a little bit, because there comes a point in this matchup where Tatooine will just be able to ghost and then run him down.
It's pretty awful. I mean, like, you can stay kind of okay until 2 items. After you got your Mortal Shield Bow and something like a Hull Break, after that you're just in so much trouble as bot side. Yeppe gets engaged on, and now he might be in trouble. Has to try and get out of dodge. Heal popped. Flash forward from Duel. Never mind the matchup. They're just going to try and go for the solo kills themselves.
Yeah, so it's difficult if you get engaged on the Zeri, but if you stay on touch and just get to deal out auto attacks like that, yes, it's going to be way more beneficial for you. And Jewel deciding to be that aggressor himself in the Leona. Now Pulp is around the area. Jungle was spotted top earlier, and therefore they know they can commit to a play like this.
No flash, no ignite, and it was only at the heal for Spiky, so this is definitely playable. Steadfast presence is down, so there's no way to get out that easy. Passive route comes through. Can they finish it off? Damage coming through to Spiky as they try to turn it around. Duel will go down to first blood. Now Odie needs to get out of dodge, but SNG punish the aggression from Bifrost bot lane.
But they still need to be careful. Spiky has the Gravitum, so Odie cannot get hit by that, but They managed to get out of dodge. Odie, he's going to be able to push in the bot side, which will land him a beneficial recall himself, but he did get that through. Mid lane, C-Boy coming around.
Can Dragani get out of danger? He's got no mana left, really, but does have enough movement speed and enough distance to stay safe. Loses a couple minions for that, but C-Boy just doing quite a lot to zone people away from their minion waves.
We just look bot real quick. What is Yepes' HP? I think he was just trying to hover the minion wave for them a little bit, and yeah, almost went down. Just trying to hold it. Oh, that W could have been deadly.
None of that quite coming through. Look where C-Boy is. He might be doing another another sort of tower zoning experience. He's done it top, he's done it mid. Thinking about doing it bot as well, but just hovering out of vision right now. You can see the ward in the tri-brush there behind the tower. And Odie and Duel, despite losing the kill, had the HP bar advantage and managed to get control of the wave, get an early tower plate here.
And not only that, they really want to be able to get a beneficial reset through, but they also feel like just getting that plate, getting that extra wave, they can do this because Jewel has the support item, so they won't be wasting time trying to shut down the cannon. Jewel's just going to be able to one-shot it. It's a normal wave for Odie, and just like that, beneficial reset, bot lane 101.
Absolutely. At least Spiky managed to back on enough gold for Noonquiver and Boots. You're okay with that as an Aphelios. That's a pretty okay but first bat. So you get away with it. You kind of lose the CS advantage you had, but you know, that's the way it is.
Okay, 2 versus 2 might happen here in the mid lane.
Ooh, nearly managed to make that one work with the dredge line. Can't quite make it happen though. Hit onto the minion instead. Just gonna back away there.
But this is where Fury start becoming scary. So in a mage matchup into Akali, there's really not a lot you can do as an Akali. It's all about surviving till 6. Once you reach that level 6 mark, though, that's where it starts becoming a bit dicey for the control mage in the mid lane.
Professor Heimerborg laugh there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this matchup loads of times already, and I know it's a Fury Akali, so if Dragana is caught without a flash, or it gets forced out of him, or C-Boy's around the area, it might be a dicey situation. Drake has been started up. C-Boy can't look.
Be the turnaround though, trying to get in with Porp. So much damage onto C-Boy, who goes down. In goes Fury though, gets one back. But can they keep trading into the Shroud? He goes, he needs to be able to perfectly execute his way out over the wall. He goes. Jungler for jungler traded.
Yeah, but look, top laner is moving as well. Shikari's actually coming in from the top side. I think it's just going to be too late there, but no jungler, as you said. So let's have a look at it.
Do they have the burst? It's going to be pretty close. Shuriken through. That'll be taken out. Now Flash from Yeppy to get the passive route. Duel in trouble, but does have the Eclipse shield. Trying to get as much damage back as they can. And down he goes. Damn close, but Odie's the one who picks it up. Shikari's here. Smoke screen. End of the line. Spiky has got red and white, though. So they need to be a little bit terrified. They do pull away, despite my perhaps oxymoron. A little bit terrified. You're just terrified. A little bit hard to do.
But look what they get on the opposite side of the map. They get to Drake on Singularity, and now they get to push plates with Tatooine. That minion wave is huge. That's like 2 minion waves that Shikari gave up for that roam. Not really netting them anything. They got the kills in a 3 versus 3 situation either way. So let's have a look at the replay again to see how it really unfolded. I think C-Boy is getting caught off guard by the fact that his Q gets stopped by the Steadfast Presence. Because he's then grounded afterwards, he's actually not able to flash out. And then it becomes a little dicey situation. Odie picks up the kill, he's forced to flash out immediately though. And it's the extra exchange we get to see here where they get the Drake for Singularity, but then the 3v3 comes through. They know Shikari's moving, they can't take it. Odie gets another kill. And just like that, they forfeit it to back off. But once again, remember, Tatooine got so many resources on the top lane as well.
Shikari pop goes for that as well, and that means there's a summoner advantage onto Tatooine's Tryndamere. That could get a little bit dangerous. You know what happens when you have the summoner discrepancy in that matchup? You can just get run down by Tryndamere. Keep your eyes on that, especially with where the wave is at right now. Shikari overshoves, and he could be in a dangerous position, but C-Boy, off the back of the resets, will get free time onto the Herald. Doesn't come in trade for any bot plates either.
And I love the fact that as soon as that Rift Herald was taken, we see pings on the minimap on the bot side turret. So Bifrost, they know exactly what the game plan is for this one. They want to slow push a bot side wave. They want to wait for C-Boy to come around, and they just want to get those plating down towards the bot side. 3 is all that's remained, really. And it should be an easy job for Bifrost to get that game plan going.
I think it is important at this point to widen the perspective here a little bit. Actually, is the moment I say that to he actually goes in to see whether we can get some decent trades down, but not too much more to write home about quite yet. And to broaden our perspective, as I'll bring it back to that, because of course Bifrost win this, and they can compete for first place in the regular season here in the NLC Spring. They need tiebreaker can occur, in which case Bifrost will end up first with the way things shake out, because they've got the head-to-head against X7, and they've got more wins later on in the split as well. So they end up sort of with the way it all cascades down, coming first. It would force XL into third. does require, of course, a couple of things to go their way, but step one is getting the win here.
And let's have a look at what we talked about, though, because we had that bot line dive in our conversation just not too long ago. It's 2 plating, almost down to 2 plating. C-Boy around with the Rift Herald. Fury had first move from the mid lane. Dragane was forced to answer it, but now they're getting reset in mid. 3 versus 3 situation, as you're saying. Porb is around.
Keeper's Verdict can knock away people with the Rift Herald as well, actually, I believe, so you could potentially play that. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and now C-Boy's on Vision. Duels rooted in place with the Binding Eclipse, but what can happen for Odie, who's popped the Lightning Crash? Porb now trying to run away, still pretty damn squishy, does have Flash, does have Keeper's Verdict on cooldown, though, so can't start throwing that. Hopping forward is Odie, turning it around, though, getting rooted under tower. Not quite going down, though, and the Stormbringer comes out. Trading coming across as Fury perfectly executing to make this a huge win for Bifrost. 3 for 1, Herald comes in, it'll be first tower as well.
Oh yeah, Chaos Storm comes out, tries to trim the wave, can still look for it here.
Flare flashed away from by Dragane, but Bifrost pull off the dive. You called it out the moment the Herald came down, and they pull it off cleanly.
Yeah, and you know, you stopped Seri from getting away with all this gold injection, but you gave it to Fury instead, so it's like, I'm not too sure about that. Lose-lose situation.
My favorite. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but Bifrost, they work with their tempo nicely and they set up the play. It was quite a predictable play in itself. I think we all know what's going to happen here, but as soon as the Moonlight Vigil gets taken down in those flashes as well. Production didn't even want to have a look at it. They saw the Moonlight Vigil and were like, cut away, look, no longer.
It's the inclement weather. Volibear summoning down the storm. There's a lightning crash from Zeri. You know, all that electricity is causing some blackouts. It's a bit difficult. We'll sort it out.
Smoke screen from Graves.
Exactly. It's blinding us here as well. So it's just thematic. It's like method replays. You know, like method acting, but for replays.
Yeah, sure.
I tried.
Did you do method acting? You seem like the kind of person who would be into method acting.
Probably, but I'm not. I just method cast instead.
Yeah, you know what, that's a lot about adapting on the fly as well at times. Now, moving the map around once again with their pieces, they're still trying to facilitate this area, and with the tempo advantage once again, they can get some plating down. They can threaten a dive. It is a Tryndamere, but they also got the ability to shut down turrets once that ultimate comes back up again from C-Boy. But for now, I think Singularity, they're looking down towards the Drake instead after having spotted C-Boy on the top side.
Rotated Yepe to try and stop the shove in, but there'll be a couple more plates going towards OD, who have doing that play as old as bot lane and turret plate has been a thing, where you get the first turret, then you rotate top to try and get even more gold into the inventory of your AD carry.
But great rotations from Bifrost. They spot the Drake gets taken, and it's just thanks for the leash, suckers. Let's pick it up ourselves, and there you have it. Bifrost pick up their first Drake themselves.
So, called up the stakes here for Bifrost. You know, obviously compete for first. They need this win, etc., etc. But Singularity, Yepe put a little post up on Twitter. It's something he's mentioned in a few interviews as well. He has never beaten C-Boy in a professional game. He's played against him quite a few times and yet to get a win against him.
I've watched
so that's
them
the
play.
stakes. I'm sure you
have
have.
A lot of time, because back before I started out as well, I was casting national Danish leagues.
Of course.
It was C-Boy and Yepe that was the players back then as well. But Fury, let's have a look at it. What can you do? Fancy feet?
Bit of a dangerous position. Does manage to Shuriken flip away before something like a Steadfast Presence come back out. Takes it back in. Solar Flare on 3. That will be the Steadfast Presence blocking out a few people. It's just not enough. Vikey is eviscerated, torn to shreds by the Frenzied Mauls. Perfectly execution is Yepe How. Not quite dead yet. Just about avoiding a lot of turrets coming through. Won't go for anything like a dredge line and does just about survive Fury.
Fury into that one a little bit with his skill usage, but either way, that's still a huge win. And Jewel, once again, proving why he's one of the best supports in our league. What a beautiful solar flare to set up his teammates. All the meanwhile, Odie have just been chilling on the top side, and he's just going to be picking up plates for himself.
Yep. There you go. Getting more plates doesn't have to be there when you've got plays like that. Duel, never mind. That's more like triple, really.
I'll tell you what, though. We were all talking a little bit about Fury as well here. I was once a coach. I was
Back in the day?
Yeah, and I was building a team. Back then, I had Fury tryouting for me in the mid lane position as well.
Did you accept him?
No, and you know what? That may be one of my biggest regrets to this day. Back then as well. Had a decent run, 1 game away from European Masters. You know how it goes. Could have been better. But either way, yeah, Fury. I mean, he's just been great for such a long time as well. And finally, when we see him on Akali and these, what do you say, champions with agency for himself, that's where he really shines.
Very true. And actually, thinking about it, we've got a lot of former coaches on our analyst team. Between yourself, Trouble used to be one. Dramado, of course, used to be the coach of M&M. So quite a lot of you guys who had a little bit of experience in the backroom staff of various teams. And
Ashram used to be a former pro player as well.
What does Nightmare?
What did you and Nightmare do again?
What have I done?
You got a degree.
I've got a master's degree. I used to be a composer for games back in the day. Never mind that. We're going to see a composition of death in the river instead as Fury gets a 5th kill. Out as well he goes. Tatsui is very angry, but Fury is furious. But all the while, Porp actually gets a double here. And look at the chakrams around Spiky. He's an absolute blender. And they just turn that around. So Odie does pick up Yepe to make this a little bit more of an even trade. And remember, Tatsui without the ultimate is a lot more squishy. Fury still haunting the side here, maybe looking for another flank, but they're going to have to back away as Odie, thinking he can trade back in here. The range advantage plus that collateral damage nearly takes out Spiky as well as the Shroud comes out. A little more to write home about, but yes, it was an even trade in terms of kills, but it's Bifrost with the higher health bars and the shove in mid.
Yeah, and they also get the Rift Herald on Singularity, so I mean, it's not too bad for Singularity in that instance. Think they're going to be able to clear out the wave with Porp here?
They're hoping so. Teleport's going to come through. It's going to be pretty close.
Oh, no.
Not come through. That's so frustrating.
And that's great for Bifrost, opening up the mid lane like that. On the resets, though, if Porp wanted to be cheeky with it, could enable the Herald.
Moonshot comes through. Won't get too much more than that. I half wondered whether there'd be a Hex Flash over the wall, to be honest.
But with the resets timers now, you could be fast. Like, you could open Herald in the mid lane. You could open Herald on the bot side. Porp, though, he's farming camps right now. And they have tempo to work around with. Tattoo, he's going to be pushing that. He's not going to be having any vision around him whatsoever. And this might end up costing him. Let's have a look at it.
Okay, still no ultimate available. He might just trade himself for this tower. I think
Yeah, why not? Objective bounties as well.
Yeah, that's a solar fan. I'm not sure he's going to get this. He's just going to get junked out. He's trying to heal out best he can. Not quite enough. He does get it. Okay, so at least you trade yourself there.
The turret was worth more gold than the kill itself.
Okay, so...
And it gave your team more. So, like, gold worthy, that is actually quite fine for Singularity. But... yeah, they still lose out on the rest of the map. No, they're actually pushing in on top side. Well, you know what? All in all, not bad Singularity.
I think that is one where you're probably okay with trading your life because, of course, you do get the shove in top. It costs a lot of members to come down. The mid lane turret already fallen, so you're not losing that anytime soon. Dragana gets the top lane tower, so 2 towers for 1 kill. Easy.
Okay, and to dive a bit deeper into this in a serious manner as well, this can become a close game. Yes, there is a lot of backline threat, a lot of dashes on Bifrost, but once again, Porp has that Poppy. One ability where he just buys time for Spiky, and Spiky gets to do what he does on Aphelios that's finally picked up his items. Well, that can be a dire situation because they are still quite squishy on Bifrost. You are building tank, but it's still... Carry being the Akali, Carry being the Seri. You can deal with the Graves afterwards. He's playing around with a lot of low range as well. So I definitely still feel like there's win conditions for Singularity in this game, but make no mistake, Bifrost, they are the one driving the game pace right now.
Call it out as well. This is Eclipse on Graves. Nothing like a Hull Breaker, nothing like the Immortal Shield Bow. Deciding against, playing for the lane against Tryndamere, looking more to add burst to his dive buddies, or of the Volibear and Fury. You kind of chunk out some health bars to allow easier executions for Fury. And honestly, with how many kills that have gone through onto Fury right now, pretty understandable. Herald doesn't get much more than a chunk on this top lane tier 2, though. I wonder whether a mid lane might have been a better call on it.
I mean, it's a setup play as well, but you're right. I mean, in the top side, if you have a split pusher like Tryndamere, there is something to go for. In the mid lane, it's a little bit of a dire situation because we never really see Singularity push up too far. Bifrost, but C-Boy might be caught here.
That'll be the Storm bringer over the wall. C-Boy, maybe just a dead boy actually here, as he's going to get hit by a Moonlight Vigil, rooted in place with a Binding Eclipse, and he goes down, and actually now, with the Gale Force and a massive amount of Rage, Fury isn't quite furious enough. No. Do you take this? Do you go back in?
Take it.
Surely you can't. Now what can you play out? He's got a perfect execution, trying to play out best he can. No flash now on Spiky as he goes forward with it. Duskwave not quite enough, but he will finally secure the kill, and Fury is shut down. The gold goes to Aphelios. Big win for Singularity over punishing the overextension to the jungle.
And honestly, a bit of a head scratcher from C-Boy. Just didn't have anything around him. Oh no.
Yep, he's done. Okay, well, you'll buy a bit of time, but nice response from Bifrost to punish the recall spacing of Yepe.
Yeah, and you know, we talked of Spiky as a threat once he finally picked up his items, but we've not talked about Odie moving into this mid-game. He's now sitting on 2 items. Trinity Force, Hurricane rather, have been picked up as well. And that is going to be a scary Seri as well. Even Tryndamere with the slow, it can be a difficult situation. It's going to come down to that Nautilus ult. You need it to connect, and you need it to connect in a way where you still have the range to follow up afterwards on the CC.
Weather's certainly looking stormy on the Rift between hurricanes in the form of Arunans. You've got lightning crashing down from Zeri. You've got Stormbringers from Volibear. You've got Chaos Storms from Dragane on the Victor. You know, it's a wonder that the Summoner's Rift here isn't a complete wasteland of storms and broken trees.
There's definitely a theme, that's for sure.
Gale Force as well, look, it's all here.
Now, they can push in the mid lane here with Bifrost. They can move down towards the bot side, try and let Fury collapse this one. But all in all, it's not the best sieging or split pushing composition from Bifrost. They're really waiting for a great fight, and Odie might find it here.
Lightning crash from Odie, trying to turn this around though to Tui. Does get away for now, does not quite have ultimate, but Porp left out to dry, a little overeager from Singularity. Fury gets the Tryndamere with a gorgeous little 5-point strike. Tower is turned off as the Stormbringer come through. Double for Odie. Yepe goes down as well. That is so many kills going towards Odie and Fury. A double and a triple apiece.
Yeah, 20 seconds death time as Bifrost. They beeline back towards the Baron. They know they can go for a siege afterwards. They don't have to go for the inhibitors now. And just like that, no jungler alive. Bifrost was a single team fight. I was just about making the point that they can't go for the side lane win condition. They have to force a fight. And Odie out of nowhere just finds it, stacking up so much movement speed once again to the point where they can't keep track on him and they can't take him down.
And just that immediate flip on the slight overextension from Singularity, and they absolutely pull it off. Fury, what a pick off at the end of that. Great stuff to run down that mid lane. They dive up to the inhibitor turret, they get the Baron, and suddenly this game is a long, long way out of Singularity's reach.
But they still have to pick potential. They still have to team fighting to play around with if they're the one setting up. But look at it this time around. Odie gets to stag before they really can come through. Yep is too scared to disengage because the TP advantage is showing. Well, it's not really an advantage. It's just the fact that Dragana is not really feeling himself here. And Tatooine, he's flashing away, but he's not activating his ultimate. And thus, just goes for the infamous perks play of forgetting to use it.
I think it only just came off cooldown. It was on slight cooldown before the
sure?
fight.
Okay.
Yeah, it absolutely was. So I think it was still just about on cooldown, which is what made it a little bit perplexing. He went forward onto Odie, all things said and done, actually. Gotta call it out as well. Slight mistake from my end. I said a double and a triple. It was just two doubles. As Duel might be a little bit punished here. Singularity trying to collapse. Seaboy on one side and Tatsui trying to get the wraparound on the other. It kind of didn't work out quite as well as they want. And Dire Rage does come through. And Volibear is dead. They've knocked out a few more, but Fury's gonna come into the backside. And the Assassin will take them all to the cleaners. Straight to the grave you go. Contract secured.
It looked good initially for Singularity. They popped away Odie. They got to take Seaboy down. They contested for the Drake. But either way, not much to get done in this situation. There's too many threats on the roster. 20-second death timers. Only Tatooine alive. Minion wave coming in after this caster minion as well. And I think Bifrost, they should be able to end it here.
And with this, the dream of first place for Bifrost is alive. They will end this split 14-4.
Cut it back.
Not
We're not going there yet.
There yet.
Set it up. Not yet.
Pull it back as they decide against a shove in. They'll take the Hex Gates out. We'll get a replay.
They had us in the first half, but they opt for the safer play. Get the mid lane inhibitor. Get out with the Hex Gates. And there you have it. Once again, I mean, Seaboy's just getting really aggressive 1 versus 4. Seems like he wants to highlight plays himself as well, but I mean, it's all about Fury in this instance. There's so much damage. Shikari as well got unnoticed, and as soon as that steadfast presence is down, it's just Fury with his mobility, styling on kids.
There's just so much burst damage, and you can see it now in the gold lead as well. That is about 7 and nearly 8,000 gold. As okay, well, goodbye. Fury now going to keep chasing on now with Spiky dead. Keeps going forward. Dragani, he's going to try and turn it around. Just go golden though, because he's got the stopwatch. Will he stay alive? Flash away. Porp's going in, trying to stop as many of those blocks as he can, or dashes as he can. Just so much turnaround damage. They can't kill the Akali, who's just going to keep going forward. Yepe cut down with some more of those kukris, keeping forward, trying to see if they can get some mores. Stepping forward a little bit further is Dragana, who does at least get Duel. That's Porp throwing out the Keeper's Verdict, but it's immune with the Stormbringer. Baron and minions in base means that this time the shove to try and end is here. Teleport back is interrupted by a thundering smash. Fury looking for his 12th kill of the game, can try and chase down Dragane. Sky Splitter comes through to just continue to chase him. Shuriken flip forward. That's the 12th kill. All the while, Odie's still in the base, not going anywhere. Spiky's respawned, but I don't know if they can even hold on yet. They will eventually back off with the Baron falling away and not quite able to close it out again.
Not the victory just yet, but seemingly getting closer to it as Bifrost is just having some fun here. Joel stealing away the kill, and then Fury just, I mean, he's just doing Fury things on Akali here, really. There's not much to break down. Great flash to stop the puppy dash, keeping himself from getting stunned up against the wall. And, I mean, once they're not able to connect to the CT, when he's able to just stack up the Riftmaker, have that Omnibam coming through as well, there's just not much to do about the situation.
Not at all, and then Duel tries to tank Ace out as much as he can, but there's just nothing you can do as a Leona in this situation. Dragane gets that one at least, but what a well-timed ult from Seaboy.
Yeah, I mean, becomes immune, can't get knocked back, and just like that, it's only the steadfast presence to stop Fury from diving in. Let's have a look at on how Shikari then actually dives. I'll predict it. Tatui auto-attacks him, and because he's in dying range, then Tatui doesn't die until it's too late. Wow.
Man,
really difficult champion to break down, that Tryndamere one.
That's quite impressive, really, to get so angry you literally immune to death.
Yeah, man. I mean, I haven't tried it myself, but...
Are you capable of that level of anger, do you think?
I mean, is this an experiment where we try? I'm definitely
what
not.
do I need to do to get you this?
I never get tilted. I genuinely never get tilted.
What do I need to say? I think Sweden is better than Denmark. And Denmark's kind of the worst of the Nordic countries.
You know what? That's subjective, and you're allowed to your own opinion, even if you're wrong.
Well, I'm going to give this one up for now. We'll have to think about it. Throw me some lines on Twitter. See what we can do to White Gulborg up. As Dragane is dead, never mind throwing any lines to him because he's not going to go anywhere. He's going down hook, line, and sinker. And a 5-point strike will secure a few more. A legendary Akali picks up a few more. Full team wipe. Nexus exposed, and Bifrost put this one to bed. 14-4. A minimum of 3rd place secured, and 1st place still on the line.
And that's all gonna come down to X7 later. Destiny still in X7's hands. Out of Bifrost now. All they're praying for is a loss on their end, but they get Singularity to no one's surprise. I feel like Singularity is a team that definitely started off with a rough patch, had substitutions, but towards the end of the split, honestly, quite fun to watch, quite fun to engage with their players as well. Great personalities for a lot of them, but it will be Bifrost moving ahead on this one.
And a big game coming up. XL, all pressure on them. They need that win if they want to compete for 2nd. This will be up after the interviews and after this break.
Bifrost keeps the hope alive for that first seed into playoffs. They did all they could throughout the splits to take it away from X7, and they're well positioned after a really good victory versus Singularity. After teasing me in Champion Select. I don't know what is happening, but I'm getting teased in Champion Select. Regardless of that, we do have some interviews to do, where we're going to start with Bifrost, with Fury, who played Akali for the first time. Welcome, Fury. Finally, we got to see the Akali. Was it your idea?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I promised you as well, right? So, I mean, it was a decent Akali game. It wasn't the fully best, but I saw the matchup. It's pretty good for me, and I'm confident on Akali, so yeah, I went for it.
You're confident. That's the way to say it. 13 kills with the Akali first game of the split for you. Was this like your spicy pick of the split, or you wanted to play with something more spicy?
Well, I mean, this was like last year. It was my best champion,
Yes.
and I still think it's my best champion right now. So, I mean, maybe there's something more spicy in playoffs. We will see.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was prophesying about that. Like me and Trouble were constantly talking about Fury Akali, and then we finally get to see it. Curiously enough, you brought in the Conqueror and not the Fleet Footwork. I thought you were going to bring the Fleet Footwork versus Victor, since it's a range matchup, a way to approach him as well. Why the Conqueror?
Well, I don't think you need the fleet anymore in the matchup. You have D-Shield, Second Wind. I think that's enough regen. And since he went D-Ring, at some point he had no mana, and the wave was bouncing towards him, so he cannot really push it back, and I was just chilling. So I think fleet is not really needed anymore.
Okay, interesting. Now looking into this split, Bifrost, you guys are looking for first seed to take it away from X7. Was this something that you were hoping, or you were comfortable and secure? You thought it was going to happen, or it's just happening?
I would say it's more it is happening. I would say like our split overall right now has been decent. I think the last few weeks for sure has been pretty good. I think in the beginning we had like a lot of games that we took away from enemies, but I think it's not anymore that right now. So I mean, we will see now if X7 loses and XL, like we can get first place. So we just need to see what the night brings.
What would be the team that you would want to play more in this best of 5 scenario playoffs?
I mean, I need to go with XL, of course, because it's my old coach Torok, and they beat us 2 times. So I still need to get my revenge on those guys.
So it's most about revenge, and in the best of 5, you can beat him like 5 times in a row if you play it properly. So yeah, that's a big revenge. Just to finish it up and wrap it up, why are you joining the Singularity tease of Pantheon? Can you come on, give it to me?
Well, me and Seaboy he was talking about the Pantheon Hover, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna do it as well to tease. But then I picked Akali for you, so I think you're happy. I hope you're happy with it.
You know what? I am. I actually am. Just the over, I'm fine with it, because the champion is not in a good position, and I wanted to see the Akali, man. It was a pleasure. It was a movie, man. I'll give you that. It was a movie. So keep playing Assassins. You're the mid laner for the Assassins, man. Congratulations on the entire split, and I'll see you in playoffs, Fury. Thank you so much for this interview.
See ya.
See ya. There you go. Everybody is doing it. I don't know. I know Pantheon is not in a good position right now, but come on, man. My heart can't take it. Now, looking into the other side, it is Singularity. I have the pleasure to talk with Pop, was the jungler. It was a rough game for them, also a rough split for them. They went 11 games without a victory and finally got themselves a hold of the first. They end the entire split with 2 victories, but with the performance a little bit different from the beginning. And I know Pop is ready for me in the interview. Hello, Pop. Welcome back.
Hi there.
Why the over in Pantheon? Why you guys are doing this to me? Why? Can you explain what is happening behind the curtain?
Yeah, I will say there's a lot of tension between Hepe and the coaching staff, which is only one person, I guess. So on picking Pantheon, we're trying to figure out ways how to do it, but we couldn't mastermind it in time.
Makes sense. Doesn't matter, man. Okay, wrapping up the entire split, Pop. Can you give me like a summary of what you think the split was for you and for your team? How did you feel about the split?
Yeah. For me personally, I think just being here is a really big opportunity as a player. Just because I always try to seek out the highest competition I can play at, and like playing against some great names and getting my ass whooped in front of a few thousand people is always a great pleasure. I think I was able to learn a lot, and although it might not seem that way, I feel like I did improve over the course of the split, and my teammates as well. I think the most like symbolic moment was we're 13,000 gold down in the game right now, and we're 2-15 in the split, and people are still talking about how to win the game while our Nexus is open. So I think we got really lucky with the personalities on this team, with how much people want to win no matter what it means, and want to improve at all costs. Especially with Dragain kind of joining a sinking ship of a team, and giving us that chance to kind of redevelop and get some wins on the board, even though obviously we would have wanted more. But that's for next split.
There's a silver lining in my eyes for Singularity, where when I'm talking with other teams, you can feel that the mental state is not in a good position. When I talk with you guys feel comfortable. It seems like the team, okay, we lost the split. Who cares? We got a good team now. We feel comfortable with each other. We feel like we're on a good path. And I feel like Singularity is looking for more the summer than looking at the split right now. I think you guys are really focused in the summer split. Is that right?
For sure. I think depending on how things go, because obviously nothing's locked in for next splits, at least player-wise, even coaching-wise. At least I think some of our later performances in the splits are worthy of us being kind of in the middle pack of teams. And once we get that consistency down, I can easily see us making a run for playoffs, or at least contesting teams, being a bit more competitive. And that's kind of just what we're aiming at, taking one step at a time.
It's a good sight to behold. I'll give you this. Looking into Singularity now, from the beginning of the split, it is really good to watch you guys play and to talk with you after the game. Now, I want to know something. I heard about this, but I don't know if this is true. I've heard that in the Champion Select, there's one player who is muted due to the mutinity of a Pantheon pick. Is this real? Is Yeppe muted during the Champion Select?
He's it's not even a mute anymore. It's kind of like how if you live next to a crowded street, you don't hear the traffic anymore. That's kind of what Hepe like calling for Pantheon is like.
Okay, I just wanted to know this one because it's it hits home, it hits home. I know the champion is not a good position right now. Who knows in the future? Who knows? He's a bad champion right now. Okay, is that any last words you would like to say to the fans of Singularity, to the people who cheer for you guys, or even for your teammates as well?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't praise my teammates enough for trying their hardest all the way until the last day of the split, even though we've been out of playoffs since like week 5 or whatever. But also just, I think all of our friends kind of just like slug through our games, even our worst ones, and watch them all the way through, even partially through. I think like we have a lot of support, and I think we appreciate that all across the board. Even from, I think the broadcast is really generous with giving us kind of dynamic storylines, and yeah, we really appreciate those players, obviously. So thank you for everything.
I would say that you are the soul of Schmiegel, I know. And it was a pleasure to get to meet Singularity and to see Singularity. As you told us, it was a sinking ship, but I think it's fixed. And I'd like to see where you guys are going to sail and cruise in Summer Split. Thank you so much for all this, Pop.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
See ya. There you go. Last words from Singularity in this split. They're no longer capable of going to playoffs. They ended last, but ended with a smile, and they know Summer Split is going to be quite different. Now, third game of the week. It's going to be Riddle versus JDXL. If JDXL drop the ball on this one, they might end up in third place. And that is a sight to behold. Riddle might play spoilers for this one, and this could be the first game of playoffs. So many ifs. And I'll see you soon after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Riddle is on the upper bracket of the teams that are tied at 7 wins, like somebody, yes, absolutely pops off.
But my biggest worry for them is one individual in the mid lane on JDXL.
A little bit close to yet another kill for M&S. He's, I think Avenel's playing with fire here. He gets
No, he's
hit.
just dead. Surely he's gone. Another
Here we
solo
go,
kill.
another solo
M&S.
kill for M&S.
But the weeping as M&S is still playing Haunter.
No! Not again!
It's 3 solo
What
kills.
is this? You can't keep doing this.
He is a solo kill machine. It's the solo kill machine M&S. My God, there's blood everywhere. Look at the teleport behind. Fatachan needs to be afraid. That's A-Liv coming in, but it's not a Mega Gnar. And that means Viking in a dangerous position. But the baby cage is good. It prevents Slowcue from getting a bit further in. In goes MC, gets a massive chunk onto backland. And look at Kex running down the rest. It's a triple onto Fatachan, who survived everything else and somehow, some way. Also, they are 500 goals shy of that.
Oh, you want this?
We'll get a quarter forward to 3v1. Kryze might be in trouble here. Does get knocked up and about to turn it around. Azator. Whoa! No!
What?
Do not get a kill in a 1v4 like that, Kryze.
He just did.
Welcome back to the match of the week. It is JDXL versus Riddle. This could be it or do for JDXL. If they lose this one, they might be out of the top seeds.
Yeah, and that's actually a really dangerous prospect for them now because, again, we've talked about the stakes of top 2 going to that juggernaut match, the upper bracket finals. That gives you such an extra ability to develop, come in, go for that really top best of 5, and then have the extra life to play with and hopefully get yourself an EU Master spot.
Very importantly, Bifrost won the game. So XL right now are literally 1 point right underneath them. They need to equalize the score because their head-to-head with Bifrost is 2-0, but they need to be tied up. Now, Riddle is our last team that has entered the playoffs. Bifrost and X7 have a pretty easy way today. X7 playing Astralis later on. Bifrost completely dismantled Singularity as well. So XL now are left with the most difficult task, which is beating Riddle.
Riddle, what do they win from this game? That's the idea. Pushing JDXL down. That's exactly what they can do. And that is a message they can send for JDXL to begin the playoffs. If you pick me, I've done it once, I can do it again.
If they beat XL here, and X7 wins later, they push XL down to 3rd place, which means that XL could very well pick them in their best of in playoffs to take revenge.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah,
that's the message, like, okay, you can pick me. I brought you down, you can pick me, but I already beat you. Do you want to do it again?
Exactly.
It is a message.
And I think the very difficult thing is actually, as much as if Riddle do win today and you think, oh, it's a best of 1. It's just the thought in the back of your head. It's a proof of concept that they can win against a team like this. Because, I mean, XL have actually dropped a couple of off games now. Now, they've played it close to the wire. They have had some picks which haven't worked out. And maybe they could have played out the early game in slightly different ways to give them a bit more lifeline on those games. But either way, you don't want to give that seed of doubt.
Yeah, and the thing that worries me the most is that if they do end up picking Riddle, if it is XL, if they do end up picking Riddle, and not even Riddle, like any team who's going to face in a best-of scenario XL, the heck do you do with mid lane, man? Like, because in a best of 5, it depends. In a best of 5 or a best of 3, M&S can bring out so many champions, but the good thing between these teams is that Slowcue can do the same. He has a lot of melee AD champions, he has an AD range champion, he has traditional mages, assassins. Slowcue is pretty much a mirror image of M&S as well in our league.
And I think he's stepping up. Every single week, we see Slowcue improving, getting better in the mid lane. So this could be one of the matches that I would be looking for the most. Slowcue versus M&S in this mid lane.
And it's, you know, it's a long way from the awkward Corki package. It's a long way from Slowcue to actually not impacting the game that he
Had
wants
to do that, man.
Well, I mean, but it does.
sad
Actually, you
reality,
kind of do, because it
Yeah.
puts in context how much the player's grown. Because, as we were saying earlier into the season, again, too much illiteracy in our region. We need to work on that reading comprehension there, JDXL. But either way, these players have come from a point where Riddle hasn't actually been performing well in the first half of that split. They've really brought it back for the second half.
There you go, the B1.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Sorry, Namera. It had to be.
Oh my gosh.
And
You
saw
see, you
both-
too.
yeah. I was thinking they could favor the jungle and then the support or something like that, leaving the AD carry for the third pick. But obviously, MNS plays Aphelios in the mid lane, so do you really want to leave MNS open? Like,
And actually, the thing is, in that game, so that Aphelios mid game was a loss, but you go look back to that draft.
it was not because of the Aphelios.
It's not because of the Aphelios. And
Yeah.
actually, Aphelios mid has been played by a couple of people over in Korean Challenger now. It's as well as the AP Kaiser in the mid. So MNS really ahead of the trends and the curves.
We
which
did
we've
it
seen.
first.
We did it. We had him here first. Don't take him from us. But what we see now is we see that there's a lot of ability to fire the Moonlight Vigil forward, fire the Hecarim forward. But if you don't have something to protect yourself from the Carpet of Doom now, that Rumble is going to have a very happy game.
But it's not meta, you know, and there's
You
someone
know what
who's,
though? You know what though? One of the things that really hurt Rumble and took him out of the jungle was the fact that they gutted his armor. And in this particular patch, he has been buffed back up. His
Little
armor-
bit, yeah.
His armor was a little bit buffed. The main armor that he has in his kit, so he can easier maneuver himself around the jungle. And also Hecarim doesn't really like confrontation in
That is
the
exactly
early
it.
stages. So Rumble gets to the level 6 by the time Hecarim's to the level 6, and it's like, cool, I am a second Gangplank, and now you have to think Camille that can lock somebody in, Gangplank that can zone out the Aphelios, and we have. So Christ has played the Akali before.
So there is that, but like going back to the Rumble thing, I think they picked it too early. I think that now you've allowed the Akali to come through. What happens if you have to face against a Camille as well? If you
Diana was also open.
Sure, there's lots of picks. That which is the kind of thing. Rumble wasn't going to get banned here. You could have picked up something which was a safer blind pick in its own way. I love the fact that Rumble's been picked into the Hecarim. That's great. As you were saying, it's more like the Jin Zhao and the Lee Sin, which really mess with that Rumble. But with this, it feels like there aren't enough immobile carries to punish with your ultimate because the Akali's been locked in. You're only targeting that Aphelios.
Or you're top lane.
But
Or you play Rumble top lane.
I mean,
Huni is a Rumble connoisseur. We know
so,
this.
well, the person,
He has
the person who's
top
been playing it
this
is Shanji from OMG, but they did that earlier in the season. But you're blind picking it there too. And if it's into the Akali, goodbye.
But you're not really flexing it. Ah.
Yeah, potentially. But you're on blue side, so there's going to be the last counter pick left.
So I think if the Akali ends up top lane, Rumble is more than okay playing into the Akali, especially in the earlier stages, which it doesn't
You
have
get
the
solo
dive in the
kills
back.
straight out, surely. Surely you do.
It's mostly about the bans in the top. They don't figure that the Rumble could go to the top. They're secure that this is going to be an MC pick. It is MC, AP,
I mean,
kind
it's
of
the
rhymes,
Rumble.
you know. It's the Rumble in the jungle. And then the Tom Kench, so removing those supports away, what could help Aphelios as a support? I know, but I'm not going to say.
I mean, Thresh is unbanned.
open, yeah.
I think Thresh is the pick you're looking at. Apart from that, you need something which can get Aphelios off of the Rumble ult. Now, that would have been the Tom Kench that's banned away, so you really are left with just the Lantern.
Think here is the problem here is
I
if you
don't
pick
know.
Thresh and they pick Camille, does your Aphelios feel safe? So I feel like with the Alistar lock in here, you actually
True.
have a chance of if a Camille does jump in the back, and if the Rumble ult lands on top, you just break the Camille ult and allow your Aphelios to flash away if he has the summoner available. So I do like the approach here also with the Alistar. I see the Thresh, but if they do lock in Camille right here, it gets a little bit dangerous.
So I think they've had to pick something which... so again, this isn't going to be the best thing for the Aphelios, but I think it is going to be a fine to have a dive buddy with your Hecarim, because Hecarim diving alone is not that great.
Hey man, you forget the Akali?
But that's true. No, that's true. That's true. Actually, that's right. That's a very fair point. But either way, anything which can augment your dive is definitely something you want to go towards. However, now you've got the Rumble and the
I don't know if
Silas.
you can hover against Cries.
Okay.
blend.
So we do
It's
have the Rumble
fine.
into the jungle now, so it is going to be, of course, that GP up on the top side, but you've left blind pick to a solo laner now.
Right. What can you go here? You can go with Camille if you want to. You're gonna choose to go with the Jace. So I like this from the perspective of if the Shock Blast do land, if you get unscuffed out of the laning phase and the Shock Blast do land, you get a pretty easy segue into the backline. You throw the Hecarim,
yeah.
you throw the Akali, you throw the Alistar, and somebody instantly dies. The only problem is that you have locked in 3 very
Yeah.
carries, and on the other side there's a Flaming Carpet,
He's noticed
Silas, a Gangplank, a Jinx. Oh, they're gonna play Jace mid, okay.
That's the thing. That's all he was picking up, and I'm like, This is another unique champion for M&S, and you know what? It's damn good at level 1. Sylas does not want to trade with the Jace. Sylas is not like, you know what? Hands off. Let's teleport back to lane at some
versus
point.
Reigns anyway, yeah.
No, but then particularly against Jace, that fights him so hard at level 1, takes control of that wave. You don't get to like get an early level 2 level up and then brawl around that. I think that's a very good switch around. I think both those solo laners are happy with themselves.
Every single time Sylas comes to you, like, yep, get out.
I will stick to what I said, where I'm like, if the shock blast lands, big if there, then the Hecarim, the Akali can dive into the backline, try to kill someone. But on the other hand, you've got 3 squishy carries for XL, and you have a Sylas, a Rumble,
Sylas stealing an Akali ult and stealing a Hecarim ult. Those are
Hecarim ult,
nasty.
that's the one.
I'm actually really excited.
On Alistar, wait, they just...
Yep.
No, the Alistar's on XL. I'm really excited.
No,
to
but
see
that's a Sylas ult to steal.
Yeah, you can steal a lot of ultimates for this. Sylas from one side, Riddle wants to send a message. From the other, JDXL want to sit at the top of the throne. Are they allowed? We don't know. We'll know soon enough. So after to the cost of desk, we have Initialize with Goldberg.
I am
Hello there.
so ready for this game. So much on the line, and you were very happy with one of the points made earlier on the analyst.
I was just like, listen, you mentioned these champions. Look at the Alistar. It's just like, it's so
Such a
broken once you hit the
clean
team
side of
fights. But yeah, for sure. What do you have to say?
I mean, I was just saying it's very interesting drafts. We've got Rumble in the jungle for MC again. It's a 1-on-1 record right now. We've got M&S on Jace, another unique.
I mean, it's interesting because the Jace into the Sylas, you for sure just needs to survive laning phase. Like, it's such a difficult laning phase to get through. He's going to be needing a lot of help. For a lot of Riddle, it's about getting out of lane. It's about finally being able to pull up the fights yourself with some of your reliable engages. Because Gangplank, yes, he can put himself in a good situation, but if he falls stuck behind the Akali, well, all of a sudden he's going to be struggling on side. Mid lane, if you fall behind the Jace, you're going to be struggling. Alistar, it's nice and refreshing seeing this champion again. I don't think it's a champion that can be blind picked. I still think that it's the worst level 1 in the game. You'll just be slow pushed in and they'll set up a dive on you. But into the Leona, don't really mind it. And it's a great against the likes of Jinx, especially when you already have the Akali and when you have the Hecarim as the desk we're mentioning as well.
Completely agree about the Alistar level 1. Unless you're going for like really aggressive flash plays, you're a little bit
that's the thing. And then you have to win level 1 with the ADs. But yeah, for sure.
Exactly. That said, we have got to keep an eye on stakes. We've got a little bit of time before we go on to the Rift. So I do want to take this moment to remind people exactly what is on the line here for XL. If they win, they can still compete for second. They need X7 to win after that, and they lock second. The difficulty, the caveat, the fly in the ointment is, of course, that Bifrost have got a head-to-head record against X7 and are already currently tied at the same record with X7. So, if X7 lose their match and you end up with a 3-way tiebreaker, the way it all plays out is that with the various ways of breaking those tiebreakers down, XL end up in third. They need to win this. They need X7 to win their game after for them to win. Very, very important game for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it's just about win, as it always has been for all of them. And then afterwards, it all comes down to X7. X7 will really be the decider of the day for these standings moving forward to playoffs.
And they've kind of 1-2 over the last 2 weeks right now. They could go into 2-2. There's been some unfortunate stuff for X7 because honestly, on Monday they were far and away ready to win that game. They were 11,000 gold up, Baron, Elder, Soul. Like that game should have been done. They managed to hide the Renata ultimate through the breaking of a Nexus tower to catch both the Jace and the Jinx for both Jaeger and Nato, who then basically end up killing their own team effectively.
I'm always happy about seeing my Renata out there, getting these finicky situations working for them, getting the Elder Drake. We saw it again today as in LCK as well. Nautilus auto attacks also root your teammates. Like there's just so many interactions out there, which are incredibly fun to watch, but we'll stay with what I said. Not the best laning phase pick. It can for sure be punished, but once you get outside of the lane, that's where it starts becoming really difficult. But Renata was banned this game. We don't get to see her just yet.
I'm sorry for you.
Unfortunately, well, not as sorry as us for the other individuals and our colleagues.
Our crop is still very, sad on the inside. On the outside as well. He's not exactly been subtle.
I went into the green room and I just saw...
breaking down.
I just saw Artrum sitting there in the chair crying.
Yeah, it was awful.
Looking at a picture of Jeppe.
Yeah, just like that disappointment.
Exactly.
He'd crossed out the eyes, thrown some darts at it.
It's not a good sight, so come on. Please
offer him
up,
some support.
Pantheon.
Exactly.
Make it work for him.
Playoffs now, guys. That's where it really matters.
Yeah, they'll do it in the final. That's the real
M&S
twist.
Pantheon mid. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Gorak, I know you're listening.
With
I know you're listening.
Finals.
Well, we've got to see whether they can get there in mind. Of course, the reason their upper bracket is so important, those top two spots are so important. You get an extra life. It's an upper bracket. You win that Juggernaut match. You go straight to the finals. And not only do you get the chance of winning the split, but you immediately lock in European Masters. We only have 2 seeds, and it is the 2 teams that go to the final. So huge benefit to ending up in that upper bracket. And XL eyeing that one up. But Riddle can still play spoiler. They've got a draft that can do it. We've said what the Silas can do with the incredible ultimates he has to steal between Hecker in Perfect Execution, from the Akali, the Unbreakable Will from the Alistair. Like, that's like smorgasbord of Silas hijacks there.
Yeah, there's so many different options for him there, so I think it's important for slowQ to be adaptive on the fly and see which ultimate fits which situation the best. Both bot laners will be leashing their junglers. They'll be hitting the bot lane at the same time. Normally see Leona getting a bit more priority, has the center play to threat with if she wants to. Alistar as well can knock opponent AD carry away with the W, preventing them from auto-attacking the waves. But Jinx, obviously with that Q, will just be able to do AoE damage and push it in beforehand, landing a little crash. Mid lane going pretty much as we expected, and honestly surprised slowQ haven't been more trimmed down. So far he's actually doing a decent job at getting this done. Eminus does hit level 2, but this is going to be a matchup that's pretty much in control of Eminus the majority of the time.
Yep, will be the range into melee. Jace's early laning power is well known. Got to see, of course, what they can get done with it. Both MC and Dan on level 6 junglers in a lot of ways. You want to get the equalizer, you want the onslaught of shadows before you really start making aggressive, close plays. Unless if you find an easy gank, that's very different. But no, actually, if it's going to be even fights where everyone knows what's going on, you want those big ticket ultimates. So not going to see too much out of them early. It's just going to be the race to level 6. And that then leaves me with the question of what are you expecting out of this early game, considering both junglers kind of have a hard farm kind of priority?
Oh yeah, I mean, they're definitely waiting for 6, and then it's about who can be proactive with it. I mean, Dan do have a little bit more to work around with, just because he'll have the Ghost, he'll have the dash back with the E. But it's definitely about stabilizing solo lanes, I feel like, at least from Riddle's side, to make sure that slowQ gets out of this laning phase alive. Because remember, them getting ahead in the early game doesn't matter as much. It's about hitting those team fighting spot later into the game. You want items on GP, you want items on Jinx. I mean, she's so incredibly broken right now, as we've seen multiple times. And now talking about stabilizing, Eminus getting caught off.
Oh, that's unfortunate, and considering how important this game is. Nukes is here as well to try and turn this into first blood that goes over to slowQ.
And that's a side we don't see often. And it's great run from Riddle. They crashed on wave 3. Cheetah recalled with Fatuchin. He picked up a call. Meanwhile, they had that downtime. Nukes just move off to the mid lane. Gets a E down to Eminus as well from the Silas. And just like that, first blood Riddle against JDXL.
Great play, especially into a lane that was supposed to shove in. And it has done, in fairness. It's the teleport bony, dim bony summoners knew that he was kind of dead to right once that was come through. And he sees Nukes and he says, I can't go back to my tower. I've got to try and get out this way. Just lands the abscond duct.
Yeah, initially Eminus tries to park the phase rush so he can just walk out of there afterwards. But slowQ still manages to connect with the chain. And Flash doesn't come out from Eminus. He decides to save it, and just like that, he's dead.
17th unique champion for Eminus. This split, by the by. He's the only champion he's played more than once, I believe, is the LeBlanc. And that does mean that we're ended up with another pick in his inventory. But of course, hasn't worked out that well early on off that fantastic roam, that fantastic base timing, and it's one of the reasons why learning how to read resets is so important if you want to analyze League of Legends, if you want to be a good pro team in general. You need to work out what's going on as top side.
Igniter's come through.
I know, that's a big one, but Kex kind of gets away with that a little bit here. It's not going to come out too much further. He might get chased away from the wave, though.
Kex doesn't have TP either, so he's in a situation where he either individually outplays this or just stabilizes, or he'll need to call out MC, help him in with a push in, or just wait till Kryze no longer have kill pressure. But once Kryze reaches level 6, this might get a little bit dicey if the wave is in a bad spot for Kex.
Definitely couldn't. Well, we've been kind of calling out M&S as the solo kill king, kind of 2 solo kills a game as a minimum, it feels like, for that guy. Still the global leader in that, I believe. Kryze has been no slouch either. Has been a pretty consistent carry, even if sometimes we've had some questions about the split pushing. We know this guy can carry. We know this guy can play well on the Akali. Getting this kind of potential advantage here with burning through all those corrupting pots, but the teleport already down, is slightly dangerous stuff here for Kex as it continues, though he has managed to shove this wave in.
Movement is so mimic. Look at both these junglers. They know it's about the top side right now, and we talked about a bad wave for Kex.
Boy.
He needs help earlier from MC here.
Ghost. Devastating charge coming through the wards into the bush that is coming on, but he's going to have the cannon barrage that comes through just now. Cries out of danger. The Shroud comes down, flash on Kex. Can Dan catch up, though? One final rampage slices down the Pirate.
And that's the difference, because Dan decided to ignore his Crocs, while MC decided that I need that Gromp. And because MC went for the Gromp, Kex was not able to punish it. It's miscommunication.
He's going to wait in this bush, though. Remember, there's some Electro Harpoons.
Ryze has ultimate as well.
And of course, yeah, he doesn't kind of have that ultimate. Remember, that's so much damage. Just burns him down to a crisp. That is horse steak in the jungle.
He can push in the top wave as well if he wants to. He decides to just let it stay even. And he still has the equalizer, so if Quais decide to recall down here, can literally just equalize him. Yeah, there you have it.
Over the wall with the Shuriken flip, but he's burned out quite a lot. Flash to the Electro Harpoon into the Shroud, trying to trade this one out. So many tower shots. Perfect execution come through here as well. Not quite. But even with the scrap shield, Cries gets the solo kill.
That's awkward. That's a Yikers. And with the jungler down, bot lane with the priority decides they'll just solo up the Drake together, or rather duo the Drake. And first objective goes over to the side of JDXL very early as well.
Lane priority gained bot. Great little play there from Christ to outplay, honestly, on that time. I thought once the equalize came down, that should have been a dare to Kali, but well played initially from MC to get around the vision and punish Dan.
Oh, they just don't expect him. Like, he knew he sweep at the ward. He knew that someone might be around there, but
Genius.
Still ups into it. Knows Christ is too low to join, and yeah, there you have it. MC just mopping down Dan right here. Hits level 6 off it as well. This is where he starts getting a little bit greedy. I feel like if you're playing this one a little more patient, perhaps try to stop him with the harpoon first, save the equalizer for afterwards, wait for Kex to come back around, maybe it works.
Yeah, we have to leave that replay because we've got to play in bot. Onslaught of Shadows sends nukes into the grave. Not the best headbutt pulverize conversation I've ever seen because Kikis miss at the pulve. Just forced Fatachan away and he does get out alive, but that got a bit close and MC can continue chasing forward. Not quite got equalized, but it's now up. Does land it. Forces Kikis to burn down. Medium rare. Zamalek being chased out as well. Super Mega Death Rocket not quite up, but the zap is flashed away from.
Yeah, Sam hits a minion as well, but Samuel, he has to respect it. And MC, I mean, both junglers really, they're just dancing together. They're moving around at the map at the same time. Great knock-up there, actually. Can't believe that hit nukes at the same time. And then they fancy themselves a fight. They realize that JDXL might have stepped too far forward, but just like that, Dan is able to join the fight as well with MC being harassed at the same time. And yeah, it's unfortunate.
Tried to go for the flash headbutt pulve, went for flash pulverized headbutt instead, and then that does lead to the equalizer coming off cooldown. And then Kikis, you can smell the sirloin from here.
Oh, Fatachan did have flash as well if he wanted to try and get up and be dicey with it, but decides to try and opt in for the sap instead. Either way, that's still brilliant for Riddle. And I wanted to have a look at this before the top lane fight earlier broke out. It's actually the fact that AD carries right now really favoring Fatachan in this lane just by the farm in itself without being influenced by the junglers. He had a 10 CS lead as well. And despite Samulek having picked up a kill now, it's still looking very good for the Jinx. The longer range to play around with once we come into that mid game is going to be super nice. And if you can continue like this, it's going to be brilliant. But Riddle, they moved in with a rotation where they can secure the Herald for themselves. They push in bot, move Fatachan into the mid lane. But now they're losing out plays on the bot side. But luckily, Samulek doesn't have the best gun in his weapon selection.
Now, see what Gravitum turns into once he burns through it. If there should be chakrams, if he's managed his weapon rotations correct, so we'll see whether that is true. In that case, this tower will start dying a lot quicker. Am I right? Nope. No, he's got Infernum. Okay, he's messed up his rotations just slightly, so he'll have to try and clear through this best he can. Of course, my knowledge of Felios weapon rotation order is still a little limited, so I do apologize to anyone who is a Felios aficionado who can tell me I'm wrong. But as it stands, only going to be able to get the 2 plates, but Fatachan and Nukes are back down here to try and defend. Herald did go to MC, of course, while that was all happening.
They had level advantage there as well on Riddle, where they could have gone for play, but quite frankly, they don't have the vision around them to securely go for it. Therefore, Nukes decided to be a little hesitant. Did not in on them. Would have been prime targets though. Kikis hadn't hit level 6 yet, and there's no flash in Samulek. All they needed to burn was that cleanse, and there's multiple elements of CC Kikis with this roam.
But could be a little bit afraid because, of course, you can just steal the Unbreakable Will, and suddenly Silas is not really a gankable target anymore. M&S has quietly managed to garner himself a over 40 CS lead in mid, though, which is pretty hefty, even if it is ranged into melee.
Oh, most definitely. It's expected to at least be ahead, but being this far ahead, as you said yourself, even with a death, that's very impressive. 400 gold behind for Slowcube. Remember, for him, it was about surviving laning phase as well. He's still very much caught up in it, but in just 1 minute, we will have the Infernal Drake coming through as well. Potential fight up towards top side, though.
Cannon Barrage comes down. Kex trying to play it out, but he did miss the barrels. Perfect execution gets him in range. Shuriken Flip trying to play this one out, and we're into a pause.
Hey, that's us.
I can't believe it.
That's a break.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Goodbye.
Who dies? Get back here.
Well,
You're like
time.
the advertising break. We've got to hold people here. Got to be entertaining. It's like Super Bowl adverts. What can we do to keep people around?
Ah, damn, I'm so bad at this. I'm just here to talk League of Legends. As soon as
I
League
know
of
you are
Legends is on,
fantastic at coming up with skits. Don't you dare say that. What
Yeah, but that's when I have time to sit
on the fly.
down and kind of
Ideate with me. Come on.
You know, me and Nightmare was talking about a skit about hiding in the LEC studio
I did
together.
hear about this one.
Where the other cast is trying to hunt us down.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, we're also filming with a goat yesterday.
I did hear there was a goat involved.
Yeah.
And blood.
No, don't mention that part.
Okay.
No, the goat did not get hurt.
The goat did not get hurt.
Yeah,
Goat's just-
that's actually the important part. The goat did not.
Watch for the goat.
Well, do you have anything else? What about you? You guys brought up the Star Wars skit back
I
then.
was going to do that one, but I've actually also been told we've got a replay. So I'll talk about that skit after we've seen this, because this was the play that we kind of got frozen in the middle of, where Cries perfectly executes across the cannon barrage to try and secure the solo kill.
Thanks for putting the groovy music on it as well. Kex flashes into the bush, gets out of vision, gets the Q down, but it's just not enough.
Ooh.
It's going to be enough from Cries to pick up that kill. Very explosive matchup, and just right back at it for us. Sorry, what's your main again in terms of champions getting picked? I feel like all the others are crying about it.
Evelyn, I got that. I have had mine.
Your champion, yeah. So we're actually waiting. Well, I've had one with Renata. We're just waiting for Katarina and from
Something
Pantheon.
for exactly that.
Well, Chubba's a support main now, so surely one of the picks is going to come through for her.
Given up on Katarina because she's not in a great space right now, apparently.
I know.
Let's talk to her about that.
She's not in a good spot right now. Where are you? No, I'm a Katarina main.
Katarina support. Coming to a game right now. Enough of this procrastinating, because we have some League of Legends to keep track of. There's the solo kill that came through in the top side we just saw in the replay, so that should bring us back to live. Cries with a solo kill. Can they get the super mega death rocket? Have they spaced it? Cries.
I mean, surely the communication came through, because Eminence quite literally dodged it. Now in the mid lane, though, still multiple members around Eminence.
Oh, Slaughter Shadows just out of range, flashing in. Just get the turnaround with a sidejack on Slaughter Shadows. Dan now in trouble. Equalizer comes through, and they've gone too deep, and the mid jungle is dead for XL. They can potentially chase on the Kickers, who still doesn't have level 6.
How the hell is Kick is still level 5 with Nukes being level 7?
That's just obscene. Slowq managed to get it, just out-times the fear and over-dive the Silas. Even if he's that far behind in CS, you get this kind of play.
And Eminence did have to flash, but Slowq just engages with the chains before he gets the time to react. A nice stolen ultimate as well. Gets the shutdown on Eminence. Able to pick up the upper kills. And I gotta say, MC on this Rumble has been phenomenal so far in terms of how he's piloted. Yes, there was that top lane dive, but outside of that, he's been great for his team.
The counter kills have been fantastic, and the fact Dan just shorts the Onslaught of Shadows, so Slowq can flash away, so Eminence can't quite get the kill. Great stuff from the Silas.
And before this Drake gets taken, I feel like it's important we reiterate the stakes as well in a choice.
Oh, yeah.
Because for JDXL, they might potentially be losing their top 2 if they lose this.
They lose this, they are third. There are no tiebreakers, there are no other situations. It's in the mid lane. M&S gets some vengeance, gets the solo kill. MC comes around, though, to make sure he pays for it.
Yeah, MC as well. On a shutdown now for the Rumble. Has even opted in for Dark Sail, potentially.
It's got Dark Harvest.
Potentially, we might even see Medjai's coming out there. I mean, on top side as well, feels like there's some little bit of brawling again. Rift Hell gets pushed away. Yep, Cries.
Power shot, and he can wait for some parlays here, and suddenly Cries in a dangerous position. He's not got perfect execution. He needs to be really afraid about stepping forward. Are you sure? No flash available, no cannon barrage, so I think he's probably just about okay, but cannot control this wave anymore.
And in the mid lane, Riftel did not get charged either. Let's actually see what happened here in the mid lane, because it starts out with Slowq actually hitting the Everfrost, and then it's just pure Jace damage from M&S, and I do believe it's an equalizer that'll be layered down on top of her. Dark Harvest, you mentioned it. The burn is enough. Another kill for MC, and up in top lane, they're not done. They keep going.
Price heal back up, but he's still got to think about maybe burning the teleport here. He's trying to keep it alive. You know he wants to be having that around about for things like a second Herald that could be coming up in relatively short order.
now I think he might look for the reset at some point. With the Rift Maker in inventory, does have enough sustain right now to just about survive. But he needs to be a little afraid. There are some barrels hidden around.
I love that none of them decide that, all right, let's go for reset. It's too risky. They both feel like they'll win out in this 1v1.
We go! Get into the Shroud. Cannon Barrage comes through, and that's the ultimate popped alongside the Ignite. Not going to quite take Kex down, but he needs to find his way into safety. A Parley might do the work required. Alcove Gaming as M&S is here. Wait for the Shock Blast. Artillery will not land there. It's a guessing game. Watch for the barrels. It's M&S who's the one who steps up to take it to keep Cries alive. That's a second kill for the Jace.
That is a second kill, but now push in mid lane, move down towards bot side, get some plating, or not plating, get a turret for Jinx, move the pressure elsewhere on the map. TP actually comes through in the mid lane, and this, yeah, they're just going to be sacking bot side. So while they get a kill on top side, there is a response for Riddle on the bot side instead, and getting Jinx ahead is very pivotal for them in terms of finding success later into the game.
It very much is, and yes, this GP has died 3 times now, but bluntly, he can do his... But what's getting you giggling right now? As MC's just being jumped on, shut down, we'll talk about you giggling later, as MC dies to Cries.
It's just the way you set that up. It's just like, and yes, GB has died 3 times, and it just feels like you're, yeah, and yes, he's into it.
Yeah, like, okay, I was trying to be nice. I thought I'd miss something, you know, it's just GP dying a lot, and it happens sometimes in this kind of matchup. As Kikis could be the spot of bother here, does have the Unbreakable, has to pop it, being slowed down, and Kex running up, trying to get himself some fry steak with the trial by fire, but instead has to back out, and this, yes, the GP has soft-ended a little bit with some dicey 1v1s that haven't gone his way, but he could still be just plain useful by throwing down the Cannon Barrage. He can do his job. As M&S might be punishing Nukes here. That is a 4-level discrepancy, but the Blast Cone allows Nukes to get out to safety.
Nukes getting some vision down here. Want to keep the intel off. Fatuchin pushing in topside. Now, with Slow Q in the mid lane, can try and push this in, move their pressure up towards the top side. You're no longer stuck in that situation where Kex is struggling in a side lane just due to the situation not being him against Akali any longer. But look at the vision control from JDXL right now. They'll have so much intel about where MC is moving around. So if they can respond as well to this pressure.
Dodges out on the Soul Flare as M&S. He's not got a flash quite yet. Nukes tower into the tower. Superman Death Rock doesn't quite work out having to use the heal, but here's Kikis to run people away. Fatachan under the tower. Gets knocked up and will go down to the tower. It is Kikis who picks the kill, though, not M&S.
My eyes! What just happened?
I don't know. MC's now going to try and get his way out of danger, but he's knocked away from the Blast Cone. Will knock down over the pit, but there's actually Cries here as well. And MC, I think he's just dead to rights. He's got no stopwatch, got no way out. And this Rumble is about to get jungled. Zamalek is there. He's going to throw out the Equalizer, trying to burn people. He's got the healing. He just dies as Zamalek picks that one up. Second kill for him. And JDXL punished some slightly suspect plays.
And just like that, they'll be able to pick up the Rift Towel afterwards, and they stabilized a little bit. It was actually Riddle with a gold lead coming in before that play. Now, after that play itself, they're actually back to dead even. But with a Rift Towel, you expect that the tempo advantage would go over to the side of JDXL. And there's also a Soul Point Drake coming up in just less than a minute. So we're in for action right now.
We very much are, and a lot of this gold lead intro, like, for what it's worth, it's not very much, it's only 100 or so, but there is a gold discrepancy right now for M&S in mid lane. Purely, it feels, because of this CS. Look how well M&S has been able to get some of that gold. He'll need to make sure he's utilizing it, though, because he's still dying a couple times. He's been attacked a fair amount, in fairness, but he's still going to be a danger. He's still going to be useful. And the other side is just Cries, 3-0-2, a terrifying Akali.
So how will Riddle actually attack it? Because they're posturing as if they want to.
Onslaught of Shadows did have to be burned, and that's a big ticket ultimate down before the Dragon, but the Equalizer was also popped. Nukes takes chunks, and he's just gone, deleted, eviscerated from the Rift.
And now with the Equalizer down as well, I don't actually think there's a way that Riddle could get in here and try and contest it. Cries is getting feisty. He's got them on vision.
Oh my god, he just gets another. He's under the Shroud trying to play this one out as best he can, but MC is overheated, and he's about to be taken on to be a triple for Cries. Double overall now, but that's the Cannon Barrage trying to get him out. He's trying to shoot the flip. No way do you get that one and get out. That was just obscene.
1 versus 3. Cries just shows up. He had all the intel he needed for the situation to work, and he executed upon it. Rift Hell, they'll get mid lane turret. They can try and push for another. In the Drake pick, they're picking up another neutral objective. So much just went right for JDXL in that play.
He walks the line, but of course it's Akali. She can perfectly execute it. Cries 7-0-2, looking to make sure XL can still find their way to second in the regular split.
And it looked competitive. Just 2 minutes ago, it looked competitive. This time around, no, when you see plays like that,
Oh, God.
his spirit starts to, you know, lessen a little bit as well. They still have the intel on Kex as well, so it's not even a mistake he's diving in here. He just fully knows that he can go for it. Even decides to stay around for the free 10 gold on the barrel before moving out of the cannon barrage.
Kex can press W as many times as he wants in chat or in game. There aren't enough oranges in the world to heal through that. Oh.
That's not only damage, that's emotional damage on top of that, and unfortunately, oranges are not the cure for that.
Well, you can only just sit there and cries. I mean, look at the guy's name. It's feeling more and more appropriate right now, the tears. Maybe beginning to start. He's going again. This is just a masterclass. Zamalek picks that one up, but it's all started by cries.
You're watching a master at work. Well, he's not even done. That's on the tower. Surely you can't do this.
He's not master, he's not grandmaster, he's damn challenger. It's feeling like right now. Kex does survive right now. Nuke's coming along to try and punish this. Solar Flare is there, and maybe we've overpraised him. Maybe he's in trouble to 1v3. He's got no flash, and the shutdown goes to the most important player. You can get it on Fatijam.
We were too hype about it. Cries were too hype about it, and he ends up paying for it. Shutdown, as you said, over to Fatijam. 2-2 on the Jinx, moving forward towards the third item. And still a potential win condition for Riddle playing around this AD carry, but they've lost the grasp of the game a little bit, but they're in reach of a 1k gold differential.
Unbreakable Will was hijacked. Slow Q now a behemoth of a player with that ability to him. Takes a big chunk. Equalizer comes through. Eminez knocked up but does get out. Onslaught of Shadows will force the stopwatch, and that will now burn out the ultimate. Surely he's in trouble. Cannon Barrage comes through on a Kikis, who does have flash, may need to burn it. Here comes MC and the rest. Knocks Slowq over the wall. Kikis will go down. Nukes will secure another onto Eminez, and somehow, someway, Riddle don't fall in that play.
Such a messy fight once again on the top side, but this time around it's Riddle who's coming out on top. And we mentioned it, we talked about it, the goal difference. It's now back to dead even between these two teams.
What was this play?
Such a messy play. And they wanted to go for a blue bluff skirmish. They wanted to just steal away camps, and they thought to themselves, okay, we can actually fight this. We're so far ahead. But it's such a split fight from JDXL. 3 members can't even join the Thore Kikis. He's all by his lonesome. He thinks he can knock Eminez over, or Slowq over to Eminez to pick up the kill. But Slowq just barely stays alive, forcing Samulek to back off after the instance as well, because Jinx is just getting excited in this fight as well.
Call it out as well. MC was just about in range over the wall with the Flame Spitter to help roast down Eminez. Otherwise, I think that was a dead Slowq, but it keeps the game even. They're still down Soul Point. They've still into a position where they've not got a lot of map control, but the more even it stays, the more gold you get into the backs pockets of someone like Slowq, of someone like Fatachan, who's getting closer and closer to an Infinity Edge third item, the more playable this game gets. Second item complete for Gangplank, who is still continuing to at least get items, at least get farm.
Riddle has obtained some topside control of their own jungle, but there's still good vision from JDXL blocking the entrances. You can see it from the mid lane just to ward outside. Pink ward and bush to the left as well, so despite Riddle's core blue side being pinked up, there's actually still a lot of intel going over to JDXL, which allows them to now push forward on the bot side, knowing a lot of members were just seen towards the top side. Eminez lurking around.
Again, he's died a few times, but you can see how close some of these fights have been, where it's literally an auto difference often that's been the difference between Eminez getting the kill and not. Unfortunately, this time for him and the rest of XL, it's not always worked out the way he liked, but he's still up a vast quantity of CS. He's still doing a lot of damage right now, and yeah, this is the way Jaces often end up. Like, you still get a 3 items, you still do the damage, and that's not the issue right now. I know he's still going to do some work. It's just whether we can stay alive while he's doing it.
Oh, yes. But they can still just wait these 50 seconds for the Cloud. MC, you mentioned it. Equalizer comes out.
Gonna be a lot of damage, but there's no flash. Eminez burned out in the last one. He's gonna be in so much trouble. He's just dead. Surely he just gets burned down. And down just backs him off. He leaves him alone. He's dead.
40 seconds for potential Cloud Soul as well for JDXL. Eminez will barely be up for it. He will have to teleport, but if it started on spawn, well, then Riddle will have a favorable position. Even though this is a 5 versus 4, though, it's still JDXL pushing forward, collecting control of the red side jungle, leading into the Drake pit itself.
I wonder whether the reason Dan didn't burn the Onslaught of Shadows there is he knows that Drake Soul's coming up and Eminez can teleport in, and actually the Equalizer was burnt. That's not going to be available at the start of this fight, even if it's going pretty low on cooldown by here.
Very close to. I think like just 10 seconds after the Drake has spawned, we'll probably have it, or 15. And
this is a call.
That is definitely a call.
Go.
TP's being invested as well. And I mean, they'll
Vision.
have to call it off immediately. They haven't controlled this from Vision.
They've got the ward in the river that will spot this out, but it was trying to pull JDXL from their position around Dragon. It
This
buys
play
time for Eco.
never works. This play never works because the opponent who's nearing a Drake is just going to be setting one member to solo it, while the rest of the members are stopping the others from starting off the Baron. So yes, you can walk in here. I don't think it's going to matter much for Riddle.
Still
Doing it either way.
thinking about it, they've got control of the river at least. 2 items complete across the board right now for Riddle, but it's pretty much the same deal for XL. In fact, M&S, despite 2, 6, and 2, has got 3 items in his inventory, in fact, and he's going to get onto inhibitor towers here.
And no one's really around to stop him just yet. They're coming in now. Equalizer is up if they want to chase down, but look at that movement speed. That is Phase Rush together with the accelerated gate.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul. Guy's just a rapid monster right there the moment he changes form.
That may have been the one, actually. You're probably right. Good call.
All
now, it's only going to be about setting up for the Baron now. You already have the Soul. You just want to bait in Riddle currently, and then you just want to pile down on them. You have a Fed Akali that can take care of the Jinx. And for Riddle, it's all about peeling the Jinx. You can play around Fatchin, maybe you can make it work. Oh, nukes.
Where's the rest of the team? He's going to get jumped on. Just having a clip shield to buy some time, but Crisis coming over. Dan's charging as well. So much turnaround, but the equalizers come through. MC has made so many good counter guys, but now he's in trouble. Knocked up by the Pulverize, and he's flattened by it. Cries, trying to get him to Fatchin, flashes, heals, over the wall, goes slow Q, trying to get out with the onslaught. He shouts as he steals away, but it's a shut down. And JDXL now can start moving on to inhibitors.
Guys, you still need the wave. There's still Nexus turrets to move on, but yes, you're right. They can totally take down this inhibitor now. Even move up towards Baron if they want to play it safer. And I think that is going to be the play indeed. JDXL collapsing, punishing a Riddle that's just not together.
And this is my problem. Riddle have turned around plays. They have challenged XL when they've come to try and control their own jungle. But the objective game, look at the tower discrepancy, look at the dragon discrepancy, now look at the Baron discrepancy. It feels like XL have run the map even if the goal has been close.
Oh yeah, you're completely right about that. It looked close for a second itself. MC was running amok himself. But as soon as he was shut down, dying 2 times in a row, losing all those Dark Seals to get stats, that's right, the game really started becoming difficult for Riddle because there was no one driving the game forward any longer. Whereas now for JDXL, multiple members to drive the game forward. Cloud Soul in hand as well, and Cries for sure so goddamn fed on this Akali. Great combo coming in from Kikis, Wing third, and then waiting for the Q afterwards. And Cries, he's just so sped up after ulting the first time with a perfect execution.
Nowhere to go. And for the first time in quite a long time, the counter punch from Riddle doesn't turn into a knockout. It's been a few times where MC, where Slowq have hit a great equalizer into a great hijacked ultimate that's turned around XL's proactive plays. That time it didn't work out. That time it cost them an inhibitor. That time it costs them a Baron. And they are losing semblances of vision. They're losing the ability right now, it feels, to stop the shove. M&S nearly now at 4 items with the stopwatch with the BF sword inventory alongside the Muramana. There's 3 items on Nata, and the siege with the Baron is going to be pretty hard for Riddle to
Cries
stop.
from just diving here? Honestly, what's stopping Cries from doing this?
Stop, there's a Dark Seal, there's a Zhonya's, maybe that's what's holding on. The perfect execution was hijacked, but 2 level difference? That is a massive XP lead that Cries can try and bend to his use.
He's going for it. He's going to go for it. He's just waiting. Riftmaker getting stacked up, and while topside is collapsing, bot lane wave is collapsing as well, and this should just be the collapse
The hand's just here, of course.
of the inhibitor turrets as well.
There's no level 16. There's no way to really rapidly switch ultimates right now for Slowq. Yes, you've got a perfect execution. There's no way of stealing the onslaught of shadows for the absolutely easy escape. And 3rd inhibitor falls. XL about to break the base. Riddle, what can you do? Can you solve this problem? Live up to your namesake, because this is your last chance. Here we go. Zamalek flashing out, but it's Kickers who start with down, who apologize, who's stunned in place, kicks into the backside, goes in. M&S makes it a 1 for 2 as the turnaround for Kex is there, and maybe, just maybe, they can hold on in the 3v4 until Cries deletes Slowq. One of your major damage dealers is gone. The Nexus towers are dead. XL trying to play this one out as M&S down to no HP. The stopwatch not there. Can Riddle hold on? Down to nothing, and finally, XL will tie up. They've still got
got a chance for top 2.
They definitely still has that chance for top 2, and it will all come down to X7 in our last game of the day later. Not last, next game actually. We keep the action coming.
Are you not entertained?
I am definitely entertained. It was quite messy. I don't think that's an early game. JDXL is happy about playing against the likes of Riddle, but nonetheless, their mechanical prowess is still showing once we reach that mid-game and Cries. I mean, we see him quite often on the lesser picks, but this time around on the Akali completely showed up.
Fantastic stuff. Challenged on the micro, but the macro still reigns supreme. XL still looking for top 2. We'll cut to a break. We've got interviews, and then after that, it's Vanir versus Noriki. Go absolutely nowhere.
We are on the third game of the day, and the top of the standings are still not decided on last day of split. This is how close it is in the NLC. The top of the standings will be decided on the last game between X7 and Astralis, so you cannot miss a single game from Week 9, Day 2. But this is the after game of JDXL versus Riddle, where JDXL took Riddle down on this best of one. It was a tough game for both teams, but I want to start with Riddle. I want to start with Nukes, who played Leona this game, to understand a little bit more about what happened. It was a close one, Nukes. Welcome back, by the way. And can you tell me, how important was this game to you?
I mean, it wasn't important in terms of Like, I mean, we said it was, but it doesn't really change. Like, maybe if we won against them, then someone would, I don't know, whoever gets third would not pick us. But I mean, at least from me, like, the match was a lot better than last time. But playing against this team, it almost feels like playing against LEC team for me, at least. Especially MNS, I feel like this guy is just way too good.
He is on a level that is really hard to conceive what is happening. But I understand, yeah, if you guys took down JDXL, you would force them to third place, and then they would have to pick a team to play against. So to me, that was like a message, okay, you can pick us, but we already defeated you once, we can do it again. So yeah, now looking into playoffs, you guys are locked in, you guys are fine. Someone will pick you or the fifth team for the first matchup. Who do you want to play against?
I don't want to play JDXL again. That's all I know. Like,
hey, that's an answer.
yeah, I don't care who we play. Just don't play them.
Would you rather play X7 than JDXL?
Absolutely.
Okay, interesting. Now, looking into the entire split before we move on into playoffs, can you give me like a summary of what do you think went well for Riddle? What do you think it could have been better for Riddle? I'm doing this question for all the players, so you can guys give me your spirit, like your justice of what you think happened throughout the split.
I mean, I would say before the split started, our scrims were good. Then the split started. Our scrims are not that good, and then we did not win a lot of games. And I would even say that our scrims are still like meh. Like, I've been in some teams that we are stomping scrims and some that are like kind of bad or something, or meh. But I would say that scrim results don't matter that much. But I mean, I would say we're like 4, 5, or 6 place still. Like, I don't see us being third. Like, we still need to improve. I feel like we're not there yet.
And you don't have a lot of time until playoffs. Do you think you guys can fix what you need to be fixed until then?
I think we can come up with some solutions, yeah. Like, maybe we can use some easy to play comps or something, and we can fix our problems. Like, maybe then we can get like third or second even, who knows.
Maybe that's the answer, man. Maybe that's the answer. Nukes, thank you so much for this interview, and good luck setting up for playoffs. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Playing versus JDXL feels like almost playing an LEC team. This is a good sentence coming in from Nukes, and it is always straightforward, so you know he was telling the truth. Eminez is a beast. Cries playing with Yakali was a monster as well. JDXL were hungry for that second spot, but they did all they could throughout the entire split. And now it's up for the last game of the day. Astralis versus X7. If X7 take down Astralis, it is going to be X7 by JDXL and then Bifrost. If it's Astralis win, XL go to third seat. So who knows what's going to happen. And now to talk more with JDXL side, I have Kickers. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, what's up?
It is a rough day. It is a tough one for math as well. So we're trying to understand what you guys are going to end up. X7 as well. Bifrost, how do you feel this game went?
I mean, it was fine. It was a bit slow from our sides. I mean, obviously, I'm really mad about the combo, which was pretty weird. But yeah, overall, like Felix, so Christ just kind of 1v9, so I guess there was not much to do.
Was this closer than you expected, or was it fine for you guys?
I guess, yeah. We kind of try to hold ourselves to a higher level, especially like if we want to like win players or like get high on new masters. So, I mean, the game wasn't so good from us, but I guess we won, so.
Looking into the big scene now, JDXL is at risk of being kicked to third seed if X7 loses versus Astralis. How are you feeling with that situation?
I mean, it's not really up to us, right? So, I mean, we can just sit and watch. It was up to us before, and we screwed up by losing like 2 important games, which if we won, we wouldn't be in the situation, and maybe we would even be like first place. So, yeah, like rules are like this. So I just hope X7 are not gonna end the game because they should win.
It's going to be a tough game. X7 versus Astralis. Astralis has to do a lot versus X7 to see if they can take that one. But looking into playoffs, can you tell me where do you think you will end up in? Third seed, first spot, second spot in the playoffs?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that we're gonna be first place. That's kind of like what everyone would say, but of course I believe it. So.
The team is proving themselves now and forward, and the Champions Select seem a little bit more stable than the usual, a little bit more to the meta side. Are you guys adapting now to the meta? And okay, we have to be secure, we need to play safe from now on, with a little bit of cheese, obviously, but do you feel like the meta is now taking control of JDXL?
We just play what we think is strong. Like some of our drafts didn't go as planned or like as well, but I don't think it was really up to like off meta picks or anything. I think it's actually good that like people won't really know what we will play all the time, and it was more to like the team comp not really like mashing together or just us not playing well. But yeah, we will just pick what we think is good, I guess.
Okay, we'll see what happens in the playoffs. Good luck to you all. I don't know where you guys are going to end up. It's going to be decided at the last game today. So you did what you could. The team provided with a lot of shows for us in the NLC. Thank you so much for this interview, Kickers, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There you go, JDXL taking the W versus Riddle, a really important game for JDXL. They needed to win this one if they wanted to go into the first seed battle, the second seed battle. This is what I'm going to talk about. And I know I have someone with me after this game. It was the game of the week. It was a special one. It is Trouble again.
Hello.
We need to talk about this.
I would love to talk about this because there were implications, soft implications for both teams. For Excel, of course, they need to lock in the top 2 spot, and it was so important for them to win this game. Now, if Riddle won this game, then that would push Excel possibly to 3rd place. And because we said most likely the 3rd place is gonna pick to play against Riddle, Riddle would also send a message by beating them here. That wasn't the case. I felt like the execution was a little bit iffy from the side of Riddle. They had the tools, but that one dive from MC on the top side of the map, where he gave one more kill to the Akali, I think it sort of helped a little bit Cries to snowball the game. And also the Akali on the side lane, who's going to stop her. Leona could not necessarily roam too much. You got to stay around your Jinx. So every time they tried to like gang upon the Akali without the Leona there, yeah, there's a clip with a 1v3 that I don't want to see ever again.
It is a sight to behold, and another one to give us, okay, JDXL as Eminence in the mid lane, it is a tough opponent, it is. But Cries is a beast as well. You look into the bot side, they have beasts as well. JDXL is a multi-threat team, and this is just a showcase of that in the way they play around it. I think MC did a really good job, as you were telling us. I agree with that. That dive was the seal.
I feel like MC was pretty much everywhere this game.
Yeah.
You would go in the mid lane, MC was there. Eminence would get a solo ball, MC would punish. Cries would get a solo ball in the top lane, MC would punish. I feel like Damaris said something where he's like, the Rumble was locked in a little bit too early, and I do agree with that, and especially with Diana in the mix, where she's definitely above a tier from the Rumble. You had other ways to go, but again, it's MC's Rumble, not any other Rumble, and I felt like had they played more together the fights, you can't necessarily go to a side lane versus the Akali, because you see all the follow-up that there is here with the Alistar and the Hecarim. I felt like actually the draft from Riddle was pretty good. You've got the Gangplank to stop the Aphelios from advancing, to stop the Jace from advancing, to very immobile carries in the backline. You've got the Rumble to reach these carries in the backline once the cannon barrage has been laid down. You've got Silas that can still Akali ult to dash to your backline and finish someone off, Hecarim ult where he can do the same, or still Alistar ult and survive the entire fight. And also you have to see 1, 2, 3 carries, all super squishy, which means Equalizer would have a huge impact, Cannon Barrage would have a huge impact, but we don't live in a wonderland, and 5v5s don't always occur, especially when that Akali is 10-0. That is a very dramatic zoom in. but it was just as dramatic as that Cry's performance.
Obviously, this puts JDXL in the place that they want to be in, and it's up to the last game, X7 versus Astralis, to see who's going to be the top seed of the entire split. So we need to talk about this. X7 wins versus Astralis, their first seed.
Yep.
And then JDXL will take it up. If X7 loses...
Let's give an explanation of what's happening right here. So all three teams, as it stands right now, are tied in the same points. If X7 wins against Astralis, which is something that is expected due to the performance of Astralis in the second half of the split, then X7 is 1 point above Bifrost and XL. So this is X7, this is XL, and this is Bifrost. So we forget X7 because they've locked in first, and then Bifrost and XL has a 2-0 record over Bifrost, which means they overtake them, which means Bifrost gets knocked down to third place. If that is not the case, if Astralis pull out a miraculous win versus X7, then the whole book gets shuffled. Bifrost takes first place because they've had the most wins in the second half of the split, and then it's between XL and X7, but X7 have the 2-0 head-to-head with XL, which means XL gets pushed down to third place. So that last game has so many implications, I'm sorry, for the top seeds. Because again, the top two teams, one best off away from locking EU Masters. Below the top two, you cannot afford to lose because you get knocked out.
It is Astralis with the option to take the throne from the Kings. It's not even them fighting for the playoffs, but they can remove X7 from the throne. But that's not the game we're going to watch. It is going to be Vanir versus Noriki. It's going to be a fun one, and I'll see you soon after this break. Fourth game of the day. We're back in the desk alongside with Trouble and Metaberg. Welcome back, everybody.
Metaberg?
He's right.
That's what you came up
He's
with?
right.
Metaberg.
Yes, yeah. Why are you saying it's like an insult? Yes, I play meta.
I didn't
Meta
insult
beast.
Why
you.
am I-
I'm just saying you're the
Okay,
filthy
who's the
meta
highest
player.
elo on the broadcast? Who's highest elo on broadcast?
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. I reached the same elo as you playing Pantheon top.
When?
Now.
No, when did I ask?
You just asked. Wait, you agree with it? He just asked.
No, but
That's
that
for
was
you,
good.
Orcs.
That was good.
How is it good if he asked?
That
No,
was
I didn't ask.
I'll never bring you tea again. I'm
It's
just
fine,
saying,
guys.
I'm
I
done.
was
Great team.
I was
It was
actually a
great team.
pro player, so I beat you both.
So was I. What is happening?
I was a coach.
That doesn't count.
So was
casted
I.
me. You casted me when I was coaching.
Really?
Yeah.
It was terrible, man.
It was so easy to forget you, though. So, looking into this game, Vanir versus, shall we? Yeah! Vanir versus Noriki. We're having a chill moment because this is the game today.
With no implication.
It no longer has any implications.
If there was to be a fun game, it would be this one. It literally does not matter for Noriki. It doesn't matter for Vanir. Nothing matters in this game. So if there was to be a game where people just say, let's have fun, let's just do our thing,
Let's have
just
fun.
give it a show.
Let's pick Pantheon.
This would be
Katarina.
today.
What do you, never mind, you play meta, doesn't matter.
My champion has
wanted to
already
ask
been
you.
picked. Yes, thank you.
Champion select is on for
go.
the fourth game of the day. Second to last game of the entire split, by the way, guys. So
I want to see some fun picks. I want to see, I don't know, Petoshka's Riven or Tryndamere open or his Fiora open. I want to see like everyone actually having fun, everyone playing their, their main champion. Like, I just want to see crazy picks. Just don't ban anything. What?
well, wish denied.
If it's, okay, so what if your champion gets banned? Do you guys feel like that's enough
Okay,
representation?
Vanir and Noriki,
could
that's
you
not
ban
your
them?
game. It's
It's for
our
you.
game now.
Why?
Or
You
you?
can't take the fun away.
What a waste of Ben.
Well, because they're just going for full top
It's like,
side here.
let Petoshka have fun. He's Fiora, he's Riven, he's Tryndamere, and the
Unfortunate.
bad Fiora.
Very unfortunate. And on the side of Noriki, they're still going like, this is meta, right? We're just banning away the OPs. Obviously, Vanir have the luxury of being blue side, where they can just first pick one of the OPs that comes out across in an overloaded situation. But even then, I'm hoping for fun.
Tryndamere ban.
Oh, you're still hoping for fun. Okay,
I am.
everybody's hoping for fun. But even though, okay, even if it's not only fun picks, it's still a game where they can showcase what they are. It's coming?
I don't
Ah,
think
yeah.
I don't think it's
Katarina now. I would love to see it,
Ah,
but
yeah.
yeah.
What Katarina, man?
So
Wait
last
for
ban
it.
of the
Well, waiting for the bans to go through. Wait, is that? Could it be? Oh, wait.
I mean, Rise is still so meta as well to ban away. You're waiting for
it's
the one
Nile.
now.
It's right. It's coming. I can feel it.
Nile.
I can feel
If
it.
both
Come on.
teams made a mutual agreement of not playing Jinx and Aphelios, that'd be really nice.
That would be the best game.
Unfortunately, this world is not very nice.
What do you mean? It's the perfect world.
Yep, nope, not with that happening.
It's a B1 Jinx. It takes us all the way back to week 2, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it back. The prep we made for the first week of LEC still matters this week.
LEC or NLC?
NLC.
Thank you.
Sorry, the prep we made for the
Are we
first
that
week of
good?
NLC.
You confuse us like LEC
It's
with
just
NLC.
same letters.
I was
It's
about
two
to say
out
it's a
of
very
three.
similar name.
Yes.
It is. I was trying to, okay.
Oh,
It's
wow.
going to be the
Oh, wait,
handshake
so
agreement
Jinx
to
was-
both sides.
Handshake. Let's
Can you
go.
believe that Jinx was responded with an Aphelios?
No, no way, man. I think we're never going to see a Hecarim here or a Zinzao either.
Yeah, that would be
Maybe
crazy.
Even a Trundle would be nuts, yeah. Like a
Volibear would
little
be.
fresh.
Volibear would never see
If they
that out
bring
there.
Nautilus, I'm going to lose my mind.
Vanir and Noriki, wake up, man.
What are you
Have
talking
fun.
about as well? Such a long talk here. Oh no.
What is that? No way.
Actually, they're just teasing us. They're just
Imagine
torturing
you get
us now.
30 seconds to talk about a pick and draft, and you
end
have
up
to
with
use them
Shinzao.
all
What the
to
heck?
talk about Aphelios and Sinzao.
Oh,
It's
oh,
not.
please. I don't care if it's Pantheon.
What's
Just
sillier
pick
than Through
something
Bitch?
interesting.
Stuff
Give,
like that.
give Trouble this one, please. Just give it. Saida give it. Saida takes it. It's the nod to the top side. At least they know us, you know?
Here,
At least they
You know, I
know us.
used to be a top laner, and now I was one of my most played champions. Yeah. Yeah.
They're calling you a metal slave even from the cast.
It's the stable one. So, okay. If they want to take this serious, we should take this serious then and look into this game. Okay, so
The
Jason.
feature is that because they picked Na early, it was very easily responded with a Jace. Now, what does that do? It makes you extremely squishy. It doesn't matter. If you put the Jace mid, maybe you can pick a tanky top lane, right? But we're talking about Petoska. The most tanky thing he's ever played is the Cho'Gath, and then he played it AP. It wasn't necessarily very tanky. So I'm assuming like something maybe like the Camille, the Tryndamere can come through if the Jace is mid. I think the Jace is going to go top lane to reply to the Na.
Interesting to see these enchanter bands as well, because I'm really looking at mid lane champions here, and I feel like Orianna and Cillian are just turbo broken with the comp you have right now. Gives extra movement speed to play with your Jinx and Hecarim. So both these two champions will just go through, and yeah, currently right now from Vanir, I don't think you mind trimming out the pool from support a little bit, just because it's such a vast amount of champions you can pick from, where I feel like there's some niche champions you can pick on Vanir's side that would make their composition a little bit greater. But Yuumi obviously pairs well with Hecarim as well later.
I'd also take away the Nautilus probably here, if I was Vanir, and we're going towards champions that can really protect your Aphelios. I feel like Nautilus is mostly prioritized over the Leona a lot of the times, and we see him banned over her, because it's much easier to deal with the Leona. Like we've even seen the Janna as a reply to the Leona coming through, and especially when you have the Jinx, it's gonna be getting jumped on by a Zinzao. It'll be also a very easy tool to do that. So I'm wondering what Vanir are gonna do here.
Well, they're talking a long time, and there you go, they missed their bans because they talk too long.
You know what that reminded me of?
What's up?
When we're like, so our coach was telling us, ban Riven, his dog was barking, and we had Draven.
didn't heard
and
that.
we're like, wait, Draven? And then we ended up banning nothing.
And just like that, Avagnale has been given his best champion on the Rift, by far, the Rakan itself. Like, even in situations where it seems like Rakan wouldn't do well, this guy manages to come from flank positions and always win his teams, or his team the fight. So, very scary pick, and certainly a ban you wished you had been able to use, but now they can't just respond with a Leona if they want to.
Can you take the Renata in this situation, though?
I mean, there's possibilities for it, but I mean, in the end, yeah, surely you actually can. It's a great pickup here.
Okay, so here it's not necessarily my favorite because the entire team is
happening?
diving forward. So I would much rather, I would much rather see this.
No, go back to the Renata.
The Ahri dives in, the Hecarim dives in,
Is
the
this-
Gnar dives in, and then you need somebody
Wait.
to stay.
Wait. Quicksand! Quicksand! Oh! Give it to me! Yes! Yes! Ah! Oh! Give them nothing, but take from them everything. Remember this day, lads, for it will be yours for all time.
I would like to apologize to all headphone users.
I'm so happy. How does it feel, Georgia?
Now we get to do this, because don't leave me hanging. Go on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sad.
Hey, I was talking about Cillian. He decided to come through from the side of Aero instead. They still have the movement speed to play around with their AD carry as well. But honestly, Pantheon's a great champion into Rakan to just stop that with mobility in the early game. Can stop him with the quickness as well. And
It is time. It is time.
no, you stay out. You
Noriki,
left. No.
you
don't
want
come back.
these points? Come and get them. Because we have Pantheon in the Summoner's Rift. And without further ado, what is your profession, casters? Give it to me. Ooh,
What is happening?
what is happening?
Well, thank you for saving me from the Pantheon gank. I wasn't expecting it.
The Rift is dangerous around these parts, young Skycaster. Jungle supports scare easily, but they'll be back, and with more teammates.
I was out here looking for a summoner who goes by the name of Old Nim Kenobi.
Old Nim Kenobi. That's a summoner name I've not heard in a long time.
You know him?
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
Hey, Initialize and I'm on the desk making every Star Wars reference under the two suns, binary sunsets, and a wonderful Pantheon pick for Archeron. Thank you, Quicksand. Sorry for the eardrums, but I'm not sorry for the hype because this should be very exciting. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Of course, the Kenobi trailer dropped earlier.
Did, I'm very excited.
Things. I was like, crap, we can't really,
get another intro to do with Pantheon right off the bat, but we will deal with it as we come. But speaking of that Pantheon and for Quicksith and stuff, I mean, Quicksith has had some really good games recently. We went back to that Renata play in the pre-show. It's been in a lot of our hype videos too. This guy has made some incredibly top-tier plays. Now the question is, of course, can you do that for one last time in the regular split as they're facing down Noriki?
Absolutely. And unfortunately for Vanir, despite having a really good season, the problem is they're going to tie with Dusty. And Dusty have had the better. I've got the head-to-head record against Vanir. They are 0-2 against them. Unfortunately for them, that means they are effectively locked into 5th, 6th alongside Riddle. And while they are strictly 5th, the problem is they don't get to choose their opponents. Someone gets to choose.
It makes very little difference to them. I believe the only thing it would matter with is if both 5th and 6th seed then progressed from their match and then faced in the lower bracket decider. And well, not, the second round rather.
I get you.
The lower bracket finals, technically the semi-final. And then they would get side choice on the first game of the series. That's the only time it would matter.
Okay, quick heads up as well. We've got a bit of a delay here because there are some in-game ping issues for one player. So we're just waiting to see if we can resolve that before we get onto the Rift. So it just gives us a little bit more time to procrastinate in podcast, which turns out we've done quite a lot of.
We've done a lot.
Fairness, to be fair, we've got like nearly 26 years of synergy at this point.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh my days, I'm getting old.
Yeah, you've just doxed my. No, I mean, I'm pretty open about how old I am. I have a birthday, you know.
Do you?
I do. Most people do. But yes, we've been here, of course, now for an entire regular split on the NLC.
We have.
And it's a little weird to think that, you know, first studio gig back in week 3, coming back up to this point, and rounding up what has been an incredibly exciting split of League of Legends.
Absolutely.
I think you could point out a couple of days of particularly high action. I think last game day, actually, on Monday, was incredibly hypey for that. And actually, one of the best games in that was actually Noriki against Bifrost, which was such a back-and-forth mid-game slugfest.
We have actually got a little something for you here. I believe production managed to pull together a little reaction video as Archtron loses his mind. So we'll just cut to that.
Oh, we've got to see this.
We've got to see this. Go on, let's have a look.
Show us. Oh, wonderful.
The sheer joy is glorious.
He was worried he would lose his shirt, actually.
There was a, like, that is a man who has lost
It was if a million pieces of fabric cried out and was suddenly torn.
Apart. Yeah, exactly. The Alderaan of shirts just about survives.
Just look at those veins bulging.
Like, there is a GIF in there somewhere. Look at that.
Several, actually, at this point.
I'm not sure if excited or terrified. Probably equal measure.
I want them to be scared of how excited they are for it. That all the dodge.
Look, just the sheer emotiveness of Alex. Look at that. It's amazing.
Yeah.
There are actually 2 Alexes. But Alex, I realized I got to clarify.
There are actually quite a lot of them.
I'd missed the chair lean back because at that point I was hiding under the desk for our own stream.
Isn't that funny? Actually, our first show on here as well, I was badly hiding.
Oh yeah, very good.
It was like the worst game of hide and seek that I've ever played.
You are quite
I'm
tall
enough to be quite bad at it.
Just your head,
anyway.
like
yeah.
That's not even hidden properly. Still waiting on that delay, guys. So we're just going to keep chatting as it is.
Yes.
Fortunately, we're very entertaining, so you'll love it.
Well, I mean, we can go back to the game, heaven forbid, because
okay, let's do that.
Let's round off and do our due diligence because you know, we need to.
So
I just saw things turn to black. I'm like, whoa,
we're here.
Crazy. Oh, what?
Okay, we actually do have to turn
that
back
is
the game,
actually a message from the production god saying, don't talk about the game. That's what I've learned.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, actually, what I do want to talk about the game, though, and I do want to talk about a little bit of what the Pantheon means in the comp. I know, obviously, it's something of a fun pick, considering this game, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't make that much difference. The only thing really on the line here is pride.
But Sam, we are both VCS enjoyers too.
Oh, indeed.
We love that region.
Oh, indeed.
It's a very fun one for those of you who want to see the highest combined kill per minute. That's a good one to go look over. And they were big players the Pantheon support. And actually, that spread across a couple of the other regions near them, which tended to scrim them. And what you understand from Pantheon is that if you fight them level 1, where he gets to jump in and stack, say if you jump in with your shield bash and you hit them 3 times the autos, you stack up Conqueror ridiculously fast. If you have Perish the Attack, you stack that up incredibly fast. So early levels, when you have that passive procced, you don't want to be fighting that. Now, on the other side, you do see that there is an exhaust, there is a cleanse as well. So Noriki are ready to disengage from that. However, they don't have themselves and ignite themselves to take the aggressive trades now.
No, they do not. remember as well, that things like Pantheon can be quite good in someone like the Rakan, who's gone exhaust for a reason here, but there's no heal. It is a cleanse for similar reasons, where basically fully charged shield vault pins you in place for a long time, and with the ignite, and honestly with the Jinx, who can throw down some flame chompers afterwards, there's a pretty good CC chain there to make sure you're tight.
Plus the charm, plus the Mega Gnar. So I'm sorry for us getting distracted, but production has decided to make our job extra hard today by putting up various images of the reaction image of the Pantheon pick just around the
It's not even the same. It's not even the same image. It's differing images of Ashram in like various apoplectic, descriptions, expressions.
Look, as long as I still have the game
joy.
to look at somewhere in the studio, I'm fine. At that point, I can still kind of do what we need to do.
This is where we end up
cast,
with
but-
one like on a ceiling somewhere. We have to like try and cast like with our heads like tilted at 90 degrees.
Well, I mean, I was about to say, it's like, where's Wally? Except we've been playing Where's Pantheon for the last couple of weeks at the NLC. And we have finally found ourselves at the end of that journey. And we are now find ourselves Pantheon on our screen. As you see, has really good ability to just zone off level 1, potentially get that wave push. There we go. Found him again. Wonderful.
Comet Spear coming through. Very obnoxious poke that as well, and you don't necessarily need a lot of AD to make that very nasty early on, so could potentially look to try and chunk out someone like Azat or Abigail early on with that as well.
So, obviously, one of the things which is a little less good about the Pantheon in this case is that often Pantheon isn't necessarily just about the 2v2, especially since he was nerfed for the Pantheon role. He used to be able to block tower shots, right?
Oh,
you shove in, you dive with an empowered E, and you block a lot of turret shots, and you could really start threatening a lot of weaker early game 2v2s. But effectively, even without that ability to block turret shots, you want to be fighting around 3v3s. And if you've got Hecarim versus Jin Zhao, you are not winning that early 3v3. Pantheon or not, with his early lockdown and early damage, he doesn't really want to be getting involved in that kind of skirmish. What he can do, though, is stuff like this. Use that early reset and come mid.
Ash, there it is, into the chomp, but it's a little bit over time. Can they still get the kill? Surely one final Comet Spear will do it. And Quixis with first blood. What is his profession?
It's ganking mid lane, baby. Gets in with both summoners, but that's the CC chain. It gets a kill over to the... Actually, giving gold to a Pantheon support is also not that bad either. You can get yourself early Umbral Glaive, early lethality items, which are very cheap. And Aero, I mean, as soon as you see the Pantheon in your lane, you need to just immediately flash. There is no ego in that. You just need to get out of that, but doesn't quite understand the danger of the situation. Maybe it was because, of course, that Jin Zhao was right behind them. Sadare potentially could have gone in and assisted that, but no, the Jin Zhao not quite in position to bail him out.
And I've got to call it out as well. This is something you have talked about with me about Ari in competitions before, where basically Ari is wonderful if someone can set things up for her to follow up with the charm. Pantheon, Hecarim, two of the best champions in the whole damn game to do exactly that.
Because when you look into this kind of competition, when you have a Mega Gnar, you've got Hecarim CC, you've got the Pantheon 2 for point and click, just nuke this target, especially when you can just fly in with the Pantheon ult, fly in with the Ari ult too, that you can actually not just be the setup champion yourself, but be actually the actual person who's hitting that home run when you build towards high damage. I have to see whether Sahiro agrees with my analysis of that, though, but they do have themselves the first assist on the board.
Absolutely do. Great stuff there from Vanir in the early game with the very entertaining pick. Of course, we have been focusing pretty heavily on Vanir for obvious reasons, a lot of excitement with the Pantheon coming through and the joy that's brought us on the casting team. But let's chat about Noriki a little.
Well, yeah, because Noriki, this is our last look at them. They're split. Of course, there is no promotion relegation in between spring and summer, so this organization will be back next split. However, we don't know, of course, what changes they might make in the break between splits. We've already heard in a couple of interviews that changes are coming for other teams. Not heard anything concrete from Noriki on that side, but even if they were to stay together as a 5-man unit, this is one which they would like to sit there and build confidence and have something to develop off of and keep mood high going into that break.
And, you know, they called it on dust. This is largely a serious draft from Noriki. They have gone for a game here where they want to prove they can play. Of course, Vanir pull out the slightly fun pick for the sport, but the rest of the comp, honestly, is still a very interesting one. This is still a comp that Pantheon works into. It's not a complete solo queue here. And that does mean we've got to take this with a certain level of reverence, even if there's a little bit of fun with it.
No, I mean, I actually look at what Pantheon, once they hit level 6, can do, and you think, oh, if you are playing through a side lane on that Jace, yeah, that's not going to work for you. And we already talked about like, the Ari doing, kind of going into that too, but if Pantheon is going into a side lane while Jace is pushed up, it's going to be very, very dangerous inside of Noriki. So even if the Desiderae is in decent position, that's not easy numbers advantage to overcome if the enemy jungler with the Ghost is going to make their way quickly there too.
The ability for Vanir to collapse with their mid-jungle support is pretty extreme once level 6 comes through. Between Onslaught of Shadows, Spirit Rush, and of course the Grand Starfall can do a lot. And Sahira's already got level 6, looking to try and make Desidere's life pretty challenging. Patoshka kind of caught a little under tower, and that's kind of the absolute worst place for Jace's wave to be. He doesn't mind the wave being just outside his tower, but once it's actually crashed into his tower, he is not happy. And where he's at right now with level 6 on Noodle as well, he's a bit wary, but of course the resets do come through. Desidere will get to reset as well. And we do get a little bit of calm before an oncoming storm, one imagines.
So, I think Sahira doing more than fine there just to show their face on the map. And this is something you do with a lot of roaming mids, right? You just disappear into fog. You don't always have to do much with it, but just holding the enemy team accountable and saying, look, you can't follow me into Fog of War as a Zillion. You die at that point, particularly again with the Hecarim hitting level 6 too. So you have to be very, very wary. Now the question is, can Noriki actually get themselves a safe line of vision to play around? You can see actually in the top red side quadrant, there is a pink ward on the back of that red buff. Now, there's no vision in the river either side either. It's for Aero to play safely.
Ooh, good chunk there onto Quicksith, because of course you can still try and take some opportunities to attack the Pantheon, who is still pretty squishy. He's going to build the damage, and they get a bit of a chunk there. Playing a little bit with fire, of course, because the turnaround is definitely an available thing. You can interrupt something like a Ricard in the middle of his jumps if you're quick with your W finger.
All this time, we were waiting on Yepe to pull out the pick, but it turns out there was a new hope in the name of Quicksith. Long may he live.
And Vanir's Empire did strike back with that counter pick towards the bot lane. Of course, Abinel on his very famous Rakan, and here comes a bot dive potentially. Is flash away from attempted crunch or wallop there. Flash forward for the Mega Gnar, though. Does get a wallop afterwards as it's out of mana for Patoshka. Trying to outplay it, and Nile gets the solo kill.
That is so slick. Gets close, as many of these top lane 1v1s do. See if there's another saga to follow from the bot side, but it turns out it is just going to be disengagement from both sides.
Desidere was on vision there. There was a ward just in lane that spots him coming through.
So, things come back down to a simmer after a brief spot of boiling, and it comes from a 1v1 in the top side. A duel of maybe not fates, but decent top laners.
Well baited.
Well baited. I was trying to think of a really good way to make that fun and decided, no, I'm not going to do that instead. Either way, Patoshka, as you said, kind of using the full breadth of the mana bar, but not enough to go through the entire rotation. And just don't fight Mega Gnar. Fighting Mega Gnar is often the way you lose. I mean, a lot of counter matchups into Gnar are just, you can beat him up while he's mini, not necessarily while he's in Mega. And Patoshka on the wrong end of that trade. And, goes down for a solo.
Efficiency, Noodle. I like it. Managing to take out both the Rift Scuttle and their big sister at the same time. Shelly going to be taken out here by Vanir with little contest. Herald secured. And that means, I suspect, a tower and a potential dive on said tower is in the cards in the near future.
And again, you now have Quicksith with ult on the move. You've got Sahira who's shoving in the wave, took the dematerializers to shove that wave even faster. And now you're seriously worrying on the side of Aero how you can affect this map. You only have one teleport, and what happens if there's a threat, you have to pull it defensively and you can't respond to the next play.
Reading rotations, reading resets from Quickseth the Noodle is going to be key over the next couple of minutes, because the setup for this Herald, the setup for what will likely be a tower dive, will be critical for Noriki to respond to. It's not always been their strength. Sometimes they've ended up in positions where they have been a little rotate a little off the pace when it comes to some of these mid-game rotations. Even if we've seen great skirmishing from them, particularly the likes of Patoshka and Azador have been great carries when they've had opportunities for Noriki, but sometimes as a team, they can be a little slower to the play than they'd like to be.
And obviously their composition is not going to help them in this regard. Like we said, we already talked about the power of the Pantheon, mid lane's going to work towards that too, the Ghost on the jungle. Everything on the side of Vanir says we're going to arrive to the play first. So Noriki are going to have to overcome part of their own worries, their own demons that they face during this split, and try and do it in a situation which is really difficult to do so.
Yeah. Quick eye in on some of the itemization choices. Moby Boots, interesting for the Pantheon, for the additional move speed. Nothing like Merc Treads or the like, just wants the straight movement speed to get around the map as often as possible, be prowling for those picks. Gone for the shoulder guards as well for a little bit more safety, etc. So nothing super surprising there.
It's just arrive first to the play. Got to make sure you have maybe not have the hyperspace, more like a slip space drive, to always be faster than your enemy team.
Not expecting the Halo reference there.
Look, if I'm going towards the sci-fi references, I gotta go dig deep. And Patoshka
All right, Patoshka
Getting himself out of this top lane hole.
but it's going to be a 3v2, and that's just a very dead mini now.
Oh, okay, maybe not just Patoshka digging himself out of that hole he found after that CS deficit and the kill, but some teammates came in and did. And what do you know? Support jungle roam do come back. They do come with some more teammates attached.
Abigail was there, Quicksith was not. And Halo references aside, still a little bit sad about how the story's going in that game. Not going to go there. I'm a little bitter.
I'm very much looking forward to my first desk or at all show with Jamada, because I know he's a big fan of the series. That'll be a good one. I look forward to it.
Yes, I'll not get into that too much. Halo 5 made me sad. Anyway, Herald, someone in mid lane, does get the charge, does get the plates. Good charge onto Zizure. Abigail does manage to stop some of that damage with a little bit of assistance with the battle dance. A little more to write home about aside from that. Items are starting to come through. Patoshka with that kill did complete the Eclipse. Got a dragon spawning and up for someone to take if they should so wish.
And for those of you who've been keeping an eye on the financials of this game, that's a bit of gold lead for Vanir.
It is.
And a lot of that is due to looking down at the CS numbers. Leads in every lane. That is a 20 CS lead in mid, similar from top. Bot lane, of course, still succeeding for the side of Vanir too. You have 1 kill on top lane, which was traded for the earlier solo kill. Vanir just winning across all fronts right now.
They're going to come in towards this dragon, take it without too much contest from Noriki, who started it, but decided they can't stay there. So it'll just be a thank you for the leash.
Hey, so that's first dragon down, which is now a little bit of a problem for Noriki, because if you're going to play against a team that wants to fight...
Oh, no, not again, not again, not again! Meganar to the wall, looking for another boulder that comes crashing in. Space shuttle lands through. Boulder tried to read the dodge, doesn't get through. Patoshka gets out alive this time, but Noodle is around, and there's oodles and doodles of Noodle damage coming straight through. Oh, so a shadow over the wall, but it's
okay.
One. That was a bit aggressive, but Grand Starfall! Sahira gets that one. He's got Spirit Rush, but misses the charm. Now they need to try and extricate themselves. In comes Aero and Abigail. One last charge of the Spirit Rush will mean there will be no more. It's just a 1-for-1 trade.
Okay, so it is a bit of an overextension from Noodle with getting himself into a bit of a difficult situation. Is actually going towards what looks to be the Divine Sundress, a very bursty coming through from the Hecarim. And again, I like how Vanir have said, we are not playing for direct team fights. We want to have ways to out-skirmish and fight around the wider map. Everything is screaming that. And actually, let's bring this back to a more relevant point, because we know that Vanir are already locked into playoffs. They're pretty much effectively locked into their seed as well, or at least there isn't really much of a difference this game will make on it. But what they can do is give a blueprint of some different ways of how they want to play the game, have some stage time with it. Against you, Noriki are not a slouch of a team either. Of course, they are out of playoffs, but they had a much needed late season resurgence.
Hero.
And they want to show that they can have a bit more versatility.
Uh-oh, he's in a lot of trouble. Does have a speed up, though, with the time warp. Getting slowed down a little bit by the passive there. The Hyperprox chunking Aero out. Won't be able to get too much more. Meganar now through. We'll see it as well. I'm sure you're pretty happy at this point as well. Have you noticed the items?
Oh, that's an item.
It is.
Yes.
Talk to me.
Everfrost be gone. We have a Ludens.
Justify
Lovely.
yourself.
So it's basically what we were saying earlier. Ahri in this game is sole AP. You have a lot of CC. The Pantheon, definitely a big part of that.
Nile taken pretty low. Does have flash, does have hop. Will get out of danger. Go back to talk about Ludens.
Okay, so basically, it's still going to come down to you want to be the one who's really finishing the kills. Now, when you play this build, and actually just any Ahri build, I'm a massive fan of early Dark Seal, getting it on your first back. Of course, I think it was exact gold for Sork Boots, which obviously changes the equation a little bit. But if you get up to a significant amount of Magi stacks, and you are building a higher damage build on Ahri, game becomes very difficult to take away from that champion. But have to see, of course, how these fights play out. Quicksith is going all the way between the cities, getting really good use out of these Moby boots. And Cavo still having to give up some minions, but I do like how Quicksith is using the power point of this champion and the items he's built.
Sahira, Noodle, both roam, see whether they could catch somebody overstaying there a little bit. Did get a couple plates, though, in that mid lane. Not plates, of course, they've fallen a little while ago. He's not paying attention to the time up.
Crockery be gone!
Yeah, they've all fallen off. The crockery's done. We all eat out of bowls now. There's no Super Bowl here, but we've made some Super Bowl references, I guess. We'll take that.
Have we?
I don't know. There's a cup coming up, like the tournament.
Oh, my God.
Like the championship. Yeah,
I love making references.
It was.
I am not an expert on this.
It was a tenuous link.
It's okay. It's just worse rugby anyway.
I mean, the Six Nations can kind of be attached. There's 6 teams in playoffs. You can take that. See? It's still there. I'm just sad with Wales' performance in that right now.
True.
Sad.
True. Well, Don't have to worry about that. Just a little longer, we can focus on some League of Legends.
Yep.
Okay, that's going on right now.
Pain in our voices.
A little bit of pain, just a little bit. It's, Noodle dealing some pain out to the Herald. Second Herald is nearly on the returning end of a really nasty Eclipse trade. That item really does change this matchup a lot for Jace. Jace is not the champion anymore where if he dies early, as in previous seasons, where he just kind of fall off a cliff in terms of his impact on the game. As soon as he gets towards that first item, the Mythic, and then, of course, towards a Muramana transformation later into the game, becomes so difficult to deal with. But, of course, Hullbreaker exists to give Gnar an extra bit of mileage to last out the early matchup.
3 items for Jace, terrifying, especially considering tank items are not what they were a couple of seasons ago, with Patoshka hopping forward with the mini coming through, using the acceleration gate to run away, as Desiree and Abagnale turn up in the top side to try and offer a little bit of support to this Jace.
You know, that was a really interesting... just seeing if there's anything happening on the map. There might be a dive mid. We'll see if that comes back. But there was a really interesting Jace build, which Zeus used against Gwen, where you start E to drop down the acceleration gate and just run away from the Gwen and just throw them back. Really
I kind of like that. That's really good for us, Patoshka.
Nilly's probably not
he's going to be trying flash. We've got Megadon coming up against the stun on the tower! Grand Starfall is here, and it was a great wish upon said Star for Nille who gets that kill. Tower in mid lane fell as well. It will be the Spirit Rush that was popped by Sahira, so that is down for the count. With the Dragon up and available, maybe Vanir have to give this one up with that ability.
They do, but I mean, I think you're fine just threatening, zoning off with the Spirit Rush. You've won on multiple lanes. Of course, you've used the Pantheon ult too. I don't think Vanir should be contesting this. I think you've taken your ill-gotten gains. Just give up the objective. It's not like you're giving up 2 early dragons. I think you can walk away with the win, can't you?
Surely. Onslaught of Shadows is a very strong ability, don't get me wrong. So is the Super Mega Death Rocket. Being down Mega Gnar, being down Spirit Rush, being down Grand Starfall as well for the easy repossession of the Pantheon means they just won't go for it. They'll just keep Noriki tied into the river so they can take towers elsewhere.
And what they're also doing is going through the topside jungle. They're taking camps. They're taking like a side benefit, making sure that the Sidere cannot get any more farm. You can already see that the Hecarim is already starting to really run over those numbers. CS advantages again still being upheld largely by Vanir, and Desidere is going to find it really hard to find any kind of economic gain in this game.
Absolutely will do. Gold lead is a little over 300. If I wanted to make that reference to Pantheon on the team, yeah, it's the best I could do. Sorry, mate. Significantly more for Vanir as Patoshka is definitely going to go down here. No way out. Noodle is the one who picks up that kill, his first of the game.
Stuck between an asteroid field and a hard place.
And a horse place. A horse displace, actually, with the E, because you displace enemies with
Okay, let's go wait to... Look, Sam.
That was pretty good. Come on. No. That was good.
That might be one which chat might have to answer for you. I am not the
support me here. Don't give Naomura the satisfaction. He's a cocky and someone who didn't let this kind of thing go. So I need this. Come on, guys, don't do this to me.
So it is once again. I mean, it is once again coming back down to Vanir are playing the game the way that they want to, and Noriki are not really adapting that well to it.
Wait,
yeah,
look at that.
Okay.
Our social media manager is Doku. It's close to Dooku,
no.
Which means that as the Skycaster in the skip from earlier, I'm in trouble because he will sort me out on social. I'll be in trouble.
That's Bullseye's the Womprat and Beggar's Cat. Now it's actually a blue buff. He gets that one with the Comet Spear.
I was Biddy memeing with like the biggest sort of like forehead chain of events to allow myself to get in trouble as Quicksith finds a great Comet Spear over the wall to secure themselves the blue buff, and that's actually potentially pretty big here because Aero's out of mana. He has to reset.
Has a teleport, but doesn't want to be on the map. And again, it's just Noriki. The difficulty they have is that they do want Vanir to blow a lot of cooldowns onto someone like Jin Zhao with also a Zillion ult to back up either that first pick or the first target that they need to save in terms of like the Aphelios, right? But Vanir don't have any kind of incentive to do that. Why would they sit around an objective when they're very happy to split across the map? They have vision pretty much everywhere, and now, yes, Noriki do have some of that vision that we were asking from them earlier into the game, but they can't force Vanir to be on any one part of the map, and they're struggling to stay even when they are just farming in lanes.
And the more these towers go down, the more difficult it is for Noriki to stay safe.
You worry about the towers, I'll worry about the fighters.
Right, well, the red team is about 5,000 gold down. You could call that red 5, in fact. Yeah, see, it wasn't bad. And the problem is there is the Death Star run that could definitely go on down these lanes right now, because without the towers there to defend them,
Oh my god,
it is
was
an
a
easy...
New Hope just an ARAM?
A New Hope, just an ARAM. And other such incredible revelations here by the brothers Hapgood in the NLC.
Oh my god, I've made a world-changing discovery.
No.
We're off again. Let's go to hyperspace, baby.
Here we go. Patoshka's about to find himself in trouble. And he flies in like the Millennium Falcon and takes that one down.
And he's absolutely blasted out of that top side, 2 and 5. This is exactly what we started questioning. We think, hang on, that's a lot of people that can get towards the side lane. You need to be very on it if you want to play the map wide, and they haven't been able to respond effectively. We've not, at least at this point, Noriki are going to get an objective bounty. Actually, mid lane out of turret, that's a pretty good return. So actually returning back to that, Jace losing out a lot, but at least they get something as a consolation.
Yes, they do. Big gold lead continues to expand. Turret advantage continues to expand. And every time this happens, the more Hecarim jigs with excitement, with the Spirit Rush from Ahri, with the Grand Starfall from Pantheon, can chase you down way beyond anywhere you can be safe. It's so hard to shove out waves safely.
And it'd be a little different if you had someone who was just such an overwhelming split pusher like someone like the
Jace.
Tryndamere, right? Jace can be that, but he's not the hull. I think you'd need a hull breaker user at that point, or someone that can just clear out from range, like a Gangplank with barrels, or just sit a tower. But even then, that would have been a bit of a difficult call. And now you're sat here with the Jinzao that hasn't achieved that much early, or got a couple of assists on the table. That was okay. That was fine. And speaking of him, going to get bursted out.
Zidore is potentially a dead Zidore, as now McNell's behind though to make this a turnaround. Flash for the 3 Talon Strike, but the Spirit Rush is there. Flash away again, and he gets out of dodge.
Hey, quick fingers, but close from Abagnale again. Goldborg really sang the praise of this support player on this champion in specific terms, and that one felt like it could have been something that they could work around. Because once you get one kill, you can kind of chain that into a couple of wins around the map when not all pieces of this puzzle can respond to it. But Noriki, they kind of missed the opening just about. Not managed to find that true shot. And Noriki left trying to find another opening to try and break this the constant pressure Vanir have put on them.
Yes, they have. Red buff being contested over as Noodle comes down. Here's a 2v4. Outnumbered 4-1 actually is Noodle, but it still might be an even fight. To make another Halo reference briefly there, just slightly. But the red buff does go over to Azator. And going to take out the wards, and that's what's being contested as Nile solos out Drake number 2 for Vanir. Still a little ways off something like a Soul, but are continuing to take control of the map, take control of the game. 23 minutes in. Gold lead around 6,500.
Speaking of that Soul, of course, it is going to be the Hextech Soul. I'm actually trying to remember if we referenced that one before. But either way, sat at 2 dragons. I think Vanir would like to have more of a game-breaking advantage before that point. They are still very far ahead, but you don't really want to chance it on a 5v5 or a steal to kind of elongate that game. However, Vanir also not really content to go towards a Baron or something either. Noodle walking up, seeing if he can contest a bit more. Does have a lot of teammates in the area.
And so, of course, we've got the Putrefier in inventory for Aero. Can Zilean activate Putrefier?
Yeah, so it's when you buff a champion, right?
Right.
So, and you have the Aerie, so
you can do it.
So if you heal or shield, rather, it's not just the buffs.
Cool.
Actually, no, just clarifying, it is only when you heal or shield. But because you have the Aerie, if you then speed up anyone, they will get the Aerie, and that will count as a buff. And now we have ourselves very buff man going towards the bot lane.
Just about turns it, but isn't required in the end. Might be needed for Azator, though, who's in trouble. Here comes Noodle. They can start charging through. Hex Gate's being activated, though. Trying to turn up and spawn. As Azator gets 2 on the Shadow, is too late. And now they might have overdone it. Noodle needs strength. This one, Kevo is around, but he won't be able to quite do it until Noodle secures that one. Aura of Dread is there to try and heal up Desiderate. Now trying to turn back around. Wind becomes lightning. Noodle thinking about turning this one around. Abagnale is there, but gets charged out with a devastation. The Chrono Shift is there to bring Desiderate back, but I think he's going to be thrown straight back into the grave. The Night of the Living Dead ends real shortly.
Oh, never tell me the odds. Vanir take a broken fight. And it doesn't quite work out as cleanly as they would have liked, because Azator is still on his famed Aphelios. This player, even on a struggling team, has been, honestly, in my eyes, one of the best.
What?
AD carries in this split is the other AD carry on the other side. Gets absolutely blown out the water by the Zillion bombs.
Why did he have to be fair? Because he had a thermal detonator, it turns out, as Patoshka gets into danger in another 1v1 that Nile wins out again.
That now makes me want like a Rancor Gnar skin. Definitely the same kind of
please.
posture. As Patoshka goes down, and that's such a close trade. Such a close trade. And Astor he's on a heck of a one-man mission at that point, but serious credit to him. Gets the markdown onto him with, of course, this combo is so deadly with all the auto-attack resets for the Calibrum in your inventory. But yeah, this is what happens when a Hecarim gets ahead. Very, very dangerous. Of course, not full tank, it's the Sundra, but the Sundra gives you some extra regen as well, remember?
Absolutely, and the more damage you do, remember, the more you heal up when you're using your Aura of Dread. So if you can keep tanking when you, I believe, Patoshka Noodle is running Conqueror as well, you have got a pretty decent level of healing, and then I'm assuming this is just some bombs?
I mean,
what on earth happens?
There's a flash here on Arrow. I would imagine that is involved some way. I would very much hope it. Yeah.
Oh,
that's actually really nice. You know what? That's a super clean combo. Cool guys, look at explosions.
Yep, and that is a very dead AD carry. No way out of that one.
You know, one thing which I had completely, like, not clocked in this game.
Do tell.
Clocked.
With
all the Star Wars references, that's an Odyssey Jinx skin.
Yes, it is.
Bit of a rebellious phase.
Indeed. But it depends whether this rebellious Jinx can find a way to stop the Imperial march forward of Vanir as they are chunking out everyone on the map as Noodle.
You'll find this team composition is fully operational. Noriki bidding a hasty retreat.
He may fire when ready. Noodle goes in, gets a hold of that one. Spirit Rush is being popped, and there are definitely more than two of them this time, and Sith Lords wish they could be as damaging as that, it turns out.
And
still thinking
say
about
twice the pride, double the fall, but Noriki have been humbled in this game so far. 12-5, and again, there is a point where you think, okay, composition's about playing the map out this way, and Vanir have been very happy to play through the sidelines, as you said, but Noriki try and go for one group up fight. They're caught napping a little bit, and they have to watch this objective go.
Will not come in to steal it. Now Aero's in trouble, being jumped on. Gets a blast cone over the wall as the MasterCard replay noise comes straight. Baron power player, but it's not replay. Not quite there yet. We'll be getting one shortly, I'm sure, as Aero is stunned, even with the time warp available. Won't be able to do that one again. We won't need to do the dance.
And yeah, I mean, Noriki find themselves finally with Vanir and an objective. Maybe we can fight front to back, but you've actually already lost a member before going into it. You'd committed to a retreat.
Flash minion is a bit problem as opposed to goes down anyway. Knock up, gets knocked down. Double kill for Kevo, who's continuing to run this one over. Noodle is here. Also the shadows over the wall and a double for him as well.
Oh, it's a knock up, it's a knockdown, but they do not get up again. Noriki looking to end this split with a bang, but it is just bit of a splutter.
It's a knockdown fight, but it's certainly not dragged out. Vanir looking to close this one out in short order. Pantheon gets picked. Pantheon gets the win. Are you not entertained? It's time for the end of this one. Noriki tried, just not enough.
You want to forget about those solo kills. You want to forget about the pick and ban phase. You want to go home, rethink
your draft.
Yeah, draft. Apparently so. But of course, this is the last time we'll see Noriki in this split, not making it through to the playoffs. Sadly, not the best game for them to go out on. Had some bright moments, but that is a bit of a story of that game. Bright moments, but not quite stitched together.
And much like Star Wars, the best is yet to come. Episode 5, Game 5 coming up after this one. We'll be deciding who comes first in the regular season. We can't toss yet, I'm being told by production, so you're going to have to deal with that.
Oh no, I was...
Come on, that was actually quite good.
I was thinking like, oh no, I can think of some kind of pun, and I just can't. I'm completely out of this.
I refuse to believe that.
All out of ideas. Sorry, nope.
Well, he's out of ideas, but we're not out of any other things. We've actually out of time is what we are. We're going to cut to a break. We'll see you in a few.
Cast was a fine addition to my collection.
100% win rate, baby, for Pantheon after the stellar victory coming in from Vanir versus Noriki. I don't care about anything else in the game. I'm really happy. I got to see my Pantheon being played. It didn't bring the press the attack. He went for Conquer, but a victory is a victory, man. And without further ado, I have Quickstep for the interview. How are you doing, man?
Doing great, doing great. Got to play the Pantheon.
Yeah! I was so excited,
This win was for you.
Okay. Pulling myself back, okay. How are you feeling after this victory versus Noriki?
I'm very happy. The other games how the other games went today meant that this game didn't really matter for us in terms of the standing. We were locked in fifth place no matter what. So the game wasn't that important. However, we still wanted to end on a good note before playoffs. Obviously, the Pantheon pick turned out to suit our composition as well and the matchup as well. So it was a great win.
See, it made sense. It made sense. Obviously, I have a lot of questions about like the play went through the Conqueror instead of the press the attack, the Umbro Glaive. I have a lot of it, but now I want to focus into playoffs because this is what I want to focus on Vanir. You guys are doing stellar as well. You guys are locked in fifth. My question is, who do you want to play against, and how is the team feeling?
I think we want to play against Dusty. They have been looking very good lately. 7-2 in the second split, very impressive. They had a rough start, but they have bounced back. And we beat them in the first half. They beat us in the second half. I think we are very close as teams. In a best of 5 scenario, it's decided in draft who can adapt better between the games, etc. And I think that will be a good matchup if we are to face against Dusty.
Okay, I got to see my favorite champion. I got to see my favorite. We got a lot of people getting their favorite champions. What would be your favorite champion to play inside of the Rift, regardless of if it fits or not?
I would have to say the Thresh. Maybe a boring answer, but I've played it a few times already. It is my favorite champ. It is my main champ for many years now, and I hope I get some Thresh games in the playoffs. It's been a while since I played it, actually, in NLC.
Okay, to wrap it up, because we don't have more time right now, I want to ask you, how did you feel walking in the Summoner's Rift with Pantheon? Like the way he walks in, he walks manly. How did you feel walking in the Rift?
Yeah, that's the best word, manly. Like, you just feel like an absolute beast with this champion, especially in the early game. Enemy thinks they are even feeding, but against the Pantheon, they stand no chance in the early fights. So you just feel like an absolute beast. When you find those early kill like I did in mid lane right there and snowball, then, you just completely dominate the whole map, and it feels amazing, yeah.
I'm so happy you picked this, by the way. Thank you so much, Quickstep. I'll see you in playoffs, man. Good split from Vanir and amazing and stellar victory. 100% win rate, baby. Thank you.
I have one thing to say before I
Yes.
leave. This is to Troublelink from Sahira. Sahira wanted to say to Troublelink that he really wanted to play Katarina this game. However, our manager told him that he will be fined if he locked that champion in. So he could not do that because of that reason. Yeah.
Okay, that is valuable information. Thank you so much for that, Quicksap, and I'll see you in playoffs. Okay, focusing back into this one. Vanir takes the 5th place. They're locked in, they're feeling comfortable, and they want to play versus Dusty. So whoever finishes in 3rd, if they pick Riddle, the first game for Vanir will be versus Dusty. So his wishes will be delivered as well. Now, looking into Noriki's side, this is the last interview with Noriki. I have the pleasure of getting Petoska with me to wrap it up in this split from Noriki. He played the top side, he played the Jace versus the Nine. Hello, Petoska, welcome.
Oh, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Obviously, sacrifices have to be done, man. They got the Pantheon. I mean, there's not much you can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could not grieve, but this time it was what it was.
It was an interesting match, and my question to you is, did this match mean anything to you specifically? Obviously, for the standings, it didn't matter anyway, but did it mean anything to you today?
I mean, it kind of did. Chase is a pick that I used to play a lot, like 2 years ago, and then I kind of didn't play it for 2 years, and now I played it 10 games in solo queue. I was like, hey, we can play Jace now. And then, yeah, I think it's first Jace game that I've played in competitive. So, like, yeah, next time it will be better.
I'm feeling that you're a little bit down, even though this was a game just for fun and like, quote, quote, for fun. What I want to ask you now is, what is like your summary for the entire split? How do you feel with Noriki reaching the place that you guys reached, the performance that you guys upgraded as well since the beginning of the split until now? How do you feel in the end?
I mean, I feel fine. I think we had the opportunities and we could have made playoffs, and I also knew that there was a chance that we're not gonna make it. But like at least towards the end, we've gotten better with dealing with our problems, kind of. There was a point in the middle where it wasn't so good.
Okay. My question then, to wrap it up, is what is your future goal? Where do you see yourself with this team or other team? I don't know what's going to happen in between the splits, but where do you feel yourself in the future, and what is your end goal?
I mean, end goal is to be as good as I can be, and what I think that means is next split I'll just shitstomp all top laners.
Seems like a fair objective. Seems like a fair objective, and an achievable one from the way I've seen you play. Obviously, the Jace didn't work out as you intended, but you have a lot of time now to prepare yourselves. And summer split, who knows what's going to happen? So, Petoska, I know it's a little bit rough right now, but you have the skills, you have the talent. It's about how you use it in the future, man. And I want to see you back in NLC in the future, okay, mate?
Yeah, I will try my best.
It was a pleasure to have you with us throughout the entire split.
Yeah, thank you.
Obviously, it is rough. It is rough. They were out of the equation, but still, they want to prove themselves. It's a team that worked throughout the beginning of the split until now. They were one of the teams that couldn't get a single victory, but out of nowhere, they were climbing, and they almost made playoffs. So it is a rough one, but it's about upgrading yourself, looking for the future and not the present. But now the present, it is Astralis versus X7. Let me just put it out for you. If X7 wins, it is going to be X7, JDXL, and Bifrost in third place. If Astralis wins, everything goes down to shambles, and we'll talk about that in the desk. So I'll see you soon, and Pantheon is still alive. Welcome back to the desk for the last game of the regular split. It's going to be Astralis versus X7. It's do or die for X7 if they want to take that first seed, or else things are going to get a little bit tricky in the standings. Welcome back.
Thank you. You feel great.
I'm so happy.
This was a great experience for me in the green room because I was watching the duality of the one tricks. I had Archerum on my right, Over the Moon completely joyed, and Trouble molding next to me. And
in all reality, there's no better setup than Hecarim.
I've heard this one 5 times already. Maybe 6. Actually 10.
There's no better setup than Gnar, Hecarim, Pantheon
11.
Stun, and Jinx to give you resets on Katarina.
I mean, I see your point.
squishes.
I see your point, but
Someone
I raise
dies.
you something like...
You know what? I also understand. I also understand Vanir not wanting particularly Sahir maybe to play the Katarina.
Okay. That's a fair point. Now, looking into X7 versus Astralis, if Astralis wants to leave like a dent in the entire split, this could be it.
Yeah. It's crazy because Bifrost and XL right now are tied together. If XL lose, all 3 teams are tied together. And obviously X7 have taken top 2, no matter what happens, no matter if they win or lose, but that will drop XL to 3rd place instead of Bifrost.
Oh, can you defeat
so
XL?
If anything, Astralis can screw over XL, who has been screwing me with Katarina hovers the entire season. So let's go Astralis.
The best way to defeat XL is by defeating X7.
Today. Yes, you're right.
I haven't predicted Astralis either, but Denmark.
Yeah, Denmark all the way, you know, but not today because I've actually made a bet with the coaching staff. So I'm praying on
You're locked in
for once. Yeah,
you're locked in.
Whoa. What is that about? Is it food? Oh, it's food.
Oh, it's
okay.
a dinner.
Yeah.
Lovely.
You know
And
what? I would do the same.
let's have a feast in this Champion Select. The last one, I'm I'm almost losing my voice. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, maybe because you've been screaming. So moving into the champ select, I'm really hoping that we'll have Jinx banned, just so we don't get the same ADA carry meta that we've seen so far.
We're not gonna see Zinza.
No, okay, so the thing is, of course you're in your right picking Jinx. She's really good and by far the best AD carry. But as a viewer, it just gets really boring watching.
Ban Hecarim, I say. If you're gonna go in with Zinzao and Diana versus Haru, I think it's best to ban Hecarim right here, and then if you want to, you can first pick the Lee Sin for Taxa, who is very good at, and then, yeah, perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Then now you can first pick the Lee Sin if you want to, because it's going straight to Taxa, right? And then you handshake with whichever, either Aphelios or Jinx, whichever ADC you take, because Crispec is just, ooh. But that's also good. You can still insta-lock Lee Sin here, because then you have Caitlyn and Aphelios, and then you can still handshake.
You still have
apparently, they do value the flex of the Gwen as well. Can go into the jungle, can go into the top.
Well, there is a reason why Gwen still has remained on the red side ban. Like some of our teams just don't play that champion, but to the teams that does, like they've run away with it quite often. Like Noodle comes to mind as well from Vanir, who's been having amazing performances on it. And you mentioned the Aphelios can be paired up with a jungler here if they'd like that. Can be paired up with the Thresh and Lulu. I assume Astralis would have a response ready, either the Caitlyn as you have talked about, or something different.
You can very easily, I wouldn't pick necessarily jungle here until I know, maybe keep it for third pick if possible. Maybe lock in something like the Lulu or the Thresh together with your Aphelios or something like the Nautilus to go forward. Oh, we forgot the Volibear actually. Volibear is a really great blind pick right here, and it also does work into Lee Sin. There is very few 1v1s that 3-6 Volibear loses to.
You could look into the Trundle. Do you think the Trundle could deal with this?
No, I feel like if you go Trundle here, you just open your flex. I feel like you want to secure your bot lane here, you potentially want to play for it.
I think you pick the Lee Sin here.
I don't know. I think like they're just hovering it just to put it in their minds. Like, yeah, ban junglers and then put the Gwen in the jungle later on. So they're just playing with it. I mean, yeah, there you go. Bot lane rotation, Sire, Rakan. So we thought about the Caitlyn, but it seems they have another potential option by going for this. I'm just saying, Poppy already has a lot of value. If you want a third Poppy here, put it top, put it jungle. Obviously, you cannot put it. You can actually not put it jungle, but you can always put it in the support position itself.
It's still a blind pick, so Jace could be countered in the second rotation of picks in favor of Astralis if they want to bring in the Gwen into the jungle. So they're not opening their hand.
Carlson does play Irelia, so if you don't ban it here, you can very easily rotate the Gwen into the jungle and put the Irelia top. The Camille also makes Jace's life a hell on the side lane. There's other picks as well that can really deal with the Jace later on. The Akali comes to mind a lot, especially after level 6. You have kill potential onto the Jace on the side lane. Also, Carlson likes that stuff. We've seen him on the set a lot of times. The second Jace goes into melee, you can hard punish that. So there's a bunch of avenues that Carlson can take. You have the Wukong too, that Tattoo usually plays into the Jace. There's just so many things, and since you don't have to blind pick anymore into the Jace, you can choose and take. The problem is that the Jace is also a flex. Today we have seen it in the mid lane. Tempt can play the Jace in the mid lane as well. So from the side of X7, they're also keeping their cards closed.
I absolutely love that we see the Leona ban. Usually I'd go like, well, banning Leona and Nautilus doesn't really matter if one of them goes through because they do the same. But when you actually have a Sire, then all of a sudden you'll be able to dodge out the Nautilus ultimate way easier than dodging out on the Solar Flare. Granted, yes, Solar Flare does still have that second, but even if they pick Nautilus here, I feel like you're fine as Astralis. You still have ways to move around with it, and you get the counter pick for topside. Camille is still an option if you want to play the Camille into the Jace. It's not so good on the first few waves, but it does have that gank setup. And it looks like we're just going to be having a Cillian bottom lane. It is a good matchup into the Rakan because you get to play safe. As Cillian, you quite often want to get out of laning phase, and you're playing as double range. So
say that.
Could be flex.
Could be flex.
It could be
mid lane.
Yeah, you're right. It could be flex. It could be mid lane. I was just taking it out of my perspective from.
I really like what
makes
you're
sense
saying,
for you
because the second Rakan goes in and you put the slow down. Doesn't matter if he jumps back onto Zaya, he's still slowed down. You can reach him. We can put down the double bombs, right? So I don't mind it. I was sure this was going to happen right here. I was 100% sure that if Lee Sin is open, Taxa is going to lock it into the jungle, which means that Gwen goes towards the top side of the map. The LeBlanc is still open up and available for Cress if he wants to pair it up with Lee Sin, because they make a great duo.
Man, that is a tough matchup for Carlton though on the first 3 waves, especially because they'll probably be playing down towards the bot side. I'll be very impressed with Carlton if he's able to maneuver around Jaeger in this matchup, because I mean, on weak side, I have had my worries about him, and now as Gwen into Jace, first 3 waves,
you're gonna hang on.
Let me
Hamid.
talk to you about our Lord and Savior, which I was using before teleport was used. Ignite TP.
It's a possibility, nonetheless, still a scary one. And ooh, Vex into all these dashing champions as well. That's
is
definitely a very nice one. So yeah, we go. Cillian down towards the bot lane, unless Kasing has been practicing Vex support. But on the side of X7, I mean, they got a good facilitating jungler that can play towards almost every lane pre-6 as well. I think bot lane can be difficult playing towards, but even then, no, actually not. It's easy landing double bomb as well. So X7, they have loads of options as to where they want to play for. For Astralis, I feel like a little bit more bot side.
To me, I feel like Tax is going to have to do a lot on this map because you don't necessarily have very easy setup. You have to land the taunt on the Ahri. You have to land the Q when you go towards mid lane. And Vex can also hold on to her passive, the fear. So the second you land on her with the Q from Lee Sin, she can fear you away. I think on the other hand, you've got so much setup with the Vex fear in the mid lane. For Haru, you also have a lot of setup in the bot lane as well due to the double bomb, but also the slow and the speed up, right? You can speed up the volley bear, you can slow someone in the bot lane. And then you can have a pretty easy pickup or just grab a summoner spell and then go to Dragon.
Last game of the split in this one is going to decide the top 2 seeds. So it's going to be an interesting one. Astralis can play for spoiler, or X7 can lock themselves the first place. So don't go anywhere as we jump into the caster's desk.
Thank you so
We have
much.
to jump into it. Okay, we're here at the caster's desk. We jumped into it.
All right. I wasn't expecting that, so I just went with you. Diving in feet first, a leap of faith, you might say, and it might be a leap of faith for this game, all things said and done, because, of course, X7 win this, they lock first place. They lose this, and the way tiebreakers will play out with Bifrost, XL, and X7 all tied at the 14-win mark is Bifrost first, because they have the 2-0 over X7.
And
then
wins in the second half of the split.
So they therefore take the initial first spot. It then goes to a second tiebreaker between XL and X7, where X7 have the 2-0 over XL. So XL, out of nowhere, would end up in third. Of course, all of that's avoided if X7 get first. And then XL have the 2-0 over Bifrost, and they get second.
It's a bit of a strange scenario. So if you are an XL fan, you're actually an X7 fan this game. Don't
Just
get
this
too
time.
used to it. But for one best of one, might have to be on their side.
A reminder again why getting top 2 is so important. You avoid an entire round of playoffs. You get an additional life. And the winner of the Juggernaut match between the first and second seeds goes straight to the finals, gets a chance to play, you know, even less series again, can win the split, but also gets that ticket to EU Masters. We only get 2 seeds. It is the 2 finalists. It is so, so important. Such a prize to be won here. And X7, they might lock top 2, but they can decide the other team's fates.
And,
he's here.
Sotosh.
Great
Arrow of
devourer.
breadcrumbs.
Indeed. Destroyer of worlds.
What? The call of the Sotosh has changed again!
Production is perfect. Production is perfect.
You know what would have been hilarious if we didn't talk about the elephant in the room?
The elephant in the river, as it stands. That's brilliant.
Oh my God.
What a truncated segment that is.
I was really trying to be serious with this game, but...
Absolutely. But a little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment is exactly it, because this game will be entertaining one way or another. The stakes could not be higher. And elephant noises abound, elephants in the rivers abound, and hopefully X7 will hope they've got all their ducks or softwatches in a row. Oh yes.
How do you...
Tons of a feather flock together.
Oh no.
I'll have to be quiet now.
You know what? I've cast with you for so long, this is like water off a duck's back. But this is not a duck. It is actually, you know, an occult entity.
An occult entity, indeed, yes.
Not actually relevant at all. Okay, right. What is relevant, of course, is ward onto this enemy red buff from X7. So they're going to track Taxa very early on. I'm going to very much echo what Trouble said on the desk. Taxa has to do a lot this game, I feel. If you can win through mid-jungle early on, that is huge. But what we do know, actually, very relevantly to actually this mid lane matchup and then the jungle mid as well from Astralis is Rogue lost to Astralis in the LEC.
They did.
Playing the Ahri Lee Sin into the Vex, level 1 in bot lane. Very dangerous on both these sides, but watch for the overextensions in mid-jungle, because both of these combos follow up really, really hard.
Level 6 for both of these teams, where the jungle goes first and then the other player follows up, are absolute 100-0 combos. I don't care who you are, you will die at that point in the game. Watch for it. It is Ghost Teleport top, by the by, as well. Of course, there was some potential debate around whether an Ignite might be an option, but they have gone for the mobility.
Actually, you know what? I would have loved to check out the level 1 up in top lane, but I actually just kind of forgot about it. Because you know we mentioned the Zeus level 1 E start last game. You can play that in this match. Of course, you'll have the QE now at this point, but you can have some tech to stop the Gwen taking some winning trades at level 1, where she uses that E to chase you down.
We could do a little bit of deduction anyway, because there's 3 pots still in inventory and a biscuit as well, despite some debate, of course, around that summer. But the point is, the sustain is still all there for Jaeger. None of it was popped at the level 1, feeling pretty happy as things stand right there.
I mean, either way, done okay at that point. The mid laner's trading out. Both these champions relatively similar in the way that they operate, actually. I have to say, the more I've seen this matchup on the competitive stage, I've quite liked Vex into Ahri. I feel like you can trade at level 1, where Ahri often gets control of that lane. And if Ahri steps too deep, you don't survive Vex Burst that often. In this game, of course, you are going to have to be a bit more set up yourself. You're not necessarily going to be the big damage there, because you have double AP solo laners. Gwen doesn't bring any CC to the table. You're basically relying on Rakan to be your big damage.
And Tep was trying to Vex the Temptress, but Taxa is here to punish that quite quickly. And reminder on Monday.
See, Sam, this just reminds you of saying, like, Tempt, Taxa, Donkey. But, sorry, go on. What happened on Monday, Sam?
I was going to say Taxa had a phenomenal start to the game on his Lee Sin in that game. Did incredible things across the map. Couldn't keep it rolling, though, but we've seen that now some of the pressure is off for Astralis. They've seemed a lot more proactive, a lot more cohesive, and a little bit more lethal, I think is the way I'll put it. Of course, he's still going to be into a very dangerous team like X7. Haru manages to put the sirens on and get out of dodge.
So actually, just speaking, because Haru is on the screen there, checking through the runes and masteries, of course. So we've got the Aeon Crispux, it's going to be Lethality Zaya. That's Predator Volibear. The first time we saw Volibear come into the NLC, actually come back to what Trouble said
Absolutely,
weeks ago.
way
It's
back
like,
when, that's
wow,
very true.
have you heard of Predator Volibear? It is absurd. Now you have the Zillion following up on that.
So fast.
The ability to close down onto a target is nuts. You only have one Zaya ultimate.
Knocked up, flashing away, can try to turn this around, takes so much health, but here comes Haru trying to turn this around. The Ignite's not going to quite be enough. He survives another turnaround as here. Crispberg having to flash out, but can he get far enough away? Kasing can't do too much more. And summoners are blown by everybody. It's only flashes left on the supports. Nata gets out alive, with the wave pushed in. He won't lose too much here in terms of minions either.
No, but he does lose half that wave to his jungler taking it, whereas Crispberg and Wendell are going to be able to pick that up themselves. Kasing making sure he does get pushed into turret, though.
Clears out the wards as well, and that might put Wendell and Crispberg in a dangerous position, maybe this time in a minute or 2 minutes.
Okay, so bot lane was the last theatre of real action in this game. We were wondering briefly if it was going to come down to mid-jungle point, particularly when you see these champions think, okay, mid-jungle's definitely got the ability to brawl around, but every lane actually is a point of concern. They're all swingy matchups. One gets ahead of the other. Things get very, very scary. So watch out for support roams, watch out for the junglers. Any kind of gank is going to have huge ramifications for the way this game plays out. Sometimes that's not always the case when you've got, I don't know, something like a GP that you know is going to scale into relevance. All of these lanes are going to be incredibly explosive if leads start to form.
In all honesty, if this game ends up in an even state, say 10 minutes, 15 minutes from now, the way the team fights could play out around our objectives, as you said, could be hugely explosive. So many playmaking options for both teams. As Taxa is around, and there's actually a ward already in lane.
Hop is already set up.
Absolutely, there's a safeguard that would be very unsafe for Temp right now. As Wendell's around as well. Here we go. Will not go to the ward.
But we do see Kasing was out of lane as well, making his way towards that mid lane.
Remember, there's no flash on Nata, and Astralis are going to be here. Haru's going away. There's an angle for a dive, in fact. Nata's chunked out by the lethality.
I think because, of course, you're playing against Haru. You know that Haru is going to be very destructive when you're not tracking him. We saw how he turned up into bot lane for that last play. When you don't have a heal to play with and you don't have an ignite, you don't necessarily want a chance. A bit of a flip dive. We know how easily X7 can punish and run away with a game after you make mistakes. That would have been maybe a flip too far.
We do like to burger flip occasionally here and in the LEC and other regions, but not quite there this game. As it stands, X7 are getting slight gold leads here, mainly because their solo laners are doing pretty well as it stands, but it's only 100 or so right now, and as I say that, Astralis actually flipped that back around again. It is a very, very tight early game. No one's died yet, no one's really made any serious plays. The only, honestly, discrepancy on the scoreboards right now is you can see that initial Drake going over to Haru and XM.
So we will track what, of course, is going to be happening with the first big fights. So that Chrisberg is going for that tier, but not stopping off the full Manamune. Going to go towards the Eclipse first, as you would imagine. With this, even against a lot of squishy champions, Eclipse is just such a good item to have. And particularly Xayah benefits a lot from Omnivamp in general, because her feathers give her a lot of healing. Actually, both Aphelios and... Oh, okay, wasn't the one. But, both Aphelios and Xayah worked really well at the start of the season with Doran's Blade giving a lot of Omnivamp, and then Ravenous Hunter, because they have so much ability damage to heal off of. And of course, Xayah still maintaining that ability to heal through that with the Eclipse.
Does manage to make his way into the bot lane here, but doesn't pull off the gank, doesn't stick around too long. And I'll pull out a couple numbers here for you, because this will be Nata's
4.12.
They were relevant numbers, not random numbers. I know there's RNG involved, but random number generated from my caster was not really what I was looking for. But X7, Nata's Aphelios, currently undefeated this split.
Oh, wow.
As he is 3-0 on the champion, 620-odd DPM, actually, sorry, 630-odd DPM on that particular pick. Done very, very good stuff with him. Of course, there was that infamous turnaround around Tier 2 where he lands some phenomenal...
first round robin, yes.
Absolutely, as Taxet did pick up the early Herald. X7 don't want to contest for that one right now, and they give that one up. But Astralis, on the other hand, this is Chrisberg's first look at the Xayah split. Of course, it's not been a particularly popular pick, and it's only his 4th game of Xayah ever in his career. He's been playing for a couple of years, but this is only the 4th time he's picked it up.
Yeah, but Astralis is an org. Okay, see what's going to happen with that. Yeah, going for the big old chunk.
A lot of chakrams flying up, but the root of the tower! Charm comes through, now does it drop with the exhaust coming out, can Nata play this one up, but the feathers shred him down.
I mean, number of games to be damned, they absolutely crushed that 2v2. Ults to be aware of, there's a flash, of course, there's the Predator, which was pops to get down there, but it looks at the cooldown on those boots. But Chrisberg and Wendell, they come out with a pretty important kill here.
Wendell was level 5, they didn't think he'd get 6.
Oh, he
when does he get 6?
He must get off the cannon, test the Relic Shields, and that root getting all the feathers the way through. Make sure the heal comes out after they want to get in. The extra move speed very much helping down there. That is a very clutch turnaround, and very importantly so. Kill onto that Xayah. It's a good reward to get.
Big, big moment there, and a literal game of inches. The level 6 come through. The quickness is there, just quick enough. No level 6, of course, for Kasing at that point. No chrono shift, no way to revive Nata, who honestly thought he had the option. If that hadn't been there, honestly, I think they could have got it.
And I think that kind of play is... So, at the start of the split, Nata was doing those plays and looking incredible doing it. And we came into this scene, the NLC scene, in this split, with such explosive fanfare, even with these star players on the rest of the team. What we were saying was actually, no, he wasn't getting overshadowed. Now, of recent weeks, Nata has had some down games. They have had a couple of games where they've fallen apart a little bit in that bot lane in the laning phase by being a little too over-aggressive, by committing to a couple of plays. They were a little unwise in this game. Of course, not nearly of that same kind of caliber. It's one death, it's not the end of things, but still, Nata being found a bit wanting in that aggressive look in.
Doesn't quite make it work, but now there's another potential dive coming in. Vex roaming down, but so is Crest. Just around the corner, there's the Herald and Inventory, remember, for Taxa. What are they going to do? Those Haru steps forwards. Predator's down, and that's a big stun. Chrisberg, no ult, as you called. Nata with Severum Crescendum, looking to onslaught his way forwards, but they pull it away. Not too much blown there, aside from the Predator.
But serious discipline on both of these teams, that particularly on Chrisberg, to just be like, look, I don't need to flash out. Got teammates who are coming. This isn't That's no problem. Nata, though, has the ult for the Gravitum.
Being so aggressive with these Moonlight Vigils. And Haru is here. Flash. Thundering smash. Takes down Chrisberg.
So, about that discipline, doesn't really matter, though, when you've got that much to lock down. Graviton comes through. Haru commits the flash. Takes down the AD carry. That's a one trade for 7.
Bomb into stun. Chunks Wendell out, won't get too much more. He does get away. Nata is a little low on HP bar as Taxa looking for a bit more, but turn around there with the Gravitum slows means that there's no real look in for a kill, though I appreciate the look in from Taxa.
And again, we talked about Taxa having good impact on that last game day. Sat now at 0-0-0 across the board. Actually, the entire top side of Astralis sat on that scoreboard. And let's look at this top lane as it's on screen, because it's not actually been that active early. But Carlson, again, one of these players that has come in, very young player, and he's had some moments of absolute domination, playing through a lead, looking like the best player on his team during their struggling weeks. When he has been put on weak side, when he's been the point of attention by the enemy team, he has always stood up to that task. But in this game, managing to define in the early lane, now we have to start tracking his presence in these team fights.
The thing is, Astralis over the last couple of weeks have improved in their early games. Their early games have been better. Problem is, mid games still fall apart. They just lose out in some of the extended team fights, in some of their decision making. The indecision in those moments has cost them a lot, and we've already, me particularly, have called out some of their vision control around objectives. Their timings on resets, their opportunities, their moments around setting up vision have often been lacking. Thus far, of course, keeping this game nice and even. Honestly, they've got that 500 gold lead largely because of plates. You can see it. 2 in the mid lane, 4 in the bot lane is what's keeping them in this, despite some CS discrepancies around.
I have to say, you know, looking at the Eclipse coming through, looking at the lineup of X7, I do think that this poke Zyra is going to do a lot of work. If you think of what a crit Zyra would do at this point, you're probably just going to be ulting, getting like 2 autos off, and then not really being able to achieve much from it because you have to deal with so many diving threats. A QE combo coming into late game is actually...
Hey,
God,
Taxa! 6th up, and now Carlson in a lot of trouble. Flash out from Jaeger. Will surely be able to dodge out. The phase rush was a lot for transformation into hammer form. Not quite enough to get him away. I thought he was done, but can't quite make it away to safety. Now bot side. That is another Moonlight Vigil that just about lands, but they can't quite get in range. And they do manage to survive there. Haru can't make it work.
Oh, and it's not like it's the Gravitum, it is the Calibrum. That's the ace in the Calibrum for the follow-up auto attack. But it's not like you're even running the press the attack for the very bursty early game trades. It's Conqueror onto that FOS. It's a chunk, it's not much more. It's kind of, it doesn't really achieve that much, but it's allowed them to get towards that dragon.
Once again, that great tap side play there. Taxa proves he's got hands, knows his way around Lee Sin. Deft play to get on top of the Lee Sin. You know, credit to Jaeger for making more summoners have to burn afterwards, but he does go down, comes in trade for a dragon, which probably something that X7 will take, even if they're a little unhappy about it.
So it is going to be another Hex Rift today. 2 dragons for X7. That means they get a 3rd one. We know what that means. They can force Astralis to come to the play. So Astralis not really wanting to be in a position to trade cross-map at the cost of a dragon next time that does come onto the table. Have to start questioning now what Astralis have planned for the next 5 minutes of this game. They found some opportunistic look-ins, but nothing really with a 2 to 3 step plan. They haven't managed to get a kill and then get a tower and then get themselves a herald and then get themselves any number of extra objectives. Even something as basic as vision can be so important in this game.
Yes, it absolutely can be. Tax and Crest in the mid lane here could look to go in. Good Everfrost there to root Tax from places he was looking for a play.
Okay, he still had no flash, so it was unlikely that he was going to be able to get any big play after that point. Sing was also at the scene of the not quite crime. Haru looking to commit some larceny in the top side himself. Is he top side or with a Predator and all?
It's a bit illegal to still be under this tower, and the police are arrived, and he will surely go down. He goes a little immune for the Hallowed Mist. Jaeger can't quite secure it. It'll Haru, who will be Haru rather, who will secure that kill.
And Carlson not able to survive in the way that Zyra Khan can on the bot side of the map. Tower is turned off. It says good night. The lights are out, as are Carlson's. That's an engagement of it, though.
Flash, quickness, but he's going to get chunked on the tower. Is Nata trying to do his best with the chrono shift to buy some time. Heals because it times out. Finally goes down. In goes Vex. Tempt, maybe gone too deep. Chrisberg, of course, was only secured one onto Nata, and it will be the kill and nothing more.
Okay, but without the Aphelios in mid, you're going to have to call someone to wave clear for it. Tempt is low HP.
Taxa
narrowly dodges out on the Sonic Wave.
Right, keeping to go forwards. Haru stepping forward, seeing whether there was something more available. They won't be able to secure the tower, and they did burn a fair amount for it. They do get the kill, though.
And it's a good chunk onto mid. Now, if you can get the actual mid out of turret, we're talking about that dragon, how that's very important. Don't let X7 get up to soul point. Well, having mid lane out of turret, when you have these mid jungles that can dive so effectively, go over walls, cross distances in a very short amount of time, mid lane turret stops that from happening so easily. If you have mid lane turret, you get more vision, you get to control more of that mid wave. X7, very lucky to have that still standing.
Yeah, just a heads up as well, this is not a very typical position that X7 find themselves in. They are our best early game team in the league. They're normally up.
What HP is that tower on? Observers, what HP is that tower on? That is 7 HP.
Okay, 7 HP. And X7 are down.
It's the same number of HP as Star Wars movies that exist.
See what you tried to do there. We won't go there. I could see a little bit of the bitterness there that was about the Halo series. Last game is in this one right now. But X7 down 2,500 gold. Well, they are normally up 2,600 gold at 15 minutes standard. This is an unusual position for them. I'll see whether they can play it out. Still, they've got the 2 dragons. They're going to get the second herald. They've managed to get this Jace up to a point of power. And yes, you've managed to kill Nata a couple times, but he's not miles behind in this game. It's a relatively even spread of gold.
Wendell can just walk up and tap this, right? He's going behind here, threatening Nata, but I feel like you just walk up, you auto, you run out, don't you?
Jaeger is continuing to pressure into this top lane. No, Carlson, I think he's just dead.
Gosh.
Nearly. Gonna pop the ghost, but here comes Haru. But there's a Stormbringer, turn the tower off. Can you get close to, of course, the TP out in trade? And they'll take that option as it came in from the blue side jungle, stealing away X7's blue buff, by the by.
Okay, so you can see that the top side of Astralis' jungle has been given up. We're talking about the blue buff being stolen away. That's kind of the price for trying to show bot side, throw a playthrough mid bot so you can get a better position for this dragon. Now, Astralis haven't left that much vision. They haven't got that much wave shove on that side of the map. They have mid, they don't have bot. Crest looking towards top.
And his ultimate, actually, you can think about turning this around. Here comes Wendell, who's got the quickness, trying to turn this around, flashing away is Crest, gets the knock-up with the grand entrance, and he's arrived just in time.
Okay, so Ahri versus Jace, actually a really good Ahri matchup. You can save your charm to cancel the To the Skies. Doesn't do it there, doesn't even need to, but Jaeger falling down at that point, it's going to be still somewhat impactful. I mean, the problem is you've now used Ahri ult just before the dragon spawn.
And quickness.
And the quickness. And Jaeger has TP to get towards that dragon. So I feel like actually as a net trade, Astral's probably not too happy with that.
Likely going to have to give up Soul Point as a result of this, honestly. And that could be very dangerous. 5 seconds till Jaeger is here, and those cooldowns are pretty extensive. Crest is very targetable. Wendell, without the big team fight engaged, means it's a lot of work for Taxa to pull off. Can he get another one of those exceptional kicks he's found thus far? Good charm onto Tempt will chunk him out. And that might be a cost. That is the Shirelius pop by Wendell to try and find something. Carlson on the flank can try and find something here, but X7 hold court in the river, looking to ward away Astralis' member. They're still wondering where Carlson is off vision. In goes Haru, charmed up as he tried to go in. Tempt, though, got a big fear. Taxa gets away. Moonlight Vigil only gets an Infernum ult onto one. Chrisberg doesn't get a lot done with the feathers.
But Smite HP is now very low from Astralis. Taxa has to go back. You have now got yourself Spirit Rush to commit to a second fight. X7 don't quite land a knockout blow, but they do have the ability to keep fighting.
Quickness not off cooldown quite yet. Gotta try and get in his Carlson. Down to 1,500 HP on the Dragons. Carlson goes down, he's dead. Dragon secured. Now in the fight, what can happen? Haru, flash stun, and then into the Stormbringer to get behind Chrisberg. He make a 1-for-1 right now as Wendell falls down. Nata is stuck in a very difficult position. Has got the Chrono Shift to stay alive. Bombs coming down on the vice plate, but watch the ball through. Chrisberg out of auto, so flash forward. Will get that kill on the other side. Taxa nearly low. Flash forward, Jaeger secures it. Crest with the turnaround of the Orb of Deception makes that one work. Where are the charms? Where are the Foxfires coming through? Chrisberg so low HP, needs to be afraid, doesn't have the ultimate. One shock blast would murder him. In goes to the side of the skies, quite to knock him away with a hammer blow, but it's Astralis to come out with the win of the team fight.
So it's not the dragon for Astralis, but it's just about everything else that they wanted. Carlson, he had to go for the flank, make X7 use some cooldowns on him. It's just not quite at the right spacing. That's when I started getting worried for them, but oh my gosh, Xayah is online. Even with Brazilian ult used onto the Aphelios, you know he's going to resurrect with a lot of HP. It's not enough of a HP turnaround to work. And Chrisberg has an awesome fight looking back at it.
Flash to secure the route. Otherwise, there's not enough damage and he falls. And then with Crest, the healing for Ahri in extended fights just means she's such high HP, and credit to Jaeger for trying, just not enough in the tank.
Now the question is, you've gotten a lot of gold out of that play. You've got some gold onto good members too. This is Shadow Flame now.
Got the mid turret. Got the bot turret.
You've got mid turret was already gone. They did end up getting that
of course,
a little bit before the play, but bot, of course, managed to push that in as well. Astralis, you have a lot of gold on your main carries now. Maybe you can commit towards those big fights. As much as you have to deal with that soul point, next time it comes to a 5v5, if Crispo gets the same kind of angle he did in that one, you have to be very scared as X7. And reminder about this game, X7 lose, the top 3 gets thrown into shambles. X7, XL will not be on top. Due to head-to-heads and tiebreaks and the second half records, most importantly, Bifrost would be our regular split #1 team. X7 go down to 2nd, XL go down to 3rd.
Reminder again, X7 are currently 1 and 2 in game score over the last 2 weeks. Yes, the game on Monday was a bit of a debacle with a last-minute Nexus Tower turnaround, but they are still behind in this game. Carlson, though, is overshoved, will not be able to outplay 3 members, surely not. And Jaeger gets that kill, 3rd of the game for him.
Carlson sidelaning, once again, being a point of concern for this team, but
about a 2,000 gold lead there for the Jace, or rather 1,000 or so, but it is Crest, it is Crisberg that have got the leads right now for Astralis on the other hand. Your mid and AD carries at 3 items and a Muramana transformation is this Sire. Absolutely terrifying.
And also seeing the Shadow Flame coming out of the Ahri, it is that magic pen you're missing out by not going towards your boots or your Ludens. It's still fine, it gives you more HP to tank up something like a Vex coming into you. Now we have a collapse of Astralis onto the top side.
They're trying to stun them up, gets knocked down, does go out. Stormbringer comes out to try and turn this one around, but he's going to have to run as fast as he damn well can. Now can Astralis disengage? They're caught in the enemy jungle. Not sure they're going to find too much. Taxa goes in! Gets the kill anyway!
Doesn't look what's happening towards the bot jungle. There's a lot of fights going on here, because Sing has to blow both summoners.
He's so low. Chrono Shift was burned as well, and X7 are losing this game.
Is this now a Baron angle? You don't have Smite, you have a teleport on Jaeger, but this is going to be gone. Astralis, their mid-game where they have so often fallen to pieces, put it back together, they glue it back.
It is 2 ultimates and a dream right now for Tempt and Nata. Chomp just at the edge. Everfrost lands as well. Big chunk. What can they do, though? Goes in with the Shadow Surge. Baron secured as well. Nata about to be run down, has got the Gale Force, but the feathers fly through and shred him. Crest gets Vex. And that is Baron for Astralis.
Astralis, the team which is again out of playoffs. There are no complications for them. They are here for confidence, for pride, and for a way to leave this split on a high note. And that one is very much falsetto, as far out of my range. As this fight happens on multiple angles, and as much as we have had concerns about Astralis overcommitting, having a bit of a mid-game issue at points, this one is X7 committing that flaw.
Yeah, they tried to turn around the dive. You saw what they were going to do. And then that max range charm does so much work, and I appreciate it, Tempt. I know you have to try and do something here or the Baron is gone, but it's just more salt in the wound. XL right now out there watching this game.
Abject horror.
Abject horror. Head in hands. X7, though, are at soul point. 10 seconds till that one comes up. Do they want to fight? I'm not sure they're going to have a chance. That is still a win condition. And by the way, yes, you're down a lot of gold, but this comp does scale pretty well. Vex and Aphelios and Jace can do a lot at 3 items, but they got to get there. They can't lose too much more than this.
What I'll say about Vex in terms of the ever-feared scaling word is Vex is great when she is ahead of the game. When she has more gold than you kind of expect someone to have at that point in the game. If you snowball her, she's ridiculous. The problem is, if you tag this now onto a Hexdrink Lee Sim, who can safeguard away, kick you away, onto Merc Tread's HP built up from the Shadow Flame Ahri, that's going to be difficult. Of course, Rakan making things a little more hard to activate. Honestly, this Vex, very, very hard to play out cleanly.
I'm going to try and get onto Crest, but does force the Spirit Rush a little more. Haru going to get sped away. And the real dangers right now is this Ahri, very close to a death cap. 7-1 and 3 for Crisberg. It's not been his split. It's not been his statements in later games. He's misstepped a lot. He's mispositioned a lot. But this game, he has been nothing but great. It's Haru.
Oh my gosh.
Running more like a cheetah than a bear right now.
Lol bear. Just comes in, just like, yep, cool, I'm ready to fight. Carlson fighting a little bit against his, well, takes most of his HP, popping the W2, stay on the
dangerous
field.
to X7. Still do a lot of work, and Crisberg, he's been a little afraid there himself, and gonna keep a hold of their inhibitor turret. Still
got some bite to them. Could throw out. Bind the Eclipse there onto Taxa, but he'll safeguard away and they won't pop it quite yet. Haru continues to run.
Wendell, of course, not having that flash, but hanging around the corner in the way that Engage Champions so effective. Chrisberg, of course, does have the Eclipse for the extra healing, but eating Shock Blast, probably not best for their short-term health.
And that's still the thing, right? Chrisberg is still a poke target. You don't get to play that safely. You're not going to Gale Force. If you get jumped on, if you don't have the ultimate, you're still pretty killable.
Okay, so we now see that Astralis' Baron buff has fallen off. Crest level 16. Still with the...
It's fine.
Either way, what we see from a first Baron is, to use a term that Rue dude, who's occasionally cast in the Div 2 broadcast, is the economy Baron. You do it for money. The next one is the kill, but they might not.
Alrighty then, this top tier 2 has been X7's savior in times past, but Vex just gets deleted. It's a Vex press straight to the graveyard as Haru is about to fall down. The Chrono Shift will mean they don't finish that one up, but he's going to have to retreat back to his base. Baron is worn up, but Astralis enforce around this top tier 2. I'm not sure those X7 have many ways to defend this one. It'll be another tower going down, a 6th of the game for Astralis, and they move their way up to 10,000 gold in the lead here at 27 minutes.
And I think the worst thing here for X7 is that they would have loved for a Dragon to come up so they could at least try and not commit to a base defense and try and get themselves a steal, get themselves that soul.
4 items. 4 items on Chrisberg.
Yeah, and you see the death cap. It's also very expensive. Side of Crest, that is a lot of damage on your...
It's 2 for Nata. It's 2 right now for Temp. He's not even got a stopwatch right now. Not quite got the 3rd on Jaeger as well. And you want to fight for this soul maybe in 2 minutes, but you're going to be in such a discrepancy. If they can get to 3 items, it's a possibility. You'll have the crit there for Nata. You'll have Temp maybe with a little bit more safety with the stopwatch, but now at least Jace has that 3rd item. He's going to start hitting a little harder.
He is, and you're preying on overextensions. The problem is, how do you overextend when the enemy is in 5 champions strong in your side of the map? How do you do that? As long as the Stars don't commit to 3 lanes, they stick on 2. I think it's difficult for X7 to find themselves a really strong engage, rather. They have themselves move speed on the volley bet. Got a lot of ways to catch out individual targets with the Vex and the volley. It's just so hard to actually land the knockout blow, even with the Edge of Night now on Chrisberg, as you're talking about those items coming in. The ease of execution is not low.
No. Minute 15 seconds till Soul. The goal discrepancy has been very readily explained. We've been over it enough. We've underlined it enough. But Astralis, you need to not throw it. You need not to get caught out in the mid lane. Don't mess it up now. You're in such a great position. You can go out of the season with a bang, with a huge impact to the players. You could blue shell XL straight back down. You could still be doing something memorable. As Haru once again sped forwards, gets the Shureliers out of Wendell. And it's such a tense position in game.
And how fitting would it be if X7 were to lose the Volley Bear and the Zillion, the XL special?
No.
And that loss for X7 playing the style of their main rivals in this split in terms of the top of that table, the amount of weeks spent there in the 1-2, to send them down a 3rd.
Still, you can't count X7 out. The game's not done. Astralis has not been the cleanest in the late game. It's why some doubts remain. Why X7 have been the #1 team in my league for so damn long. As Wendell gets stunned. Can you follow up anymore? No. Not quite enough. He'll have the battle lance out, but it's still 10 seconds now until the Soul. Baron's live.
You have the extra distance on that E out, and yes, this is all well and good. Remember, you do have pots left, though. You've still got the Corrupting Pot inventory from Crest. You still have that passive, and either way, you can look at this and say, yes, you're taking chunks, but are you actually in a position to fight? Absolutely not. You're stuck where your inner tower used to stand, not even close to the objectives.
No, they've decided now is not the time. They want that 3rd item complete. Stopwatches in infantry attempt now. You can see the BF sword and the dagger right now for Dagger, who's still not completed tier 2 boots.
I actually hadn't noticed that. That is ridiculous. I mean, you have a Shurelius, you have a Zillion. You can have a little bit of help in the move speed department, but there are a lot of people who are calling for that. A lot of people who need that. A lot of pieces need to be in the right place at the right time. X7 struggle to find that balance and that spacing, especially with their champions. You think that that's a very important part of it.
Oh, this is going to be a bit dangerous. Jaeger's got him for a lot of damage. Will knock his way out as well. Crest is around, though, could look for the bind, but now Crest might actually have to back away himself because Singh and Nata were around, just aware there could have been a collapse. It's just some trading. It's been a nervy, a tense back and forth right now, and the lightheartedness, the you know, slightly more gentle tone of early on into this game has disappeared. We are at a nail-biting point in this game. Baron is still up. Control of the river, control of the map is where our eyes must turn.
Of course, with all of the dragons in there as well, actually Hextech has one of the best stats, and we're getting multiple and given over to Astralis because the game has slowed down, it has drawn out its attack speed and ability haste per dragon, 5 of each. And actually, when you look at these champions, giving more ability haste to actually the whole bunch is quite dangerous.
What I'll say is that at least with Kasing around, you can help alleviate some of the XP discrepancies that kind of come through from being in a position like this. You can see it in the AD carries, 2 levels between Chrisberg and Nata. And level 16, that 3rd rank of ultimate for a lethality Xayah who can start shredding an entire team. Just cut them in half, guillotine them.
And taking out that base cooldown as well, very, very important. We already talked about how hard it is to land the real punches you need to onto this AD carry. Of course, you only need it to happen once. And maybe if you take down that ultimate, it'll give you the option to find that. But the window gets closer and closer to being shut.
There we go. Smaller and smaller, closer and closer to being shut. Might be slipping a little on our phrasing, but I think the point comes across just fine. Baron, currently the option, but Astralis, we haven't done a lot since the last Baron. You haven't really been as bit proactive, and this is where I get a little nervous because this has happened before.
Ooh,
don't mess it up.
Control does not catch the ward in the back of the pit. X7 have information.
No.
Astralis.
Hurry and go and stop. Well, you can't kick him out. They know this is going to happen. This will be a flip. This will be a flip down to 2000. He's going to get in.
Oh.
It's not stolen. Can't quite make it happen. The Shadow Surge is immune by the Hallowed Mist. Nata throws out the Gravitum ultimate to prevent Wendell getting in. It will just be the jungler who goes down. Baron is secured, but that was a flip. Make no mistake.
It was a flip, and it was a damn close one. 41 HP by my eye. Could have been even less than that, but X7's jungler not able to land the smite. Astralis, first Baron was for economy, it was for gold, it was for feel-good item completions. This next one, this is the real lethal one. This is the one where X7 have to really survive a veritable Helm's Deep of a situation behind their own walls.
Has to break the base. There can be no charge of the Rohirrim. There can be no dawn of the 5th day. Astralis will pull the teleports. They want to prevent any turnaround right now. Jaeger getting jumped on is going to get knocked up, knocked down. He's going to be resurrecting Nata in a difficult position, flashing away. Doing a lot of damage. Charge on the side. Crest gets Kasing. Root onto Nata. 3 dead, 4 dead. And Astralis will do it. They'll knock down X7. Haru desperately trying to clear the waves, but he will not be able to do enough. There will be no mistakes. There will be no flaws in the late game. Astralis knock X7 down to 2nd. XL is despairing. Bifrost in adulation. They are the #1 team in the NLC Spring 2021.
It takes every goddamn game in the regular split to figure out how our standings end up. It comes right down to the wire. It comes right down to the last second, the last minute, and Astralis, the team which has had, by all metrics, a disappointing split. This is a team, an academy of an LEC team. However, they go out with a bang, they salvage something, they give something to be remembered by, and they have one of the most important results, the entire split under their name.
It was supposed to be solved. X7 from week 1 was supposed to be the champions, the #1 team. Astralis lay them low. They pushed them to 2nd, and playoffs just got even more exciting.
Say bye, Frosty, folks.
See you after this break. We've got a little more to come.
Welcome back, and what a trip this was. What an amazing game. X7 versus Astralis. Astralis playing spoilers. We talked about it to the stars, and this means that Bifrost ends the split in first seed, X7 second, and JDXL in third place. Welcome back, you two. And
What a world. What a world. And also, where was this Astralis the entire season?
Astralis ruined XL right now.
to the stars.
There is absolutely no room for error for XL, especially since they are on the lower bracket. One lost best of, you're out.
But I still feel like XL are feeling confident in that lower bracket. Like, don't get me wrong, like, the stakes are definitely way more dire for them now, but I still see XL as the better team in terms of, like, the lower bracket. I think the only thing they need to be worried about is once they reach that semi-final, because, like, you're going to be going up against loser of X7 and Bifrost, and that can still be a good matchup there.
But can I echo Gulborg? Because I feel like we talked to Taxer the previous time, right? And he said that the development has been coming in and he can see it and they're playing much more confident right now. Damn, this iteration of Astralis looks freaking scary, man. Like the way Crispec played today, it brought back memories from 2019. Kaisa Zaya, that's his meta.
That is a good opportunity to actually bring in the interview, which is Dombi. We're talking about the coach of Astralis. He's joining us for the interview today. Welcome. Ah, that is a good smile. That is a good smile.
Look at that smile. He knows exactly why he's smiling. Oh.
Why is he smiling? Gulborg? You want to tell us?
Yeah, Gulborg, why am I smiling?
Yeah, why is he
Who
smiling?
wants to say this?
Okay, for det første, så er du en lort, okay? Fordi du ved, hvorfor alt det her inden sæsonstart? Okay, whatever.
Something happened. Yeah.
Okay, we made a deal, okay? If I lost today, I would promise to never predict against Astralis today, and I did lose because they won. So yeah, there you have it. I'm never gonna predict against Astralis again.
For the summer
The whole
split?
summer split, he's gonna go
Or
for
forever?
Astralis, baby.
Well, to be fair, I think we did say I'm never. Like, I'm gonna have to
Yeah, we did say never, I think.
But it's only the academy team. I'm not doing it for the main team.
That's what I was going to go now. Okay.
Well, technically, you're safe because the academy team is better.
Well, both
Statistically.
teams. Both
Welcome,
teams will
Dombi.
lose playoffs.
After this beautiful victory versus X7, I was going to ask you, and I'm going to do the question anyway. What did this game mean to you? Because the way you guys faced this game was with all you had. So can you tell me a little bit about this game?
I think, like, going into this game, I think X7 was kind of predictable in the way, like, we're also predictable, don't get me wrong, but like I wanted to play this Tyre Rakan because like they've been playing a lot of these champions where they want to dive in, right? Like Hecarim, that's what we tried to bait, but the draft didn't like go that way. But ultimately Volibear is the same, so like we went in with this draft plan and we just executed on it, which made me really happy.
The way the team is working is stellar at this point. I would like to know what is the objectives for the next split for Astralis?
To just basically just play better, you know. Like at the end of the day, the only thing we can control is how we play. Like results is out of our hands. Like if we play good and enemy plays better, like they're gonna win, right? So ultimately the goal is just to play better.
So moving forward as well, because I mean, you don't actually have any games, so there's not really many secrets to reveal either way. Having a look back at the season, what do you feel like was some of the struggles that prevented you from moving forward into playoffs this time around?
So I think a big one for us was actually stressing out, which you wouldn't really like think would happen on this roster, right? We have 4 very experienced and seasoned players, and then Carson, of course, but in winning states in the game, we became very hectic and we made a lot of like bad calls in the games. So that's why we a lot of the times like threw very big leads. So I think that's, and if like looking back at it, if those games were just won, we're actually in playoffs. So yeah, I think we're just we wanted to win so badly that we forgot how to win in the games.
Well, it's really good to see actually a performance like this from you guys. My question here is, we saw this Astralis from today. I got glimpses of 2019 Chris Beck, the Kaisers, the Zayas, his favorite playmakers, playmaking champions to play. Is this the final boss Astralis that we've been missing the entire season?
I think that this is not even the final boss. I think we can play a lot better than what we did today. There's a lot of our players who still has a lot to learn, and they are learning right now. Especially Carson has a long way to go. But if you see him being comfortable and him developing, that will be the final boss of Astralis, where we have like full firepower in all roles, right?
I cannot wait to see how Carlson honestly develops.
Yeah.
His start of the season was honestly spectacular.
And obviously, this is the last image we get from Astralis at the split, and I gotta say, it is a beautiful picture that you guys left us with. A way to show us, every single time we did interviews for like the past 5 weeks, the players have been saying, okay, we're showing up on scrims. It's the official games that is, it's not working as intended. And this to me is like, okay, we're here, we're ready, we want to go for summer split, so be warned. That to me is like the perfect picture from Astralis. And I know you're going to predict Astralis from now on because you love the team and all that, regardless of the game.
Jokes on you. I was going to do that anyway.
I was about to say, if they're playing like this.
Yeah, it's an easy choice. So, Domi, thank you so much for this interview, for the entire split as well, the roller coaster, and the way you finished. It was amazing to see. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. You guys were amazing.
Oh. Well. And there you go. This is a stellar way to finish for Astralis and to finish the regular split, which means we now get a chance to see the bracket for playoffs. And there you go. JDXL are going to take versus Riddle. Yes. There you go. Dusty versus Vanir. And first seed Bifrost versus X7.
It's going to be great games. Honestly, it's actually really, really crazy to think about that we'll finally see the best of fives. I feel like best of ones are exciting, they're quick, they're snappy, but if you want to enjoy League of Legends to its fullest, you got to experience it in a best of five scenario. And you get Bifrost X7. JDXL Riddle to me is a little JDXL favorite, but Dusty and Vanir is incredibly close as well. So I'm expecting some, all in all amazing series.
Honestly, I'm kind of scared. Riddle look quite strong when they're on their day. If somebody pops off, they pop off really hard. JDXL are not infallible. Yes, they beat Riddle today, and yes, they know they can't beat them because they've beat them before twice this season. But I feel like Riddle have aces up their sleeves when people from out of nowhere in the team suddenly just pop off and they take over the entire game. The X7 versus Bifrost is the one I'm having my eyes on because Bifrost has beat X7 twice this season, and they did it quite convincingly both times as well. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see how X7 managed to turn this around in a best-of scenario.
We cannot finish the season without playing Big Band Dodge. We got to do it at least one last time during the regular split. So we're going to bring out the cards. It's going to be all of us now. So only the analyst and the host are going to be playing today. It's a special day. We're celebrating the end of the split. And let's see what the production brought to us in terms of pick, ban, dodge. You guys know the rules at home, so play with us in the chat. If you see a play that you love, you pick it. If you see a play that, I'd rather not see this again, dodge it. And if that's that play where you see a Teemo pentakill, you can ban it away so you never see it again. So play with us in chat. Let's see what we have for the first one. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is that what Volleybed?
Oh.
Okay, but that is karma. That is actually karma for all the Nautilus hooks that have hit and they shouldn't have. So I'm going to pick that play because Nautilus gets karma back.
I mean, I've played quite a few Nautilus games myself. It was one of my best champions last season. You got to know about that terrain. It's finicky. You just got to be patient. And I mean, FGG, incredible rel, but, just got to learn to summon his Rift terrain a little more.
You can learn from Goldberg because he was his best champion last season.
Twitch.tv/Goldberg
FGG,
real.
hit him up to learn about Nautilus.
Nice sellout at this point. So there you go. This is a play. Interesting, by the way. It's not like Leona had a lot of voice to run away, but he still decided to go for the wall. The biggest counter versus Nautilus, it is a wall. At least the cooldown is reduced. Let's look at the second play of the day. What do we have? Ooh. Okay, Leona again.
It's a 2v2. Very fancy moves from an Aphelios. Cool. See ya.
Can't touch this. I
See
mean,
ya.
it's a dodge. It's actually a dodge. That's no way around it. It's a dodge. Okay, we got a different one. Pick.
It was slick. I'm on the Zeri side. I was.
Oh, the Zeri side, yeah.
Get that out of my face. You think I want to see that? I'm laning with an Aphelios who's supposed to set me up with a Gravitum, and he fires that to Narnia instead? Get that out of here.
You want your carry to set you up?
When Aphelios has Gravitum, he's setting up the support. It's that simple.
Yeah, I like the idea that he started off without Naruto hand
And that's
movements.
why support mains have no fingers, because they're expecting their ADCs to set up for them.
Tell me something. How did you climb? Playing what role?
Next clip, please.
Okay, next clip. Moving on. Oh no. Ah.
Oh, that's MC.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
MC.
This was one of those.
He sees horse, he roasts horse.
And he goes down.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're going to do the
Can we have the
second
one after though?
If we show the second one, I'm divided though.
Gets level 6 from that. Oh, no, he gets overheated. He can't see Akali.
I have two opinions then. Okay, we're gonna start. Oh, straight up. Okay, there you go.
Well,
that dive single-handedly destroyed top lane for his team. He legitimately destroyed Riddle's top lane by giving Kryze that second kill. And it was the nail in the coffin.
Preach!
That Akali went crazy.
Preach. You know, you're laning top laner like that, your jungler makes a play like that. Get me out. Just go next.
I would say to start off, it's a pick to begin with. I'm like, yeah, you did it. Yeah, nice skill on Hacker.
Next chapter?
And then you go to the Akali one and you feed him like, why? Please, get out of my
The
line.
top player suddenly like
Please,
pings
yeah.
you, question mark pings.
I'm like, why are you giving him buff? Shit down. You're giving him everything. What are you doing? It's an Akali. Panic mode. And yeah.
He actually
GG
did
go
give
next.
him everything because Kryze took everything from them.
And then after nowhere, yeah, Akali.
What are the
the
odds
game.
production?
I think we still have
in
one.
the clip with Archerum getting Pantheon pick.
We'll see.
Okay, I think it's the last one of the day, if I'm not wrong. So let's see what happens on this play. Is it a... Okay, it's a play.
Oh, it is
there
a
you go, boy.
Pantheon play.
There you go, boy. Look at him. Look at him walking. From the skies.
Boom.
We took it.
Thanks for the leash, baby.
Look at him walking, man. Look at that. Would you look at that? That is a pick, and I would steal all your cards just to be a pick. Yeah.
Oh no, that's awkward.
There you go. This is a double pick. Give me the
Can I
blue
just-
buff and give me the walk.
Okay. I have to publicly say, since Quickset publicly said it, that I'm banning Vanir. I'm never going to vote Vanir again because they did not let Sahira play Katarina in a game that had 0 implications. There you have it.
I'm dodging this conversation and will not be part of it.
But can we take a moment to appreciate the Pantheon? Just give me that blue buff. Give me everything. Give me,
You know,
I'm
it's
taking
just like, it's just like...
I love it.
It's like a meme where it's just like, you just have your favorites for sure, and no matter what that champion would have done, you would have loved it. It's just like, look at him.
Look at
walking.
him breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at him exist.
The way he breathes, it's manly. I love it. So I'm happy now. I'm happy with with the pick pen dodge. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well at home. For those of you who dodged the pick of Pantheon and the play of Pantheon, you guys are banned from chat. But looking forward, we have priceless play of the day.
Ooh. Which one could that be? There's one that comes to mind.
Can you guys...
Might be connected to
Could
MC,
bet.
MC in that top lane play a little bit.
It was one of those plays where it was a continuation from the play we just saw, by the way.
The consequences.
The consequences of the play. I think we have the priceless play of the day ready for you guys. So let's see what's going to be. You kind of already know, but look at it.
Thank you, Master.
I wonder. Thank you, MasterCard.
Ooh.
He
Like butter in the
overheats
sun.
again.
So who's playing this clip over with the Naruto music instead? And just like, pop,
Yes.
you know?
Love that.
GG, easy.
I mean, it
I
feels
would,
like
I would
the
type GG
skin,
easy in all chat.
the skin is even giving him more damage, like emulating everyone
It's funny
around
because
it.
while this was being played, I said in the green room, the way you stop this Akali is only if Leona or Silas is there. And these three members were neither Silas around there nor Leona. It was a disaster.
And when they got the Leona, it was too late. Just a little bit too
It's a little too late, yeah.
So I think this is a wrap up for the entire regular split. I would like to give you two an opportunity to give me a summary of what you thought it was like. Give it.
I'll start out by saying that I was going to work with a crew that I had not worked with before and only trouble really coming in. But quite honestly, having to work around with Archer, Initialize, and Nymera has been an absolute blast, as well with the production. Obviously, viewership has been great as well. Been nice seeing the chat as well and the community that's building up. But I got to say, you guys are some awesome colleagues having, and it's inspiring seeing how hard you work.
Thank you. I'm kind of lost for words, Treble.
Honestly, I want to thank everyone who has supported us throughout the whole regular season. Everyone, obviously, around here that we've worked with. Thank you for taking care of us. Talking to the people who have been supporting behind the scenes, the people who have been chanting in the chat, all the shish that we've been talking, you know, and banter going back and forth. I think in this day and age, we do need it with things going around the world. We really hope that we could provide some solace to people that are tuning in for the silly jokes and the entertainment and to forget about things in real life that really bother us. And we hope that we have provided this for you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was not what you expected, was it?
I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this. So to wrap it up, as Nightmare is approaching as well, I don't know where Initialize is.
Nightmare is approaching.
I gotta say that I was real. Oh, we got a microphone. I think we have something to wrap it up. We have the music.
Hey, Sam, come over here. You three have been incredible to work with this regular split. We have obviously moved from the UK to a different country for the first time in our lives. And the job has been awesome. The people we work with have been awesome. Everyone who has supported us has been awesome. Thank you for an incredible ride. We'll be back for playoffs.
You
but
know it.
It's a special. Come up here.
Come on.
Yeah, let's say goodbye.
To wrap it up.
Digitally bow for us, the lads who aren't here right now as well.
I gotta say, I was scared to move to a different country as well, and I got to work with probably one of the most talented teams I've ever seen in my life, the production as well, the community as well, and for all of you at home that played in the NLC Division 1, whether I see you or not, for the next split, you were amazing, you made this a new home, and I'm happy to find a new family.
See you in playoffs!
I'll see you in playoffs!
Let's go!
Story of what?
What?